Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sean Rose. I have the pleasure of leading us off this morning. Just a basic housekeeping matter while we prepare for the grand start. There's a password here if you're trying to get online. You can access the Beachcombers password. And it's basically conference room at Beachcombers. So it's CONF at BCH, CONF at BCH. Just in case you missed it. We are all settled down and we are very early, and I am very happy for that, and I'm sure the organizers are as well. Before I say anything further, I would like to invite us to please stand for an opening prayer by the Speaker of the OECS House of Assembly and former parliamentarian here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We call her Mama Culture up to this day. The Honorable Renee Batiste will lead us in prayer, and please remain standing for the national anthem right after the prayer. Honorable Batiste.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Let us bow our heads. O Lord, our Lord, how excellent is thy name in all the earth, who has set thy glory above the heavens. Out of the mouth of babes and sucklings hast thou ordained strength because of thine enemies, that thou mightest still the enemy and the avenger. When I consider thy heavens, the work of thy fingers, the moon and the stars which thou hast ordained, what is man, that thou art mindful of him, and the Son of Man that thou visitest him? For thou hast made him a little lower than the angels, and hast crowned him with glory and honor. Thou madest him to have dominion over the works of thy hands. Thou hast put all things under his feet, all sheep and oxen, yea, and the beasts of the field, the fowl of the air, and the fish of the sea, and whatsoever passeth through the paths of the seas. O Lord, our Lord, how excellent is thy name in all the earth. Almighty and most merciful God, this morning we are here gathered at Beachcombers to examine the works of man's hands and the passage of time and what we can possibly do in relation to the memory of the world. You ask us to be of one mind in relation to the task before us, that we recommit and rededicate ourselves to the agenda that is set before us. These are not usual times, they never are. We ask you to continue to let your angels be among us. Bless us in a wonderful way. And as we glory in the resurrection of your Son, Jesus Christ, help us during these 40 days before the ascension to let us be touched by the spirit of unity, love, peace, understanding, and grace. We ask these mercies in no other name but the name of Jesus Christ, the resurrected Lord. Amen.
St. Vincent, land so beautiful, with joyful hearts we pledge to thee all loyalty and love and vow to keep you ever free. Whatever future brings, our faith will see us through. May peace reign from shore to shore, and God bless and keep us true. Iruna fair and blessed are your mountains high, so clear and green, a home to me, though I may stray, a haven calm, serene. Whatever the future brings, our faith will see us through. May peace reign from shore to shore, and God bless and keep us through. Our little sister islands are, whose gems the lovely Grenadines upon their seas and golden sands the sunshine ever beams. Whatever the future brings, our faith will see us through. May peace reign from shore to shore, and God bless and keep us through. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as you take your seats. And sometimes technology paves the way for human intervention in ways that we don't even know is possible. I haven't sung openly the anthem like this in a very long time. Usually I just do the lip syncing, which is usually quite convenient. And then the Minister of Education calls on us to sing. Then I found myself recalling my days at primary school where we actually learned to sing the national anthem. Speak of memory recall. Memory of the world. The operative word this morning seems to be memory. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to the Beachcombers Hotel. My name is Sean Rose, and I have the pleasure of leading the proceedings. The Memory of the World project, strengthening sub-regional practices, enhancing disaster resilience of Caribbean documentary heritage, is an important undertaking for all of us as small island nations in particular. And of course, given where we are in the middle of the Caribbean and Atlantic seas, we know we are vulnerable and prone to disasters of many sorts. We haven't had the impact, or we haven't been impacted by a tsunami in a very long time, but the scientists warn us that this is a likelihood. And in this very room, we actually had a ceremony over a year ago to signal the tsunami readiness of a number of communities here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. This is an ongoing exercise, and I happen to know a bit of it because I am also attached to the National Emergency Management Organization. And of course, we manage our disaster response and recovery and so forth here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Our director, Michelle Forbes, is actually busy at the moment preparing for us to go to Union Island tomorrow. So today I'll be with you, and tomorrow I'll be in Union Island. However, if I may now resort to my usual being very economical with words when I'm asked to chair, I would like to call on our first speaker. So please join me in welcoming the Secretary General here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines at the Commission for UNESCO, Ms. Janelle Henry Rose.
Honorable Minister of Education and Reconciliation, Mr. Curtis King, Honorary Consul to Japan, Anthony Regisford, our Director, Acting at our Jamaica Cluster Office, Kingston, Paul Hector, our Vice President of MULAC, and Honorable Rennie Batiste, yes, I'm calling her Honorable Rennie Batiste, who did our prayers. Distinguished guests, colleagues, good morning. So it was one day in December of 1995. I remembered hearing that the Union Island Revenue Office was burnt. We lost birth certificates, title deeds, and so much more of our history. Currently, the Ministry of Education is relocating, and the question in everyone's mind is, what are we doing with all these papers? Can't we get rid of some? These are difficult situations that present themselves to our dedicated custodians. How do we navigate through all of this? We are gathered here this morning because it is part of our civil duty to protect what we have for our future generations. It is my honor to welcome you to this important workshop. It is focused on strengthening sub-regional practices to enhance disaster resilience of Caribbean documentary heritage. This initiative aligns closely with UNESCO's Memory of the World program, which since 1992 has championed the preservation and accessibility of documentary heritage worldwide, including in Latin America and the Caribbean region. The Caribbean region is rich in diverse and invaluable documentary heritage. I'm sure you'll agree with me. But it faces unique challenges due to its vulnerability to natural disasters such as hurricanes, volcanoes, and other climate-related events. These disasters threaten not only physical archives, but the very identity and collective memory of our communities and nations. Strengthening disaster resilience in our heritage institutions is therefore not only a cultural imperative, but a necessity for safeguarding our shared history and identity. This workshop builds on previous regional efforts to promote awareness, increase nominations to our Memory of the World registers, and develop collaborative strategies among Caribbean countries. Here, I'm going to recall St. Vincent and the Grenadines' inscription on the Register of Memory of the World in 2017. The records of our Indian indentured laborers, specifically focusing on the indentured laborers who arrived here on our blessed land. Today, we focus on enhancing capacity in disaster risk reduction and management for archives, libraries, museums, and drawing on best practices and guidelines developed globally and adapted to Caribbean contexts. I bring to your attention again the establishment of a great partnership between the National Public Library, Archives, and Documentation Center with UNESCO. We implemented a project in 2022-2023, which was, we donated a digitization machine to help save our history. And you will all get a chance to see on our site visit tomorrow. So by working together, Sharing knowledge, fostering partnerships, we can ensure that our documentary heritage survives and thrives despite the challenges posed by disasters. This workshop is critical. It is a step towards our goal. May your stay here be enriching and your work fruitful. Explore our beautiful St. Vincent and the Grenadines, a tropical multi-island state known as Home of the Blessed. Thank you all for your commitment and participation.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Jandil Henry Rose. I should clarify that I am the cousin of Mrs. Rose's husband. So there's no direct connection in the room. Just in case you're wondering if the last names meant that we are connected in any way. But thank you very much for your presentation on reminding us the fact that the rich documentary heritage of our Caribbean is threatened by natural hazards, disasters of all sorts, and particularly so given the location of our cities and the manner in which we were allowed to develop these islands in a post-colonial era. In fact, as you survey the Caribbean, I'm sure you can relate to the fact that a major flood, a severe hurricane, Category 4 and upwards, could easily wipe out any of our major centers of heritage preservation. And we have history to guide us. The Mayan Empire, just close by, we knew it existed, but it's difficult for us to arrive at certain conclusions as to who actually lived there. The ancient Egypt Empire, and so many empires around the world, so many civilizations around the world have been wiped out by one hazard or several hazards at different points in our history. But as we move along to hear more about the importance of this workshop these 2 days, let's invite Ms. Katie Birch McDam. She's Vice President, Memory of the World Regional Committee for Latin America and the Caribbean, MOLAC. And she's also librarian at the Hunter J. Francois Library, Sir Arthur Lewis Community College, and that's in St. Lucia. A tribute to the great Sir Arthur Lewis, I presume. All right, welcome her, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Distinguished participants and colleagues joining us online, permit me to adopt the protocol already established, but to recognize the Minister of Education. It's always good when we have policymakers in the House. On behalf of the President, Board, and affiliates of the UNESCO Memory of the World Regional Committee for Latin America and the Caribbean, MOLAC, it is my distinct pleasure to be here, not only to bring greetings, but also to continue advocating for the protection and promotion of our region's documentary heritage. I beg your indulgence as gatherings like this allow us to truly understand each other and strengthen our collective efforts. I would like to express sincere appreciation to Mr. Paul Hector and the team from the UNESCO Regional Office based in Jamaica for organizing and hosting this timely and significant conference. The safeguarding of our documentary heritage, particularly within a region as vulnerable as ours to natural disasters and other challenges, is not just a shared concern, it is a collective responsibility. I extend special greetings to Ms. Rita Chinfu, our current advisor for the Caribbean region. Rita, who has contributed significantly to advancing efforts in disaster risk reduction and management, and to raising awareness of the impact of climate change on the preservation of our region's documentary heritage. Over the years, the Memory of the World Regional Committee for Latin America and the Caribbean has played a vital role in promoting the identification, preservation, and accessibility of documentary heritage throughout our region. In the Caribbean, our efforts have helped to bring attention to the richness, but also the fragility of our records. These include, but are not limited to, our colonial archives, oral traditions, audiovisual materials, and indigenous manuscripts. In some cases, the very buildings that house our documentary heritage, our memory institutions, also represent an important part of our heritage, and these must also be protected. MOLAC has supported nominations to both the international and regional Memory of the World Registers, fostered collaborations among institutions, and provided technical assistance and training to strengthen capacity across the region. I must also recognize my colleagues, Joan Osborne and Peter Schooling, whose work and dedication have helped to promote the work of MOLAC within their respective territories and the wider region. Both have overseen successful inscriptions to the regional register. The recent 2024 inscription of the Machel Montano collection from Trinidad and Tobago celebrates the evolution of soca music and its cultural significance in the region. This achievement reflects a collective effort of many to safeguard the rich and diverse documentary heritage of our region, ensuring it remains accessible for future generations. Kudos to all involved, and I know my colleagues here were instrumental in getting this done. To date, 260 records have been inscribed on the regional register. These initiatives have helped safeguard irreplaceable aspects of our history and culture. And the good thing about it is we decide what shapes our history. And we should all continue to advocate for the inclusion of more of our Caribbean voices and stories in the global memory of the world. Special greetings to all librarians across the region. I always get excited when I hear the word library or librarians. I am happy that this sector is well represented in the room today. The work of librarians in organizing, preserving, and managing information is critical to MOLAC's mission. Without their expertise, much of our documentary heritage as we know it would not remain, and I've put this in caps, discoverable and usable for future generations. I had the pleasure of meeting Paula Green and Jasmine Simmons yesterday en route to St. Vincent. And I can tell you that given the limited resources of many libraries in the region, such opportunities like the one that presents itself today is of tremendous value to us networking and sharing best practices. The media also has an important role to play in the protection of our heritage. I am sure that many media professionals can relate to cases where hurricanes, floods, earthquakes have destroyed entire media archives, or where outdated formats like reel-to-reel tapes or VHS can no longer be accessed due to a lack of suitable equipment or technological obsolescence. These are not abstract risks. They are real and recurring challenges. This is why media archives must be seen not only as operational resources, but as cultural assets deserving of intentional preservation. We look forward to forging stronger partnerships with the media organizations throughout our region, recognizing their crucial role in promoting and supporting the work of MOLAC, and also as gatekeepers of our cultural heritage. And I know the call for nominations came out yesterday, and so we hope that the media will work closely with us in promoting the nominations this year. On that note, I take this opportunity to extend sincere thanks and greetings to media professionals across the region, many of whom responded to our recent call and participated in a survey designed to better understand their practices, preservation methods, and the challenges they face in safeguarding their archival materials. I am pleased to share that the findings of this important survey will be presented during session 3 of the conference. Thank you all for having me. I wish every one of you an insightful and meaningful conference. It is truly a pleasure to share this space with you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. McDermott. I pray I didn't butcher your name with my phonetic expression earlier. I swear I did. Please forgive me. But you touched on some very important points, and I know we have Mr. Colvin Harry in the room. He's one of the, he's assistant manager at NBC Radio. And we can relate to that very point of the shifts in the preservation methods over the years, in particular the shifts in technology, moving from U-matic tapes to VHS tapes to DVD tapes. Then we had CDs and so forth, and then we moved to what we consider now more convenient digital methods of capturing video and preserving them. But over the years, rich history of our country were recorded on VHS, you name it, and it's difficult to actually get the equipment to convert that footage onto the digital platforms today. I must thank, of course, the UNESCO Commission here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines for assisting us in that regard. But the assistance, I'm sure, will go further in terms of buying the equipment necessary, and in some cases, you actually have to have the equipment made specially for the converting of the footage, simply because you cannot find those things on the internet anymore, not even in China. They actually have to be pre-ordered. So that is a good way to segue to our next speaker. We have, I'm not sure if he's going to promise us assistance from Japan to assist with our archive preservation and documentary preservation, but we have coming up the Honorary Consul of Japan to St. Vincent and the Grenadines, His Excellency, if I may, Mr. Anthony Regisford. Mr. Regisford, thank you.
Thank you, Sean, Master of Ceremonies. I would just put you all at ease and tell you all I don't have such power to commit the government of Japan to bolstering your efforts here in terms of financial contributions. But I have no doubt that the will and the commitment of the Japanese government is there, and they're so minded. I want to recognize the Honorable Minister for Education, Mr. Honorable Curtis King, Speaker of the House of Assembly, OECS House of Assembly, Rene Batiste, and I want to say that seeing her here is instructive in terms of what your workshop is about, and knowing the individual and her efforts over decades in being not just a history maker, which she is in her own right, but she has been assiduous and very attentive to the business of cultural preservation and cultural and heritage preservation. And she is to be recognized in that capacity, as well as her capacity as Speaker of the House of the OECS House of Assembly. I want to also recognize the other members of the head table. I don't have a protocol list here, but let me just say, generally, the collective leadership of UNESCO represented here at this workshop. Participants, media, welcome. I am privileged and honored to address you in the capacity of honorary consul, of Japan here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Now, UNESCO, since 1992, as you heard, has been promoting and coordinating an international initiative called the Memory of the World Program, with the overarching objective of ensuring that documentary heritage and access to it is preserved. UNESCO seeks to promote the development of policies and build capacity for the safeguarding of documentary heritage, with a particular focus on integrating disaster risk reduction. This closely aligns with an area that the Japanese pay a lot of attention to, and in fact, they have developed significant expertise in it. Our recent experience with Hurricane Beryl, and before that, the eruptions of the La Soufrière volcanic eruptions of La Soufrière, is a first-hand demonstration of how vulnerable we are to major disruptive hazards, and emphasizes the need to build disaster resilience. The multiple hazards that we are exposed to puts at risk, and as you've heard and you will hear as a recurring theme in this workshop, puts at risk our documentary heritage. When you think of the buildings that constitutes our memory institutions, the format in which documents, precious documents, I may say, are kept, you'll clearly understand the urgent need for concrete plans and the capacity building strategy to help prevent permanent loss of irreplaceable records. I heard the chairman talk about digitization, and of course, I shudder to think the volume of work that is involved in moving from what's kept on paper to a digital format, but it has to be done. Preserving our cultural identity and collective memory is important. It gives us and future generations a better understanding of the past. It allows us to learn from our ancestors, and it provides us with a sense of belonging and identity. And as I said, that is going to be, I'm sure, a recurring theme in your workshop. Preserving documentary heritage ensures that we have access to a wealth of information, including local history, genealogy, and the evolution of languages and cultures. It is vital for education and research, providing primary source material for research scholars. As I mentioned before, the preservation of documentary heritage and the resilience of memory institutions as a form of disaster resilience is a familiar subject to the government of Japan. Japan has established a cultural heritage disaster risk management center that is tasked with carrying out initiatives to protect Japan's cultural heritage from any form of probable disaster. Over the years, the government of Japan supported initiatives under the Memory of the World Program through its funds and trust with UNESCO. Japan established several funds and trusts to finance UNESCO's projects, in which it takes special interest. In this same vein, Japan's Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science, and Technology co-organized the 3rd edition of the Global Policy Forum with UNESCO's Memory of the World Program in Japan in 2022. Given our region, and that's the Caribbean I'm talking about, acute vulnerability to disasters, disaster risk reduction is an important factor among the government of Japan's development cooperation priorities. The government of Japan facilitated emergency relief items to St. Vincent and the Grenadines following the passage of the recent Hurricane Beryl. And in the aftermath of the volcanic eruptions of La Soufrière, the government also did a similar sort of response. Moreover, the government of Japan supported shelter rehabilitation and the distribution of food vouchers following the 2021 volcanic eruptions in the amount of US $1.5 million. The government of Japan also funded the project advancement of the Regional Multi-Hazard Early Warning Systems Program for Enhanced Disaster Management in CDEMA and CDEMA participating states. And that they funded to the tune of $2.2 million US. All that I mentioned before is a demonstration of Japan's commitment to disaster responses and to building disaster resilience. So I end here by saying that I am confident that this workshop will achieve its anticipated outcomes and that you, the participants, will leave with a far better understanding of the importance of documentary heritage and the role the Memory of the World program plays in promoting and protecting it. You will be able to share your knowledge and experiences on the preservation of documentary heritage and take on board new strategies for doing so. I want to wish you a successful workshop and good dialogue over the next 2 days. And I want to reiterate, as honorary member of Japan here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Japan's commitment to this theme of disaster resilience, preservation of documentary heritage, and indeed, response when that time comes to disasters. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorary Consul, Mr. Regisford. I'm happy to hear that we have an existing gateway for funds to possibly fund MOLAC's work here in the Caribbean, given that you've already engaged the Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency organization, CDEMA. So that tells me that a pool of funds can be provided to assist us with preserving our rich heritage, and certainly provide necessary funding to assist us with the equipment needed. Our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, can speak to the matter of preserving our documentary heritage in many ways. He's a former teacher. He's a former activist in this country and understands the importance of our identity and preserving it. And now he serves as our Minister of Education in the Cabinet as part of the government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines to advance the preservation of not just lives and livelihoods, but certainly our documentary heritage. Please join me in welcoming our Minister of Education and National Reconciliation, the Honorable Curtis King.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rose. Mrs. Janelle Henry Rose, our local SVG's Secretary General of UNESCO. Honorary Consul to Japan, Mr. Anthony Regisford. Mr. Paul Hector from the UNESCO Regional Office in Jamaica. We have Kathy Birch McDermott. I hope I have it correctly. If I don't, please forgive me. And she is representing actually the Vice President of Memory of the World Regional Committee. Speaker of the OECS House of Assembly, and our own Honorable Renee Batiste, and I must say she's a former member of cabinet and who had responsibility for culture. Her job was so significant that I don't think she would be angry with me in this time in our world when we all want to feel and believe that we are young, if I say in reference to her, that we call her Mama Culture. Yes. And of course, a pleasant good morning to those of you who are gathered here in person. And good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, whatever the case might be, to those who are following us online. It is indeed a great pleasure to be here. And yes, I know we have to be very short, because time is always of essence when we gather for these discussions. But I can't help by starting in this way. As a relatively young man, I have already witnessed 3 major events with our volcano. There was what persons call a mild eruptions, 71, 72. There was a massive eruption in 1979. And there was a next major eruption in 2021. And of course, in the intervening years, we have had many, many adverse weather systems, all related to the impact of what I refer to now as the climate crisis that is facing our world. And as someone with a very keen interest in history and who have set about to document some of the history that, let me put it this way, the events of the past that don't always get to make it to the textbooks because they might not be very sexy subjects. I have found great difficulties in sometimes getting information, either because man-made disasters, and Janelle spoke about fire, or in many instances, natural disasters. I can share with you my last major project from my village, where I attempted to provide the names of all the principals, back then they call them head teachers, of my primary school, the Belair Government School, from 1954 to the present time. It took me all of 7 years to find that basic information, when it ought to have taken me perhaps a maximum of 2 days. Why? Because I know, as a school teacher, that the head teachers or principals in those days were responsible for recording all the major events of the day during their stewardship. So if there was a hurricane, you can bet your life that would have been recorded in the logbook, as referred to them as by the head teacher. Or if a child got into an accident, that was recorded. So naturally, that book provided you with the names and times, in terms of time period, of the various principals that served. But guess what? That major logbook was missing. So you would think that the next place to look would be in the Ministry of Education. Oh yes, they had documents. Unfortunately, due to the ravages of time, that material was not in a format that you can identify anything. And secondly, I was told, because I was doing this even before I was a minister, that I would bring harm to myself if I was to interact with some of the materials. So I give you this just as an example to show the challenge we have in terms of putting together that rich cultural and every aspect of our history that is so important in the formulation of our Caribbean civilization. And yes, we as a government here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines recognize and accept that we have a Caribbean civilization and that the Vincentian component is an authentic part of that civilization. We also recognize that our civilization interacts with other civilizations throughout the world. And such interactions result in us being influenced as well as us exercising influence on other civilizations. And our strong view is that when we have interaction among civilizations that is based on mutual respect and appreciation, we have developing a greater level of understanding among each other, as well as harmony among our different peoples. And what does that lead to? Those things lead to an absence of conflicts and wars. It is this recognition of the Caribbean civilization as an authentic component of our world civilization that has led us to the view, the belief, the practice that we have a unique identity that we can call a Caribbean identity. This does not mean that we are better than any other one, or anybody else is better than us. But we recognize that out of that viewpoint, our worldview, if you like, we have made and we continue to make a contribution to human civilization for the better. And as a result, it is absolutely necessary that we continue to provide opportunities for our young people to develop a greater understanding of this Caribbean identity. And, of course, to put them in a position where they can play their own role in perpetuating this Caribbean identity and civilization. Therefore, I want you to recognize, very importantly, that the theme of this conference, strengthening sub-regional practices, encouraging disaster resilience of Caribbean documentary heritage, reminds us of the urgent need for collaboration. Because together we can forge sustainable strategies to protect and preserve these treasures for generations to come. And let me say this, I perhaps should have said it before, that the Caribbean's documentary heritage is the heart of our identity, connecting us to our rich history, culture, and stories. Yet, as I indicated, these invaluable records face growing threats from natural disasters and climate change. I think I did indicate that, but I think I have to reinforce it. As Minister of Education, I recognize the power of education in this very important mission. By fostering awareness and expertise, we empower communities to become custodians of their heritage. This is not just an act of preservation, as you're going to hear it all day, but I like to see this as an investment in our collective future. Let us, therefore, use this conference to exchange ideas, build partnerships, and strengthen our shared commitment to resilience. Our efforts today will ensure that the story of the Caribbean civilization continues to inspire, inform, and endure. I want to thank sincerely UNESCO for its supporting role that it has played in the entire Caribbean region, including here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, in helping us to preserve that rich history and culture. I want also to thank the government and people of Japan through via its consul, because that country has been working with us over the years in our efforts to preserve this great Caribbean civilization. And I thank them sincerely. Yes, you are visiting, and I know it is only 2 days, but you can't be here talking about preserving culture and history and don't find time to enjoy and share some of what is very similar to yours across the Caribbean, our own Vincentian component of the Caribbean civilization. So I expect to see you in and around and about. I note that you have been invited to visit the public library, and Mrs. King Campbell is here, and I know she is going to make sure that you see firsthand what we are seeking to do, utilizing the modern technology in our own effort at preserving that which is so important. I want, once again, to thank all of you for being here, and thank all those institutions and individuals responsible for this event. And I wish you a very productive 2 days, and I certainly look forward to the results. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you very much, Honorable Curtis King, for your remarks. And as usual, rather than simply going to the next speaker, in a nutshell, I just want to keep us in sync with what we are doing here this week. The minister mentioned collaboration, and I thought I'll drag your memory a bit and take you back to 2010. Do you remember the earthquake of 2010 and how it affected Haiti? What we didn't know, I'm sure, and I didn't know, that it destroyed over 60 years of their archival history. I wasn't aware of that until I started browsing a while ago, in fact. And then, while reading through the document earlier, I noticed that in this very document, it is listed in your workshop document actually, you would see the impact of Hurricane Irma, what it did to the archival preservation in Puerto Rico, over $11 million in $11 million US, in damage. And that's the same year Hurricane Irma struck as well. And I know the damage that was sustained in islands such as the Virgin Islands and other islands. Dominica too was affected significantly, and other islands up the chain. And seldom these things are reported in the news, so we don't know what these hazards do to the archival platforms of these countries. In fact, in 2021, the volcanic eruptions here also had major, in fact, devastating impacts on our archives. In particular, Union Island was flattened. And I know you can recognize that I really want to move to the next speaker because we actually have a group photo after. And I know you have a number of sessions throughout the day packed and squeezed in. So we want to be as economical with time as possible. So now is a good time to introduce Mr. Paul Hector, Officer in Charge and Advisor for Communications and Information, UNESCO, from the land of wood and water and ackee and saltfish and all those good things, reggae, and certainly a country that I studied at and recall the rich history of our Caribbean through the Jamaican component as well. Please invite Mr. Paul Hector to the lectern.
Good morning, everyone. Our esteemed Master of Ceremonies, Mr. Sean Rose, the Honorable Curtis King, Minister of Education and National Reconciliation, Mr. Anthony Regisford, Honorary Consul of Japan to St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Ms. Janelle Henry Rose, Secretary General of St. Vincent and the Grenadines National Commission for UNESCO, Ms. Kathy Birch McDiarmid, Vice President of the Memory of the World Regional Committee for Latin America and the Caribbean, and of course the other MOLAC members who are present here. The Honorable Ms. Rennie Baptiste, Speaker of the OECS House of Assembly, and our very distinguished keynote speaker, Ms. Rita Tien Phu, also a member of MOLAC and the Director of the National Archives of Suriname and co-chair of Kabika Chen. Other distinguished panelists, of course, those of you who are joining us online, ladies and gentlemen. Truly, it is an honor and a privilege to be with you here in Kingstown for this very important sub-regional workshop. First, allow me to express UNESCO's deep gratitude to the government and people of Japan for their generous financial support, and of course, to the government and people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines for their invaluable partnership in the hosting and organization of this event. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, as we all know, too well have shown extraordinary resilience in the face of disasters, from the eruption of the La Soufrière volcano in 2021 to the devastating impact of Hurricane Beryl just last year. UNESCO was, of course, proud to stand in solidarity with you during these very difficult and trying times, providing technical support, providing digitization equipment to strengthen the National Archives, and today we reaffirm that solidarity and our commitment to helping you share your hard-won experiences, not just with the region, but across the world. Friends, we are meeting at a very critical time. Across the region, our documentary heritage, the records, manuscripts, audiovisual archives, and digital files that tell the story of our people is under growing threat. Hazards, human and natural hazards exacerbated by climate change, are no longer distant possibilities. They are our present reality. We all saw just last year in Barbados, one of the Caribbean's guardians of historical memory. They suffered heartbreaking loss due to fire and rain, destroying so many years of archival records. And just 2 weeks ago in Suriname, we also saw the destruction of very important heritage buildings. These events underscore an uncomfortable but also urgent truth. Safeguarding our memory is no longer optional. It is essential for our survival, for our governance, for our education, and of course, for our resilience. We're gathering here because we recognize a simple but powerful truth. Our documentary heritage is vital. It is the living memory of our nations, preserved through manuscripts, preserved through government records, through audiovisual archives, through oral histories, digital files, and in so many other examples. When disasters strike, our ability to access this memory can be life-saving and also a critical tool for rebuilding and for recovery. Yet, as we see, this heritage faces growing threats: rising seas, more frequent hurricanes, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and even cyber threats place our archives, our libraries, and our media organizations at risk. As one African proverb reminds us, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. The magnitude of the challenges that we face demand a collective and coherent response. No government, no media house, no archive, no library, no country can succeed alone. It requires partnership between archivists, broadcasters, educators, researchers, policymakers, the private sector, civil society. We need all hands on deck. Today's workshop is part of crafting, joining that collective journey and aims to help us to go further together. Over the next 2 days, we will of course deepen our understanding of the vulnerabilities facing our Caribbean institutions, sharing these experiences. We'll also share practical strategies for disaster risk reduction, conservation, and of course, digital preservation. We aim to strengthen collaboration between media, between archives, recognizing that broadcasters are not just news outlets, but they are memory creators and memory keepers. We also need to develop action plans tailored to the specific needs of our institutions and to the challenges facing our regions. And of course, building a community of practice that can extend beyond this room and support us as we move into the future. The research is clear. Preparedness actions can reduce disaster losses by 7 to 67 times the cost of these interventions. In other words, a stitch in time doesn't just save 9, it can save entire chapters of our history. Now, through UNESCO's Memory of the World program and guided by our 2015 recommendation on the preservation of documentary heritage, we are working with partners to conserve and digitize at-risk materials, to build local capacity, and shape supportive policies. We are also increasingly helping countries to leverage digital transformation, artificial intelligence, and access to information for more informed, inclusive, and transparent decision-making. These are critical ingredients for building more resilient, more sustainable, small island developing states. Participants, you're not just attending a workshop. You are helping to build the scaffolding for a stronger, more resilient Caribbean, one where the memory of our people is safeguarded against disaster and safeguarded against the ravages of time. Your presence here, I take as not just a testament to your dedication. I see it as an act of hope. I see it as an investment, a personal commitment in a Caribbean future where even in the face of fire, in the face of floods, in the face of storms, the soul, the identity of all Caribbean people can remain accessible, protected, and alive. Thank you for your commitment, and I wish us all a very productive and inspiring workshop over the coming 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hector, for your remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, I know we are required to manage time. And so far, we've come up with the solution to move into the group photo. In the interest of time, I know we can do a group photo outside. That'll be lovely. Lovely floral beachcombers. I should let you know. that the beach is just below the pool area. If you haven't visited the bar areas yet, you simply walk down that terrace area, and you can get to the pool and the bar and the beach and so forth is right below there. So get your swimsuits ready for this evening, tonight, I'm not sure. And by the way, it's safe, eh? Have no fear. Bathrooms are actually to the back, to my left, male and female, easily accessible. So while some discussions are being held as to whether or not we should do the group photo inside, I'd like to thank our speakers today, the Honorable René Batiste for bringing us the prayer. And I'm quite sure that the manner in which it was done as a good Anglican, many of us do appreciate the blessing that was brought on us to kickstart these proceedings. Also the Honorable Minister, Curtis King, for his remarks, reminding us about the importance of collaborating as we seek to preserve our history. And all the other speakers, Honorary Consul to Japan here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Mr. Anthony Regisford, I beg your pardon, the UNESCO representatives, Mrs. McDermott, and of course, Mr. Hector, the participants who are here from the various agencies, and of course, those of you who are visiting, it's a pleasure having you. Thank you so much for being here. Now, it's approximately 10:10, and the idea we have, if it is approved, is to simply move the head tables a bit forward, allow the folks at the head table to remain seated, and we join them by standing in about 2 or 3 rows right here so we can get the group photo done. Are there any objections? Right, and the photographers will assist in that regard. And we're doing this because we know we have the keynote speaker coming up. I looked at her list of topics and she would need the time. So if you please can bear with me and understand the circumstances of managing our time. You can feel free to stand, get those legs loose a bit, and get ready. Yes, get ready to stand right in this area. I think the tables can remain? Well, perfect. Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you. So please make your way up to the head table area, ladies and gentlemen. In the meantime, we can remove not the glasses, but the coffee and so forth from the head table. Yeah.
Do the keynote speaker and then go for the break because we have initially a 10:45. Maybe they will not be ready
Keynote
after
speaker.
the photo.
So this is like a little break right here. We're going to let them come back like 10 minutes. So this is like a 5-minute break, and then we come to the keynote speaker. People are a bit more refreshed.
Okay.
Right?
All right.
All right. Okay. If you're planning on returning to your seat, it's a good time to visit the coffee stand before you do so if you need to. If you need a 5 minutes, we'll allow the keynote speaker to get ready. Okay. These live adjustments sometimes can feel a bit too aggressive, but I think you've been excellent in making sure that we got the group photo done and without having to leave the room. A special thanks to the media and the technical team for facilitating the process this morning so far.
My presentation is
Is here?
somewhere there.
Oh,
Let's see.
okay. So how you? All right. So let me select next one. Yes, yes, yes. Read the microphone.
So thank you for being here today, this morning.
Love to stick around with
I understand. And I appreciate also your presence here this
It's
morning.
been an honor and pleasure for me.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
So I'm pretty sure you're going to have a successful workshop.
I'm sure of
Yes,
it.
you have a
And
PowerPoint,
also
eh?
the commitment of the Minister of Education is also important. So,
Good. So you're all set up.
yeah, thank you.
Excellent.
Yeah,
All right, you take care. I'm just gonna
thank you.
to the washroom.
So this is the correct one?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so I'll bring it up for you just now. So just previous and next.
Yes.
This has been a little bit difficult to follow because it's on this one page. So you're right here.
Yeah, Chin Fu. Rita Chin Fu.
Oh, Rita Chin?
Chin Fu.
Chin Fu.
Yes. The pronunciation sometimes.
Oh, okay, very good. Because when you say chin, I would actually write CH.
No.
So T. So this is this Mandarin?
Yes, of Mandarin.
Okay. Director, National Archives. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the timer on the break is moving in the get ready. Moving slowly to the get ready position. I'm sure you've had your coffee, you've had some orange juice. You got some numbers, email addresses, talked about what you're going to do this evening. An orange juice? I beg your pardon. Was it golden apple juice maybe? Or cherry? It's water? Agua. We are getting ready for our keynote speaker. But we have a surprise for you, by the way, when we are seated for the keynote speaker. I think there's an interview outside, so we'll give someone a chance to get back in. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Melissa, you coming back? No. Oh, well, you can still sit up. You can still sit up. Yeah, yeah.
I just want to listen to the presentation.
All right, I think we are at the set position now to restart. We have coming up our featured speaker, but there's a surprise. I was surprised myself. Someone in the room is celebrating today. It's a friend of mine, it's a friend of yours. She's an archivist. Oh, I just gave it away. Gian Julian. Today's her birthday, ladies and gentlemen. And in true Caribbean fashion. You're welcome, you're welcome. Well, that was as impromptu as it could get, I can tell you that. So you're mommy's birthday gift?
Not today, darling.
So mommy was earlier? All right. Minister King seems to know the entire genealogy. I'm not going to get myself in trouble there. Jane and I, we studied together, always an excellent friend. And it's a pleasure to see her working in this very important field of ours and in the Caribbean. So our featured speaker, ladies and gentlemen, I'm advised. She has a Mandarin name, and I am not going to butcher this, my God. Miss Rita Chen Fu. She's Director, National Archives of Suriname, and she is co-chair of the Caribbean regional branch of the International Council on Archives, and in particular, of course, as it relates to this conference, the Caribbean Heritage Emergency Network. I would like to invite her, please, to present here this morning.
So, good morning, honorable delegates, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, online and also in the room. And I especially want to recognize the Minister of Education and Reconciliation, Minister Curtis King. Good morning to all. As co-chair of the Caribbean branch of the International Archives and especially the subsidiary Caribbean Heritage Emergency Network, and member of the Memory of the World for the International Advisory Committee, I am honored to join you at this conference. Our gathering today is not only timely, but as the speakers before me already mentioned, it's necessary. I extend my heartfelt thanks also to Mr. Paul Hector for his kind invitation and also for his dedication to the protection and preservation of our documentary heritage. So I start my presentation with this picture. This picture was taken in 2017 when the Caribbean was devastated by Hurricane Irma, Jose, and Maria. These Category 5 storms carved a path of destruction across our region, with places like St. Martin, Dominica, and the British Virgin Islands suffering particularly devastating losses. And among the damage, boxes of irreplaceable records, letters, maps, photographs, birth and land registries, gone in mere hours. So my next picture. Mr. Paul Hector already mentioned it earlier. This picture is from 2 weeks ago. Tragedy struck in Suriname. A devastating fire engulfed part of the historic inner city of Paramaribo, a UNESCO World Heritage Site. And on the morning of April 17, 5 heritage buildings were lost to the flames. And the fire began in an abandoned building formerly used by the Ministry of Social Affairs, and within hours, a part of our architectural memory was reduced to ashes. So in this case, disaster management plan is necessary, is important, it's imperative, but also the involvement of commitment of government. And I'm very glad that the minister is here today and also listening to my keynote address. These events are not isolated incidents. They are part of a larger troubling pattern. One that highlights both the vulnerability of our region and the urgency of our mission to protect and preserve our documentary heritage. So why does documenting heritage matter? Despite our differences in language, size, and culture, Caribbean nations are deeply connected through a shared, complex history marked by colonization, slavery, exploitation, and indentureship, but mostly also by resilience, creativity, and cultural richness. In fact, our heritage is a living tapestry of struggle and triumph, and our documentary records are the threads that hold it all together. So when the minister mentioned Caribbean civilization, allow me, Minister, I'm going to use this term in my speech, Caribbean civilization. I love that terminology because it's about our identity, but it's also about Caribbean civilization, and it's also part of the history of humankind. So Next slide. So documentary heritage matters to Caribbean identity, culture, and governance. And I mentioned already, besides the contribution to Caribbean civilization, documents like parliamentary records are more than historical artifacts. They are tools for accountability and truth, and they help us to understand the decisions and debate that shaped our society. Other documents, land rights and historical records, maps and land documents play a key role in legal and social justice. They are often the evidence or the only evidence community have to assert their rights to land. And these materials show how deeply documentary heritage can affect people's lives by safeguarding their history, we're also protecting their rights. And engaging community through documentary heritage, this process not only strengthens identity, but also empowers people to celebrate their heritage and pass it on to future generations. And the minister already mentioned, he was looking for information about his old headmaster. And in fact, within mere seconds, mere minutes, he should have the information. But it took him, was it 7 years, Minister? Yes. Yeah, 7 years. And that is troubling, you know. And this brings me to the importance of the UNESCO Memory of the World program. The speakers before me already mentioned and emphasized the importance of this program to the world, but also for the Caribbean identity. It is not only about safeguarding this documentary heritage, it's preserving, and I emphasize again, preserving our Caribbean identity, fostering resilience, and securing the right of future generation. And I especially want to highlight the 2015 recommendation concerning the preservation of and access to documentary heritage, including digital form, that was adopted by the General Conference of the UNESCO in 2015. It has impacted memory institutions and also government. It has helped institutions to improve their skills, upholding international standards, and also offering a framework for collaboration. And this recommendation is especially important and imperative for the preservation of all heritage naturally, but especially digital heritage. Across the world, efforts to safeguard documentary heritage are ongoing, but they are not without challenges. One group doing important work in this area, and I want to highlight this, is the Memory of the World Committee for the Asian and Pacific region. The MOCAP register has proven to be crucial to identify and raise awareness around collection of regional significance, often leading to increased regional dialogue and cooperation. And the Memory of the World Committee for Asian and Pacific region, they work closely with PARBICA. That's the Pacific Regional Branch of the International Council on Archives. Regional collaboration are being established everywhere. They collaborated to organize a workshop to develop a specific action plan for the implementation of the UNESCO recommendation on documentary heritage, with the focus on disaster risk reduction and the preservation of documentary heritage. Furthermore, PARBICA has developed a record-keeping toolkit for good governance. And the strength of this toolkit is that it has been developed for and by Pacific states. They develop modules over 3 disaster-related topics: developing a disaster preparedness plan, developing a disaster response plan, and developing a disaster recovery plan. And I emphasize it is about preparedness, it is about response, and it's about recovery. And I'm happy to see that the MOLAC recently signed an MOU with the MOCAP region. And interestingly, their experience offers some most of usual comparison that we are facing now here in the region. So regional collaboration within institutions, but also within the memory of the world committees are imperative to face the challenges today. What we learned so far is that no country, no matter how wealthy or well-equipped, has all the answers when it comes to preserving its documentary history. Each country faces own unique issues. Some are focusing on protecting materials from natural disasters, while others are more concerned with digital preservation. Japan, for example, is known for actively educating people about the risks to their heritage and taking action to prevent damage before it happens. In contrast, many institutions in Western Europe enjoy solid preservation conditions, but even they often report or have a lack of strong financial or moral backing from their governments. In fact, this is something we hear all over the world. There may be laws and practice in place to protect historical records, but those laws aren't always fully enforced or supported. Going back to our region, we have to take into account that our geographic isolation and fragmented jurisdiction are risks when faced with disaster, man-made or natural. A single hurricane, earthquake, or volcano eruption can destroy not only infrastructure and homes, but also libraries, archives, museums, and sacred places, taking with them the stories and records that define who we are. And we saw this firsthand. The earthquakes in Haiti in 2010 and 2021, the eruption of La Soufrière here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines in 2021, and the impact of Hurricane Dorian on the Bahamas in 2019. Last year, the fire in Barbados, this year in Suriname. Each of these disasters has left deep scars on our culture and documentary heritage. And along the physical damage, we have seen the erasure of intangible heritage, oral history, rituals, and practices that are vital to community identity and cohesion. So when we talk about preserving our documentary heritage, we're really talking about protecting the memory of who we are. And so I must ask you all, are we prepared here in the region? Are we doing enough to preserve our documentary heritage? And the honest answer is, we're not yet prepared. Many of our documentary heritage institutions still lack comprehensive disaster preparedness plans. And too many valuable collections remain vulnerable, unprotected, and undocumented. There are no inventories or indexes. So flooding, tropical storms, and other man-made and natural disasters are threats that are becoming frequent and intense here in the region. So, in fact, what are the specific challenges in preserving documentary heritage in disaster-prone regions like ours? I already mentioned it. The islands are scattered geographically, culturally, linguistically, socially, and economically. And consequently, coordination of deploying expertise, resources, and material during emergency is challenging because the islands are spread over the Caribbean Sea. Second challenge, knowledge sharing in heritage protection is limited in its reach, and many places lack heritage management experts who can lead response effort and teach others. So investing in young professionals is also a challenge here in the region. So preparedness and training for heritage protection during emergency is generally lacking and not adapted for context-specific needs and capacity. And I have to say, it's not embedded in the existing national crisis response mechanism. Normally, when the National Disaster Management Agency are going somewhere to save lives of humans and buildings and so on, they are not thinking about protecting, preserving documentary heritage. If there's a building housing, for instance, really authentic material, they go in, the fire department go in, and then they use their water hoses and so on. So this is very important to embed our disaster management plan in existing national crisis response mechanism. The third one, state of existing facilities and structure. The current state of infrastructure for culture emergency response is the following. Individual institutions, usually led by state national archives or libraries or others, act alone or in small groups to respond to disaster-affected individual islands. And many islands lack trained emergency response personnel, and also implementers are not distributed sufficiently or widely equally across the region. And this is aggravated when, in the event of disaster, movement of emergency response personnel becomes increasingly difficult as travel distances increase. And islands generally have limited access to material resources for emergency response. And typically, the logistic aspect is very difficult and challenges and expensive when disasters strike. So these are the challenges we are confronted here in the region, ladies and gentlemen. So these are suggestions, takeaway. Based on the challenges, what should be the action plan for the coming 5 years? What must be strengthened? What must we do to strengthen our practices as heritage institution? And not just individual efforts, but coordinated, well-resourced, and also regionally aligned strategies. And you have it on the screen. Develop and share disaster preparedness protocols tailored to the Caribbean. Invest in training and capacity building so that every institution has someone who knows what to do before the storm hits. I already mentioned preparedness, response and recovery. Establish mutual support system between territories. We are stronger together. And the fourth, embrace digital preservation, not as a tool for technology, but as a lifeline to ensure that at least one copy is stored somewhere else and can survive the storm. But the last one, that's also equally important, is to establish partnership with the media. They are not only media keepers, but also creators. And I hope in the coming days, today or tomorrow, that we can also discuss this topic with the stakeholders. So I want to to conclude with this picture, do better. Let's today event not be more about sharing informations, seeing colleagues celebrating birthdays. Let it be a turning point for us all. It's not optional. It's about preserving our identity for future generation. And why is this picture so important? This is a picture from Dominica in 2017. Come in, we're open. But when you open the door, what do you see there? It's about access of documentary heritage. And we have to make sure that behind the closed door, that all the documentary heritage are being preserved, the digital documentary heritage as well. Thank you, and see you today.
Thank you so much, Ms. Fu, for your presentation here this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can imagine, apart from having to manage the way we've been preserving our documented history, heritage, and so forth, we have to manage our time. And we are scheduled for a break. So I am strongly advising that we move expeditiously to the break. We are moving towards the restaurant area, as I was hinting to earlier, very close to the beach. But don't get too caught up with the beach just yet. It's only a 15-minute break. We'll get that break, and then we would return so that we can at least get these 2 other sessions in before the lunch period. And that way, we will be on a smooth sailing course this afternoon, right into what I see based on the program is expected to be quite exquisite and exciting. So let's manage our time very well. Okay, so head table. All right, good. So we got the nod, we're good to go. So please, thank you very much for your patience this morning. We'll proceed to the restaurant area.
CMR Sounds.
Explicit, boy.
Impact of disasters on documentary heritage. This is intended to be a panel discussion. It would feature, or this session would examine the vulnerabilities of Caribbean memory institutions in the face of disasters, highlighting key lessons and the strategies to assess risks and strengthen the resilience of archives, libraries, and the media organizations. Key questions to consider: what are the vulnerabilities of Caribbean memory institutions? And I'm sure that's an easy question to answer. We've mulled over them all morning, but we can go deeper in these discussions. How can we better assess disaster risks for archives, media organizations, and libraries? Well, the session moderator here is Beverly. She's already at the head table. She's National Librarian from the National Library of Norway.
We don't want no butter that I need a stress reliever. 2 drinks in the hand and a girl in the middle. Like the gun we need to find the middle. For the sake of peace of mind, so the middle of the road is where you'll find me and my friend and them, because we work so hard all week. We deserve a party. We deserve.
He's not. St. John is here? Oh, he's not here. Okay. All right. But Mr. Vincent Reed is with us. Yes, Mr. Reed is all the way down to my right there at the end of that table. All right, great. So, seeing that we are pretty much settled, And my friend from Jamaica is ready. Let's invite Miss Lashley. Are you presenting from the head table, or you prefer to come right here and do it? Perfect. Come, please. Thank you. Please welcome her, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. No. It's still morning, right? So good morning, everyone. And I'll do like the others and say all protocols observed. But I really want to thank the UNESCO local organizing committee, as well as those from Jamaica, Dr. Paul Hector, for organizing this workshop. It's also timely because you know what is coming up soon, June. All right? But they've asked me to moderate this session, and I'm also fortunate that the chair of the workshop, he gave the panelists the names of the panelists already. So in order to save on time and the whole title, but I'll just respond again and give you the title, which is Understanding the Risk, the Impact of Disasters on Documentary Heritage. I mean, all our presenters so far have been giving you the whole background about what is happening in the region. And I'm hearing some data as well that I didn't know. So I'm actually thinking, Dr. Hector, that I need to have a talk with you, because we need to get all of these things documented of recent disasters that have happened to our documentary heritage. But with saying all of that, just want to say that the Caribbean region, it has been plagued with various natural hazards. We have hurricanes and associated hazards. We have the floods, the landslides, earthquakes, volcanoes, and this makes the region's ecosystems and inhabitants vulnerable to loss, destruction, injury, and to death. Not sure how many of you know about the whole history of what's really going on in the region, but it was in 1979 when we had Hurricane David that in the Caribbean region, persons began to take disaster management really serious, because we had 80% of the persons in, what country was that? Anybody knows? Dominica. 80% of them were homeless. And that is the reason why the Caribbean governments really started focusing on disasters. So you've already heard the panelists, and you've already heard their positions. So I'm not going to go through that again. I will just use this opportunity now to call on Mr. John Angus Martin to begin speaking on the whole risk and the impact of disasters on documentary heritage.
Excuse me? Huh? It doesn't fill the screen? Ah, okay. Okay, I'm going to talk about the impact of Hurricane Beryl on Carriacou and Petite Martinique. I guess the people of St. Vincent are fully aware of the impact in the other Grenadine islands as well. But before I begin, I want to say one thing. We speak of these disasters as natural disasters, and we assume that we can do nothing about it. But I think the greater disaster that we're confronted with is called neglect, and it's human-created. And these things are only exacerbated by our neglect of the state of our documentary heritage, the state of our archives, lack thereof, and these other things. So I think it really needs to begin with us. We need to not concentrate on disasters. We need to concentrate on what it is we have done or not done and how we can change that. But in the case of Hurricane Beryl, so just going to give you a little idea, a little introduction to destruction, the Carriacou historical buildings and sites that were affected, the impact on intangible cultural heritage, which is something we don't always think about, and the impacts on documentary heritage. In May 2024, I was part with several people in this room as well. As a team of experts from Grenada, St. Vincent, and UNESCO, as part of the Grenadines Islands Group advisory mission, looking at the possibility of applying for World Heritage status for the Grenadines, because we believe that the Grenadines are pretty unique, and they're not just unique in the sense that they're small islands with these interesting natural and historical memory, but because they're a microcosm of the Caribbean as a World Heritage Site, to represent in a way the Eastern Caribbean as well as even, or the entire Caribbean. That was in May. In July, on July 1st, Hurricane Beryl struck. Even though Grenada was affected, the northern part of Grenada, the majority of the damage was really in the Grenadines. I remember sitting in St. George's, and if we didn't have the app, we wouldn't know where the hurricane was because we had such little effect, even somewhat 20 miles away. So it's really in the northern part of Grenada and the Grenadines, of course. The effect was tremendous. The destruction was unbelievable, as with any of these storms that we are getting now. The increasing severity of these storms and almost making us feel like there's nothing we can do in these little places when you look at the effect that it has had on islands like Carriacou and Petite Martinique. We often think of buildings as just, in the case of the Anglican Church, as just a church, but in that church were records. We normally don't think of it because we see the destruction of the church itself and the purpose that it serves, but churches also keep records, and they keep a big part of our individual or very personal documentary heritage. When we want to find out our genealogy, churches are very important. So when the damage happens, it's not just to the building, it's to the records as well. This is what happened to the St. Patrick's Catholic Church in Hillsborough. And these were just some of the more historical structures that were there. There are lots of other smaller churches, newer churches that were also affected. This is one of the sites that we looked at when we were going around. One of the primary, this had the largest number of enslaved people that got reparations in 1936 for Grenada. Even though it was a plantation on Carriacou, this had over 400 and something enslaved people. This represented quite a lot in Carriacou's history because it was a sugar plantation, cotton plantation, and produced limes in the 1900s. And you can see some of the destruction. The building with the tower is totally gone. This is another plantation, Bele, but it was used as a cultural site where they would stage Maroon Fest. And that entire structure, which we have talked about restoring for decades, it's no longer even there to be restored anymore. It's gone. And just two examples of buildings that are now gone. The destruction of these, and not just the building structures, but the mangroves. Carriacou has some really interesting, important mangroves in Tyrrell Bay. And actually, many ships and boats and yachts went into the bay thinking they were going to be protected, but they were totally trashed. And looking at this is the Carriacou Historical Museum. The entire top floor of it was destroyed, and that's where all of its documents were. Every piece of its document were in the top floor, the objects were on the bottom floor, and the entire top floor was gone. And there's probably very little that could have been saved, but again, we did not have a disaster rescue plan, so people were worried about themselves, which is understandable, and nobody even looked at this for the first few weeks after the disaster. Again, and these are things we need to think about when a disaster happens, who is going to actually deal with this? Because people are worried about themselves, and that's totally understandable. But we need to figure out if this stuff is important to us, how do we deal with it? This is I did not visit the island at that time, and I got information from somebody who was here, and she was saying that everything that was there received water damage or was blown away. There seemed to be some water damage documents scattered around the building and the debris. It is not clear what is the status of the contents of the lower floor, as no one has examined it to date, but it at least appears secure at the moment. Because the upper floor had a wooden floor, water entered the lower level via the wooden ceiling, resulting in damage to contents and flooding. There's also mold that develops because the building was left closed up, again, because there was nobody to actually go in and do anything. I think that for me, the important thing here is that we need to come up with, as this is all about disaster, but I think some of this could have been avoided if we had a pre-plan of how we view these archives, these documentary heritage. It should have been scanned. Like when we hear what happened in Barbados with the lightning struck, and they're like, we were just getting ready to put in a fire system. And I'm like, no, maybe you should actually be digitizing. That should have been the first thing. So we need to figure out which are the best things to do first. You know, maybe digitizing is the first thing. If the records themselves go, we have the copies. And those we could share with everybody. So I think this is just an example. You know, what do we do? Where do we go from here? So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. You know what is happening though? It's like us in Jamaica, we don't have this detailed information because I did a presentation maybe about 2 months ago, and I did find some newspaper clippings, information on this disaster, but not so detailed. I mean, it's frightening to see what has happened to the churches and the whole museum with the whole collection. It's gone. All right? So anyway, you must be finding some way of how to deal with that. But I'm going to call on now Miss Jasmine Simmons, who is the Director of Heritage Library Division, and she's coming from Trinidad in Nallis. I guess she's going to give us a different perspective. So let's welcome her.
Hello, good morning. Let me start this up. Thank you so much, Angus, for sharing your experience. And I know that we are not near that particular experience, but I hope that what I'm able to share with you will add to some of the discussions that we will have. So I'm just going to talk about vulnerabilities in Caribbean institutions, the Trinidad experience. I should have said the Trinidad and Tobago experience. So the Scarborough Public Library, which is in Tobago, has had some interesting experiences. In 1920, the Tobago Public Library operated as a subscription type of library, requiring patrons to pay a fee for access. I'm too young to be able to remember those days. On April the 26th, 1948, it merged with the Trinidad and Tobago Central Library to become the regional library. It was the headquarters for Tobago. It was also referred to as the Scarborough Regional Library. Let me just get here. Oh. Just trying to find the cursor. Okay, right here. Right, okay. So on 11th of April 1983, the library moved into its own accommodations. Oh, you're seeing my notes and not the picture. Something happened here. Yeah.
What you want to use it?
I want the picture, not the notes.
Oh, so it just connects.
Right.
So it just connects.
No, go back.
Right. So this is what's on the slide.
Oh. That's supposed to be. They're supposed to be on this slide.
You want that now?
Yeah. Right. Okay. Something happened there. I just talk it through. On the 11th of April 1983, the Scarborough Library moved into its own accommodation at the Garden site, Scarborough. Though incomplete at first, limited services were held with adult insurance services. However, the infrastructure was plagued with being in a swampy area. Rising tides caused water seepage, particularly in the below-the-ground auditorium. On April 22nd, almost our anniversary, 1997, a damaging 6.1 earthquake occurred off the south coast of Tobago that worsened conditions, causing the concrete in the roof, cracking in the concrete, and severe leaks. By 1999, the services had to cease. The library was temporarily relocated to the TechVoc wing of the Signal Hill Secondary School. On February 2015, beautiful, huh? Very nice. The Scarborough Library was reopened to its new facility. It cost over $86 million to construct, complete with fire suppression system, fire extinguishers, fire hose reels, fire sprinkling system, fire pump, the works. One drawback, however, is that the technicians who had to maintain these services were in Trinidad and in Tobago. And of course, everybody knows you have to take a plane, pigeon, or a boat to go between Trinidad and Tobago. So to troubleshoot any type of repair, they had to come from there to be able to do it. And definitely this takes a lot of time and money. On March 25th, 2025, at approximately 2:45 p.m., you see a little fire right there, a little smoke? Right. A little fire occurred at the Scarborough Library facility. While roof works were in progress, for the past 4 months, the librarians had become accustomed to hearing the sound of the workmen in the roof. Apparently, the librarians and the whole Tobago Library Services were given the approval to do some upgrade work on the library, and the roof and the painting. So they started to do the painting. So they had this roof repair work taking place up on the roof. However, on the afternoon of March 25th, staff at the admin section noticed an unusual sound followed by smoke emanating from the ceiling. At the sound of the alarm, the administrative staff immediately evacuated the building, alerting the members to really go to the muster point, which was on the Botanical Gardens. Our records show that there was about 197 persons in the building, including staff, patrons, and people just working in and around. At 3:30, and I want you to know the time, 2:45, at 3:30, 6 emergency response entities were on site. The Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, the Trinidad and Tobago Fire Service, the Tobago Emergency Response, WASA, the Water and Sewage Authority, the Trinidad and Tobago Electricity Commission. Apparently, heat transfer from the application of the waterproofing membrane to the concrete services led to the ignition. You see the damage here. The ignition likely started a small, slow-burning fire, which explains reports of a burning scent from mid-morning. By 2:30, the fire had progressed along the radiant barrier, causing visible smoke to emerge from the ceiling. Right? The entire library had a strong smoke odor due to the burning of materials in the ceiling in the administrative unit. In some areas, the floors and staircases were wet. Now, we did not have the type of destruction that Angus, of course, experienced, but of course, it would have interrupted our flow and our services because the libraries had to be closed. People had to be shuttled to other library spaces to begin their work off-site, and of course, it was just a general inconvenience. When they took the walk around on the next day, they noticed electricity was cut off, while some of the main areas remained intact. The administration section sustained most of the effects of the fire, with several missing tiles exposing the damaged insulation and the sky to the aluminum. So you see the damage that was interested there. So I flip now to Trinidad. Now, as you see, in this Tobago experience, let me just crown this off by saying they had everything else in place. Previously, when they were emerging, of course, they wouldn't have had that type of disaster preparedness and stuff like that. But as the building was built and it's a new building, you wouldn't have thought anything like this would have happened. But they were quite prepared with their suppression systems and sprinkler systems and testing, and they had everything listed out when you're supposed to test the system, when and where and how. So they were quite prepared to be able to handle this type of situation. However, really nobody really prepares you for it when it actually happens, and you just have to put your plans into place and go. So, National Library Building, beautiful, yes? This is in Trinidad and Tobago. It's a tiered, reinforced, concrete, flat slab structure with drop panels and column capitals on a piled foundation. Ooh, says a lot, right? There are 7 upper floors, reinforced concrete roof, and a basement level, which provides 2,600 square foot. Now, I'll just give it a little teaser here. It has a concrete roof, but never do a concrete roof. It will plague you till you die, because it forever leaks. Construction was completed around 2000. In August 2018, earthquake struck Trinidad and Tobago. The earthquake damaged the structure of the building with falling ceiling tiles, down wires, broken tiles, tiles falling off the wall, overturned desks and tables and chairs. The Nalis executive took a decision that we would operate off-site. Couva. Many people didn't know where Couva Library was, but we found it anyway. Like some of the destruction that would have occurred. The down tiles, things hanging from the ceiling. On each level, crack walls, wall delamination, deterioration, excessive deflection, and or apparent distress were recorded, and photographs was taken. Now, this is 2018. To this day, these cracks still remain in 2025. So as we're speaking about emergency preparedness and response, in 2005, Mr. Randy Silverman, Preservation Librarian at the University of Utah, did a preservation assessment of Nalis. And in 2005, and it is still applicable today. And this is the things that he advised us. And I really am glad that I put this in the slide because it was right in tune with what Rita had said this morning about developing certain protocols for us to be able to live by. He said, create an emergency preparedness plan, identifying material recovery procedures for the library. Practice the plan and update it at least annually to ensure that the names and phone numbers remain current. Now, this is 2005, this is written, and it is still so very relevant now because I am hearing about people not even having plans or updating the plans. He says, create baseline documentation of your collection's current condition by simply videotaping it, all aspects of the building interior, and storing the tape off-site, most importantly. He says, back up your electronic records regularly and store the backups off-site. conduct regular familiarization tours with the fire department to elicit awareness of high-value collection locations, distribute copies of the disaster plan to appropriate personnel, and store off-site. As I said, our disaster plan was created in 2005. But unfortunately for us, it remained a plan 20 years later. Our executive team and board has agreed that this must be addressed. When I was doing some research for the workshop, I pulled out the disaster plan and I realized, oh wow, 2005, okay, numbers here going. You know, of course, all the numbers for the police service, the fire, the ambulance, everybody. Of course, those persons no longer this. Some of them probably dead. And then we had different plans for libraries all over Trinidad and Tobago. Some of these libraries don't exist anymore. We have new libraries in this place. Now we have to add new libraries that we just opened in the Hocata and different areas. So it is totally obsolete. Additionally, the plan had no record with regard to our ICTs and computers. And we have changed so much since 2005 from your big cell phones to your long cell phone, to your little itty-bitty cell phone, to your tablet, to all different things that we have now that would need updated, changing, and to be addressed. And talk about the work that we have done digitally, you know, scanning, putting all your things online. And don't forget, you have to, even while you're addressing all your digital stuff in the online environment, you have to take care of your originals. You must. So it is hoped that even as we continue to discuss, that we will develop a Caribbean disaster plan so that we can better assist each other in the region. No one must be left behind. And in the following presentation, I will give you a little piece of the answer to developing that Caribbean disaster plan. Thank you very much. Take this off. I don't know.
No. Thank you, sir. And thank you, Ms. Simmons, because I like your last suggestion about Caribbean, developing a Caribbean disaster plan. And that's something, Dr. Hector, we need to have some conversation, because I didn't know as well all this about Trinidad. I have a lot of documentation of what happens in the region, you know, but I didn't, I know why, because I had left the disaster. I was working on a Caribbean disaster project, so I'd left it by then, so that is why I wouldn't have known about that occurrence in Trinidad. But thank you so much for highlighting these. And now I'm going to call on Mr. Vincent Reed. Your program shows that he is a solid waste superintendent, CWSA, but a lot of you don't know that Mr. Reed has documented a lot on disasters in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I've not seen the work yet, but it's at least some 80-page documents. We've covered religion, various subject areas. So, you know, me and him going to have a whole lot of conversation. So we need to have these documents out. We don't just produce them, but they need to be known in the region. All right? So Dr. Hector, that's another project again there. All right? I'm going to hold you to it, sir. We need to get the word out. So let's welcome Mr. Reed.
Pleasant good morning to you all, and for those of you who are visiting my island, welcome to St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Yes, I'm short. Well, yeah, bring it up. I'm tall now. I'm not going to be very long. I just want to jog your mind to a few things as we go along. We've listened to all the areas that were damaged by different disasters and the things that were destroyed. I'm a crazy thinker, so I'm going in a different direction here. Somebody created them, right? Somebody wrote them, somebody collected them, somebody had them there, and they were preserved. Somebody did it. Well, let's go beyond the disaster now. Let's go past and let's start thinking that we need to document what we have, because that's the same thing you're trying to save, right? The documentation. But somebody's got to do it. So let's look at documenting what exists. Not too long ago, after the 2021 volcanic eruption here in St. Vincent, UNESCO, through Madam Henry and the National Trust, Henry Rose, that is, asked me to find all the cultural and historical sites across mainland St. Vincent and to document the condition they were in after the eruption. I'm not going to show you that right now. I'm going to tell you about something with regards to that. That whole exercise caused me to start thinking, where are they? And I went looking for them. And I used little or no documentation. Why? I couldn't find any. It's as simple as that. There are sites that I could not find any information on. And this whole exercise took me about 6 months. And this is 6 months counting it in hours. So like, I start looking at stuff 3, 4 o'clock in the evening, and 1, 2 o'clock I still at it, I ain't find nothing yet for some sites. It took me that long to understand, and then I changed the focus and went to some of the areas and start seeking out the very senior citizens and asked them about the sites to get their oral hand down from parents. Thank you very much. The memory that they have up here. And that's what I did to get a lot of the information on, especially those that were not easily acquired. So that brings me around to asking a few questions, and that's what I want to jog your mind with. There are little or no, before I get to that, there are little or no disaster plan for these sites. And that is something that we need to change first and foremost. So, just a little example. You take, and for those Vincentians who would know, 13 Stones historical site that is way down, way up on the leeward western slope of St. Vincent, with a bird's eye straight line, almost level view of La Soufrière volcano. What happens to those sites during a volcanic eruption? More importantly, what happens after? Who is responsible? Before and after. We talk about preserving things and documenting stuff, but these sites are actually, they're tangible. And we also need to protect them, because you can write as much as you can and document as much as you can about the sites. If you do not take care, pay attention to them some more, one of these days all you will have is the documentation, right? And that is true for 3 petroglyphs in St. Vincent. We often talk of the Leyu petroglyph, being one of the biggest and most defined, best defined. In 1922, a geologist or one of those other historians documented a second petroglyph in Lehigh River. He said about 2 miles downstream from the main petroglyph. Well, I've been looking for that for a while now. I've not found it. The documentation is there, but it cannot be found. Kirby, we all know Dr. Earl Kirby, documented a petroglyph in Peter's Hope, midway between the surf, I'm using his words, the surf and the old factory building. I took one evening, 4 hours, and I crisscrossed that area in the hot sun. I found nothing, but it's documented. He also documented a petroglyph in Lomans Bay. I searched. I didn't find anything, but it's documented. My point is this: if we actually have tangible records of our history, they themselves serve as memories, and we ought to make an effort to preserve them, protect them, especially before and after a disaster. I want your mind to think about that. What are you actually documenting? What are you putting forward for memory of the world? What are those documents? Somebody wrote them, but they did them based on, in a lot of times, something tangible. Where are those tangibles? And how are we going to protect them? Thank you.
What interesting questions you've been asking. I hope you all as the participants having some questions ready. Because while I talk this, please have your questions ready for my panel. Because a lot of questions you should be asking now. But in Jamaica, we have a Legal Deposit Act of 2004. I don't know if you have that here in St. Vincent. And if not, again, I'm going to charge the librarians here to, they could work with us and look at the act that we have and get one. By law, if you don't deposit the documents, you can actually be arrested. You can be fined. All right? It's not so frightening as arrested, but you can be fined. All right? So, any questions out there? Anyone? The microphones are on the table, and for the panelists, the microphones are there as well. Any questions? No? So they've been quite clear? We have a question over here? Yeah, you may go ahead.
Hi. The examples that we've seen are from a lot of larger islands. So if you're really teeny tiny, like Nevis, where I'm from, what steps would you prioritize? Because obviously you want to do all of it, but if you're dealing with very, very limited resources, is there 1 or 2 things in terms of emergency preparedness to stick out?
All right, I think they have a session tomorrow about disaster, institutional, what is it, action plans, right? But I'm just saying as well, you would also have to list your priority areas, the collections, which ones are vital, which one of your records are important, which ones are useful. You have to do that. That's work you'll have to do. And in the practical session, you'll have to do it. All right? So I took away that question from the panel. I don't know if anybody on the panel wants to respond. Yes.
Just to say that yes, you have to establish your own salvage priorities because there are different things when a disaster strikes, it affects different people-based material, different types of material differently. So you have to know what are you going to spend time in rescuing first. So I like the fact that we're going to go into that a little later in session tomorrow, because you have to have a working knowledge of every single aspect, every document, every book, every artifact within your collection and what affects it, and what you can do to be able to establish some quick solve methods. And in the next section, I'll give you a little hint about some of the one of the places that you can call for that type of help.
I just want to say something on the larger view. I think when we think of these institutions, we tend to think of them as closed places, places that capture documents, or whatever, film, or whatever the case is. But really what it is we capture in there is information. And we need to think of that information as how we get that from one, to keep that information around. I think I know this to librarians and people like that manage all of these institutions, but I think sometimes we protect those documents and we don't allow the information to go out. So I think we need to think of that larger view, that this is the information, when we talk about identity and heritage, that is the thing that we really are protecting. It's really not just this paper or this book, it's really about information. And our primary goal should be, how do we keep that information around for generations? And it may not be in that source that we have it to begin with. It may not be the original source. So maybe our goal should not be just protect the source, but protect the information. And what is the best way we can protect that information is digitization maybe, or microfilming, or whatever the case is, but our goal really is about that information and not that document itself.
What? Yes, you may. Come. You can come. Oh.
I want to just support what Agnes is saying in terms of the possibilities and looking at it from a librarian's perspective, look at the information, decide on quick digitization strategies. Your first would probably be to scan that material, and then you could look for an open source software that suits your needs. Back home in St. Lucia, we use the Greenstone software. It's free, and it helps us to organize that information in digestible forms that are easily accessible by our patrons. Because like Angus says, we don't just want to be storekeepers and protecting the information. We want to ensure that we are able to share that information with the public. And I'm a firm believer in the use of open source software. And of course, if you can purchase a version that gives you a little bit more flexibility with the database.
Thank you very much.
Another issue as well is that your metadata needs to be on point. If you're going to create that digital object, you have to make sure you know how to properly describe that. And that is some of the issues that we have. We have so many different ways of saying things in the Caribbean. You know, I say potato, you say potato. You know, we have to be able to say when we put that meaning, that metadata in, you're able to easily retrieve that digital. And then, yes, we are scanning and we're digitizing. Where are you going to store that information? How are you going to make that information accessible off-site? If someone, like last year, I traveled to Florida, and I'm 3 o'clock in the morning, yes, I'm in the airport, and I was on this final, I call it Final Frontier Airlines, and we reached the airport, and all the systems were down, because somebody had hacked it, everything. So I'm wondering, how am I going to get home? So we stood there and sat down for hours until somehow you can reboot the system so we can actually get to clear the gates and go to the plane. Now, these kind of cyber attacks happen all the time. To the British Library, they're still trying to recover from the loss of their data. So yes, I believe in digitization. We have a very robust digitization system within the National Library, but we are plagued with storage. where you're going to store that information, because it becomes voluminous. We probably have thousands and thousands of information files of newspaper clippings organized in a subject, LOC subject matter that few people may be able to access unless you come in the National Library. Digitizing that is a headache and a half. So yes, digitization, but also where you store it as well, you need to consider.
Okay. The conversation is going interesting places. You also have cloud storage, and you also have the private sector. You work along with them and get funding, write your project document. So those are just some ideas put out. Yes, sir.
My name is Peter. I'm from Aruba. What we did the last couple of years was digitize a lot of things, and we got to the point that it would be or become really, really expensive to store everything, especially when you want to make it available online. There are special collections in the Aruba National Library. We're not only talking about documents, but also about humanity digitized, glass-based negatives, photographs, and decades and decades of newspapers as well. Our digital collection, which we have joined forces with the Aruba National Archives and a lot of other partners locally, and also archives and libraries and museums in other parts of the world that have collections that are in the Caribbean or Aruba related. We found a way to make that, and that's, we have over 8 terabytes of information online at the moment, and we're paying $0 for it. We teamed up with the Internet Archive, which is a nonprofit based in the US, but it's a global nonprofit. And that really worked for us as a solution to not only have our information off-site, off-island, but also have it available to everybody around the world. And that's also what Angus was talking about. Yeah, it's information you're sitting on, and you're on an island. You have opening hours. Your information is only available on site, perhaps, during those hours. And once you have digitized it and thoroughly described it and made it available full text, then it's open for the world to discover. And you've also checked the box that it's safe for future generations as well. So that's how we solved it. Yeah, it's a way of figuring out what you can do with the limitations that are in place on your island with a small budget, with a small staff, etc. And this is how we figured it out, and it works for us.
I just wanted to comment. There's a digitization session, so we don't want to talk all the digitization now.
Yes. All right. Because.
So if I just may interject very quickly, Digital Library of the Caribbean. We've been around for, well, in July it will be 21 years, and we are a centralized repository of digital material, and it's all provided by our partners who are based in the Caribbean, the US, Europe, and Canada. And National Library of Jamaica was one of our founding partners in 2004. So we don't charge a fee for our services, and we serve as a repository for Caribbean resources of all types. And we don't claim ownership to your stuff.
Yes.
I think one of the problems that we have is that we view our documents as ours and not as sharing knowledge. We have to get over that. And I think until we get over that, we're going to be stuck in trying to hold on to all our documents, and even if we don't have the capacity to protect them. So I think that is the one thing we need to work through. how could we put this knowledge out there, but still exhibit some sort of control over it in terms of permissions and things like that, but still allow them to be shared and protected?
We, as I said, we don't claim ownership, and you can craft your own copyright and rights statement. And when people contact us to ask for use, we refer that to the partner who has contributed the material. We do not decide. And as a historian who did research during the pandemic, there's usually one type of narrative that exists about the Caribbean. And if you want to expand, not change, but expand the narrative that exists, you need to do what Angus says and make your material available, because at that point you not only expand the stories that are being told, you open up who is telling the story. Not everybody can travel to your island to use your material. My family is from Haiti. Nobody can go to Haiti now. So does that mean we don't do research on Haiti? That's not what it means, because a lot of libraries in Haiti have their materials available digitally through us. So something to consider, no pressure.
Okay, we're actually on track with time. We're back on track with time. So I'm going to thank our panelists for the interesting discussion which you've started. And of course, as you said, Angus, we'll be talking about digitization, and I'm sure you'll be presenting as well. You'll be right, so you'll showcase all that they need to know about DLOC. All right? So thank you all for your attention.
Wow, that's excellent. Thank you so much, everyone. That session was very stimulating. Do we share the same view? Yes, it had my mind running all over the Caribbean, literally. In fact, those of us who are from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, are you aware that we have relatives in the ABC Islands? Yes. But I can't find them, Mr. Reed. There we go. In fact, I just recall while you spoke, Peter Scholing, that my father said, hey, Sean, we have relatives in ABC Island. You should go there and meet them. But of course, that never happened. ABC Islands, where are we flying to? North to get there? We're going south? And I said that deliberately. Right across there, literally like we're going to Venezuela, sort of a thing. But we may have to fly all the way to Miami to get back there. So the historical or colonial trade routes also are an impediment to actually sharing this knowledge. I can understand why we have such difficulty with sharing the information among ourselves. All right? So we're going to move right into our next session. As Lashley said, we are on track, so we want to stay on track. So ignore that coffee break there. Of course, you're free to grab a coffee from the table if there's any. But we want to move right into our next session. Session 2, having completed the impact of disasters on documentary heritage and a wonderful, stimulating panel discussion, we now move to strategies for disaster preparedness and risk reduction. Export presentations and group discussion. Let's invite to the spotlight, to the head table area, to look at developing multi-preparedness plans, multi-hazard preparedness plans for the memory institutions, emergency response guidance for archives, libraries and media organizations, and hands-on exercise identifying vulnerabilities in participants' own institutions. Session moderator, Ms. Joan Osborne. Joan is with us. Thank you, Joan. And forgive me, I should let us also give a round of applause to our panelists who served us so well just a while ago. That was expertly done. Also, by the way, Ms. Osborne, she's the executive director at NALIS. That is the National Library. By the way, she's retired, yes. It's right there in brackets. So she's had some years serving there, maybe what, 10, 15 years maybe? Yeah? More like almost my lifetime. My God. Things that we shouldn't take for granted. Of course, yes. So that's Miss Joan Osborne from NALIS. Also, Dr. Idalia Ferdinand, my friend, specialist in disaster management and sustainable development. And I should let our visitors know that Dr. Ferdinand is charged with the responsibility of the recovery and reconstruction efforts in the southern Grenadines, Union Island, Canawan, Mairo, following the impact of Hurricane Beryl on July 1 last year. In other words, she's basically the main insurance broker in this country, rebuilding houses for people, doing all those wonderful things and so forth. But it's really coordinated through the National Emergency Management Organization, NEMO, on behalf of the government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And yes, Ferdinand may tell you that we're giving people refrigerators and stoves and other appliances. I don't know, but we'll see. On the panel, yes, Dr. Ferdinand. And also, we have, let's invite again, Ms. Rita Chen Fu, Director of the National Archives of Suriname. And yes, she's co-chair of Caribca and Chen. And online, I noticed we have representatives from Aruba. Peter Scholing spoke a while ago. We have Melissa from St. Lucia. We have Teresa, I'm not sure where she's from. I'm seeing now Mahabiria, if I'm getting that correctly, and Gift. And I think I saw someone from New Orleans as well, who seems to be involved in, in disaster preparedness as well. Yes, so we have folks online. Thank you very much for your stewardship in following us here this morning. And also let's invite Ms. Stephanie Chansey, and she is operational lead and digital scholarship director at the Digital Library of the Caribbean. And she just alerted us to the existence of that for those of us who weren't aware just a while ago. Thank you very much, panelists. Now, moderator, it's over to you, Ms. Joan Osborne.
Thank you very much. It's still morning, or good afternoon. What is, because I have different times, it seems. My computer is saying one time, my watch is saying one time, and my cell phone is saying another time. So I do not know, and I just came from Trinidad to St. Vincent. It is very, 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 I'm very happy to be here to be part of this workshop. When I look around the room, I see so many young people, and it fills me with great hope, so that many of you would, many of the disasters which we have heard about in the session before, we know very little about that. We have to research that. When I started my career in libraries, Library and Information Science, I was really motivated by the passion of the information professionals who had been involved in a process to really bring the library services in Trinidad and Tobago to its present state, as Ms. Simmons had shown you a while ago. The disasters that took place with the library services, the library buildings and so on, that she indicated, really started in 1973. It took the information professionals, we are talking about response in this session, it took the information professionals in Trinidad and Tobago up almost 40 years from the day that the Central Library Services building on Queen's Park East was damaged by a storm, and then later by a hurricane, I think it's Alma or one of those, and had to move to the Ministry of Education building. That is a familiar story that many of you may have experienced, those in these islands, because ministries, libraries are always under the Ministry of Education in many situations, in many instances. It took them 40 years. So when we are talking about response, when I see so many young people in the room, the response could be to take a very, very long time in this region. What the panelists are going to share with you is some of the responses, the current responses to the historical damage that our institutions may have experienced. There are some things that we need to note over the 40 years, if you just take Trinidad and Tobago as an example, that went into the response, because even governments do not give libraries many times priority, because there are many, many other things to prioritize in a disaster. And they may want to do it, but then there are many, many other variables. What are some of these variables? And I think that is what we need to think about while our presenters are sharing with you this afternoon. The first presenter is Dr. Ferdinand, yes? And I will let her get into it right away. And please, a round of applause for Ms. Dr. Ferdinand.
Just notes, yeah. Yeah. A pleasant good afternoon to all. It's my pleasure being here, and I was late simply because I had to get on a boat this morning from Canoan so that I can be here. Having not realized that the boat was not coming back up yesterday. But I am happy to be here, and I am happy to share. I must say that over the last 13 years, 11, 12 years, I've been with the Ministry of Education, assigned to the School Safety and Research Unit. And so we have been working with our schools and the department in the ministry, working to develop disaster management plans, and also working on a national level dealing with shelters and other duties as assigned. And doing research along the way. So I am very much in tune with our situation as a Caribbean region, where climate change and disasters threaten our very existence globally, and is even more striking for small island developing states, because geographically
we are located in a high-risk region. We are exposed to climatic events. We have generally small populations and limited resources. And those things make us uniquely vulnerable to climate change and increased disaster risk. The Caribbean region has seen an increase in the frequency and intensity of storms and hurricanes, longer droughts, salinization of fresh water, and the loss of habitat and livelihood, which are exacerbated by the impact of climate change. These impacts are expected to continue to affect our region and exposing particularly our coastal infrastructure, coastal population, and the economic sector which depends on coastal amenities. And once we've gone around the region, we know that most of our towns, most of our government buildings, most of our libraries and critical institutions, we are located close to the coast. And so we are exposed to not just during hurricanes, but trough and other systems that may cause high seas. There's tsunami that we have to be mindful of. And so generally, our best resources are exposed. We have seen and heard about the impact on libraries and other institutions, cultural institutions from hurricanes. We've named a few, Irma, Maria. We've had our experiences with Beryl, which would have damaged most of our churches, in particular in Union Island, completely destroyed the library and other assets. So it is against this backdrop of our hazard proneness that we need to embrace and promote comprehensive disaster risk reduction with the aim of safer, more resilient, and sustainable states in the Caribbean region. What is CDM? Comprehensive disaster management represents an integrated and proactive approach to disaster management and seeks to reduce the risk and losses associated with hazards and the effect of climate change, with the view to enhance regional sustainable development. We want to ensure that the generation that comes after us can benefit from the resources that we have. It promotes the management of all hazards, all sectors, for all and by all people, and that includes us. And it embraces all phases of disaster management, including preparedness, prevention, mitigation, response, and recovery. We understand the importance of memory institutions, including our archives, libraries, media organizations, newspapers, television, and so on, as crucial in preserving the Caribbean documentary heritage. Our exposure to hazards and the frequent experience of disasters can damage and destroy structures, valuable contents, and cause significant loss to our rich identity. So what are we going to do about it? The vulnerability of these institutions is evident, and we have highlighted how evident that is. The 2021 eruption of La Soufrière in St. Vincent and the Grenadines would have caused an impact on our library resources, and I remember when I spoke to the director, she mentioned even through their best effort of trying to close out all of the gaps, that some ash still came in and would have affected their contents. So, we need not reinvent the wheel. We need to put plans in place, disaster management plans and other plans, to ensure that we protect these important resources. Generally, this process begins with an assessment. What do we have to protect? And what do we need to protect them from, whether natural or man-made. So we need to do our hazard, our vulnerability, and our capacity assessment. What hazards? Where are the vulnerable resources? And we may say that they are all vulnerable. You know, I know, for example, most of our development here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines is close to the coast and below water level, right? And the others are on hillsides. So basically, they are all exposed. So how do we plan for that? Our assessment will guide the development of our disaster plans, which is a collaborative and a team effort by the staff and the institutions. They must take ownership of the process. So it's not someone coming into your institution and developing the plan. Your staff has to be engaged in the process so that they too would have an understanding of their roles and responsibilities. These plans will help to guide prioritization, what hazards and what resources need to be protected and how. Developing action plans for hazards is from preparedness to recovery. Preparedness needs to include plans and procedures for protecting resources, not just the material resources, but your human resources as well. Training and staff development, testing of plans. So it's great to have plans, but if your plans are not tested to identify the gaps, then it's virtually useless. Evacuation plans and procedures, capacity building. What skills do you have? What skills, knowledge, funds, physical resources do you have? And what do you need? And where can you access those resources? Are they locally, regionally, or internationally? What fire prevention measures are most suitable for your institutions? Response and recovery should include plans to clean up, debris removal, restoration, disinfecting contaminated areas, repair damage collection, and buildings where possible, because sometimes it is not possible. Risk financing, which is very important, and that will include insurance and other means. There are many examples of good practices and lessons learned that we could adopt and build on. We do not need to reinvent the wheel. However, we also need to be creative based on our own local circumstances to protect these resources. So for example, we may need to design and create safe room within our existing structures, or identify safe facilities elsewhere where we can relocate in the event that is necessary. Take, for example, here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, we have an active volcano, and we know exactly where the red and the orange zones are located. So, once we know there is an eruption, there are libraries and facilities that we may need to relocate the important items from the high-risk zone to the low-risk zone, which are the yellow and the orange zones. So these are some of the strategies that need to be put in place. So I encourage us all as a region to make a great effort to put plans in place to protect these valuable resources. Really and truly, there is nothing stopping us now. We know our hazard proneness. So let's be proactive and not reactive. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ferdinand, for sharing with us the responses to disasters. It is very, very, very important for us to note the preparedness for organizations and to work together and with other stakeholders, because many islands may not have all, and even within institutions in many islands may not have all that you require. So it means that partnership really is the key. And there are some areas that can be of robust help in the process. And I think in the planning, we need to know the institutions, know the countries, so that that could be part of our holistic plans for not only your institution, but the country, and also by extension, the region. Now, Ms. Simmons from NALIS, the Director Heritage Library, is now responsible for the preservation and conservation laboratory at NALIS. That is earmarked, really, it was established to be a center, a Caribbean center for the English-speaking Caribbean, as a response for disasters and for preservation and conservation of documentary heritage under IFLA-PAC. That she would give you the history and the services that are really available to all countries, all institutions within the region. Ms. Simmons.
Okay, I'm back. So as I'm back, let me try to... This is an interesting computer here.
Which one? Yes. This one?
I will start with the words to a very popular song. I don't think I'll have time to sing it. If there's something strange in the neighborhood, who you gonna call? Pakla. If there's something weird and it doesn't look good, who you gonna call? Pakla. I ain't afraid of no mole. So good morning. My name is Jasmine Simmons, Director, Heritage Library Division. So that was a song from, who knows the song? Who knows the movie? Ghostbusters, right. I wanted to get it to play, and I said I probably thought I'd sing it, but you all will get the gist of it. So this is basically who you're going to call. So the Preservation and Conservation Laboratory was officially commissioned in July the 8th, 2013. It is responsible for ensuring the overall longevity of library material at the Heritage Library and also at public and private institutions. Having discussed the vulnerabilities of Caribbean memory institutions this morning, I would just like to introduce you to the emergency response facility called the Preservation and Conservation Lab, PACLab for short, at the National Library and Information Systems Authority. It looks nice, right? Yeah. The PACLab, hold on, let me just go back. The PACLab is also, it's also responsible, for ensuring the longevity of the material. Okay. A little history. At the start of 2005, NALIS made a major plan towards fulfilling preservation and conservation plans. Randy Silverman, a preservation librarian, I talked about him before, at the University of Utah's Marriott Library in Salt Lake City, was contracted to conduct a preservation assessment of NALIS. In a 120-page report, wow, it was a long report, Silverman stated his evaluations of conditions and current practices and gave his suggestions towards developing long-term preservation plans. Silverman detailed several steps ranging from initiating environmental monitoring and control to upgrading exhibition practices to just try and see how to move down here. Right. Just not seeing any part of my slides. Sorry about that. So, all right. So he made several recommendations. One is to develop a PAC laboratory. 2 is to hire 2 library conservators. And 1 is to look at all your policies and practices. In 2004, NALIS was designated the International Federation of Library Association Preservation and Conservation Center for the English-speaking Caribbean. And we have been so ever since. The authority is part of a network of IFLA PAC centers around the globe with the aim of preserving and preservation and conservation practices within the region, and to serve as IFLA's key area of work on safeguarding and promoting cultural heritage. Some of the services of the PAC Lab, for short, include insect extermination. This treatment eradicates the presence of insect pests and the egg larvae using a temperature-controlled, non-chemical method, which is harmless to library materials and users. We call this machine the Way-to Freezer and Book Dryer System. And I remember I was a very young librarian, now fresh out of library school, and was one of the first persons to use this machine, and it was very daunting because it has all these wires. It looks like a refrigerator, but it's not. So you had to figure out where to put these wires in the machine so that it will actually run the temperature down to -0 to kill whatever pests therein, and then warm the book back up to its normal state. So it was a lot of trial and error, but it has been a good experience, and we have saved countless thousands of material ever since. Another one is disaster recovery. So the PAC team is also trained to respond and treat with collections exposed to or affected by disasters. In the event of water damage to library materials, freeze drying, air drying services, and mold remediation is offered. In one of the pictures you see below, this was a response that we made to a popular bank in Trinidad and Tobago that got some water damage. You know, when people build buildings, they do not think about how the building is actually structured. So in this building, a lot of their files were kind of below the ground. And of course, they build them reinforced with these glass because everybody wants it to look very pretty. So when a major flood happened in Marval at that time, the flood waters gushed down, they pressed against the glass, and in came the water. And so all the people's documents, of course, were muddied with dirt and grime and all sort of whatever came down in the river. So, of course, it was very important. It's bank documents. You need to get signatures. You need to get certain files. And it was a lot. It's the first time I really experienced that type of disaster. So disasters don't just happen to us in terms of memory institutions, but also banks, organizations that have vital records in your particular country. So you also have to think about not just what you're going to do for yourself, but what you're also going to do for others. That's that's an important part of your plan. Air drying. This is another method where we do disaster recovery for, where this is suitable for wet books. This is a Way-to freezer, as I said before, and dryer system, utilizing a special freezer with specific temperature control adjustments and defrost cycles to remove moisture from paper-based wet material. So I remember there was a young man, I think his book bag fell into flood waters, and we were able to, bring it, get the books, put it inside the freezer, dry it up, and press it back together, because we also have a very well-functioning bindery as part of the conservation lab, and he was able to get back his books to go to school within a few days. Another service, again, is the air drying, where we teach individuals actually this particular method as a quick salvage in minor disasters. Books are fanned open on a clean, dry surface in a well-ventilated room and interleaved with absorbent tissue to accelerate the drying. This is suitable for damp or slightly wet books. So this was a disaster that happened, in our technical services lab, where a pipe burst, and you all can appreciate sometimes that happens. A pipe will burst, and it wet all the very new books that you paid thousands of dollars for. So this was a quick method we have done. Put in all the books to stand, put them in the interleaved with tissue, and some was actually running in the freezer at the time. So we had both methods, freezer method and this air drying method as well, happening at the same time. Because sometimes you just can't wait. You have to utilize all the things that you do know. This is a quick way of doing the same air dry method that we also taught to some individuals. The team here demonstrating this method. When you don't have room and you don't have space, they use a table, just probably like the ones that we have here now, and they tied a string from one end to the next and hung the books over the string interleaved with tissue so it can hang dry in the air and be able to be accessible. So you may not have much, you may not have 10 million fans, you don't have no electricity, but this is a quick way to be able to salvage your material at the same time. We believe in being very practical. So, this is mold remediation is another one of the things that we offer. Heavily affected wet books undergo mold remediation. Moldy books and documents are isolated in a fume hood and cleaned using a HEPA filter vacuum with swabs of alcohol solution. Right. And you would find that mold remediation is what a lot of people call for with regard to our technical consultation, because everybody experiences some downtime with their HVAC systems, and mold seems to just mushroom out of anywhere. Acid deacidification is another service that we offer, where acid degradation makes paper yellow, as you know, flexible, and eventually brittle. Deacidification treatment is applied to the pages of the item to neutralize these harmful acids. The bookkeeper solution is said to extend the usable life of paper by 3 to 5 times. And I'm sure most of you will have this bookkeeper spray in your collection. If you don't, go buy it. I can tell you after where to buy it. Not at Nalis, though. Much of our preservation training for libraries and archives involves repairs, and from the safe removal of paper clips and dealing with rust damage to addressing damage to covering of the materials, the binding, and the text block of any item. So this is one of the staff demonstrating that sewing of the text block in a very safe way, because there are some old principles that we would use, but we're using new techniques that will conserve the item. These are some of our conservation tools that we would normally use. I remember when the team got these new set of tools, when the library conservator came on board, they were all very excited. Everybody got new sets of tools. It's like, wow, how are we using this? Very much excitement in the place. And they were very happy to receive these items. Again, the bookkeeper spray for the acidification. So you can do it in the canister, you can do it in little spray bottles. When I first started, we were doing it in these little spray bottles, and then we got the bigger system. And it's very useful, especially for your newspaper collections, to have those sprayed, because they really become brittle so very quickly, and it has really proven to us in terms of the longevity of the actual material. Another service provided by the PAC team is that of technical consultation for projects. The team will, as far as possible, conduct an on-site assessment to evaluate the health and advise of issues affecting your library or paper-based collections. Following the site visit, a detailed report or a treatment plan will be developed outlining recommendations for meeting preservation challenges. The team here is providing assistance to Jackie Hinkson, an author and artist. They responded to, since 2010, the team has responded to over 87 site visits and offered technical advice to over 168 institutions, including government ministries, legal affairs, churches. Just the other day, I showed I call her my boss, the executive director of NALIS, Ms. Paula Green, right there. I showed her a room that was filled with boxes on top of boxes on top of boxes. And she was like, my God, where is this? And this was from a church who was moving their records from one place to the next. So it is so important for us to be able to advise people, even before disaster happens, what are the things that you need to put in place to properly store and access your records. Because I can imagine if a pipe bursts there or something happens, the records will be destroyed because they cannot even be accessed out of the boxes. I mean, they were piled like roof high. And so it's one of the places that we're actually working with. I'm moving along because I'm seeing a watch there. The team would also teach you how to monitor your environment as well. We facilitate educational sessions, workshops in building preservation knowledge and skills, training to library and archival professionals and non-professionals as well. We have something called Ask a Conservator. And this is in one of the sessions we're showing here, their matting and mounting of a photograph for display. One where we ask people to come in and bring their family heirlooms. So we will have a family heirloom preservation clinic. You can bring in your old photographs, your keepsakes and stuff like that. And the conservator will speak to you about what is the best way to make an enclosure or to best preserve that particular item. So it doesn't have to be a big disaster salve. It can be the little things, the salvage for your own family members. And we can come to St. Vincent and do an heirloom clinic, just pay the ticket. And this is one of the things, I joke about it, but one of the things that may prevent us sometimes from going from place to place is the funding. So one of the main things that, as we discuss plans and preparations, is that institutions need to put things in place to provide that funding for institutions such as the PAC Lab and NALIS to be able to visit and to be able to respond to these disasters in a very timely manner. And this conversation, it goes more than just beyond us here as memory keepers. It goes to the governments and to the ministers and the people responsible for the government places. This is a very interesting one from Ask a Conservator. This is a goblet as part of the presidential and prime minister collections. George Chambers, a former prime minister, collected matchboxes for a living. Everywhere he went, everywhere that he visited, he collected these matchboxes and he put them in this goblet. Anybody can guess how many matchboxes there are there? Anybody? Oh, you're close. About just over 700 matchboxes. So you would also look at the fact that when the collections that we keep, it's not just the books and stuff of history, not just the legislative council items or the annals of so and so and so, but also from the very presidents and prime ministers and that we serve, the things that they would have collected, the things that we now demonstrate to the children, to the youth, to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, to build a sense of identity and a sense of self, a sense of belonging. Because you know what? They go on the online and they're buying all the Jordan and all the different the popular singers and stuff like that, they're buying all their merch, you know. A lot of people buying this Samson, this popular person in Trinidad and Tobago, this merch, but they don't know about the prime ministers and presidents of Trinidad and Tobago. And this is why it's important for us, yes, to digitize, but also to keep the original items to begin to be able to show, because there's some things that we may not be able to digitize for the future. So, of course, there's a multiple series of things that's going on in this picture. We had to create the housing to be able to house this particular item. You know, the library conservator would have sat down with the team and figured out how to create these boxes for each particular item and organize them in a way. You cannot go on the DEMCO catalog and find this particular box. You have to come to the PAC Lab, right? So we do preservation training, webinar series. We are committed to empowering librarians, archivists, heritage keepers, members of the public with information and techniques for preserving our treasured collections. Our videos have amassed over 2,700 views on YouTube. And if you go on our website, www.nalis.gov.tt under video resources, you would see a number of our webinars. And actually in May, we have a webinar coming up with the National Library of China talking about their collections. And hopefully I get the other lineup before we leave, so that you'll be sure to be able to log on. And I'll definitely will send you all the information. This is Larry Constantine. Ties. Anybody knows about Sir Larry Constantine? Yes? Very famous cricketer. He played English county cricket as well as West Indian cricket. He came from a cricketing family. His collection is inscribed on the UNESCO Memory of the World International Register. Myself and Ms. Osborne worked on that collection. It was the first collection that I've ever worked on for UNESCO. Since then, we've had the Anson Gonzalez collection, we've had Father Jerry Panton collection, and just recently, the Marshall Montano collection. So this is the ties that we would have prepared and put for display, of course. This is also his cricket stumps that he would have played in a game in 1931 in terms of cricket against the West Indies. What I brought this to show you is that the housing as well. We create specific housing for specific artifacts. Again, you cannot go on the DEMCO or Gaylord catalog and find a cricket stump box. Come to Nalis. You see, I'm marketing us, okay, Edie? The preservation gear. You cannot talk preservation without knowing what to put on. You can't just jump into the fray and say, all right, I'm going in just as I am. You know, you have to get your boots, you have to get your suit, you have to get your mask, you got to get your goggles, you got to be prepared. So this is just a reminder for us that we have to be prepared to be able to get into the fray. You just can't just jump in with your 2 feet. One time. Last thing, Sir Solomon Hochoy, his insignia that you would normally see on a picture. If you Google him, you would see this insignia as part of his official wear. This is something that we would have worked on and preserved, and to be able to show it to the rest of the world as part of our collection. So each of you, when you pass by my little side of the table, there is a little brochure that you can receive on Nalis PAC Lab. There's also brochures on the Heritage Library, what we do. There is the call card for the library conservator, and there are a couple other brochures on some of the library services as part of Nalis. So thank you. Please make sure and collect your brochure.
Thank you very, very much. I'll go back to Dr. Ferdinand, and thank you very, very much, Jasmine. Now, I'm going to let you into a little secret, okay? I think I can happily now retire from these kinds of activities. Do you think so? Yes, I think I can. I think I deserve retirement because I'll let you into a little secret. That Preservation and Conservation Laboratory, the PAC Lab, when I was appointed as director designate. I wasn't director of the Heritage Library as yet in 2005, and I was given the task that must be part of the National Library building, and you are the one responsible for making it happen. Now, let me see a show of hands, all those who are trained in anything that Jasmine just spoke about. Anyone has any training in that? Yes? One person? Yeah? Two persons? I knew absolutely nothing about that. I had to begin research and research up to everything about it. And to be part of your response to preservation and preserving and conserving your documentary heritage, you have to be like a headhunter. When I look, a lot of the collection was really needed a lot of repair. Who still uses glue to repair stuff? That was taking place also at the library. But as a headhunter, and I said that I had to realize this project. I attended an Accuril conference, and that is something that we have been doing, MAULAC has been doing, to ensure to meet people. And Mr. Silverman gave a talk at that conference. And I told my boss, this is the man. And we spoke and so on, and then he was invited to come and do the research. And all the things that we had been doing were wrong. And the report that Ms. Simmons spoke about, he was the one who did the report. All the people we had earmarked and said, well, they will work in this area, he said they were not suitable. And he said he would not bother to do this report if I was not serious and could deliver, so that he can come to the opening. And I take up the challenge. I think I could retire, because Ms. Simmons was able to go to library school, come back, and to join Heritage Library, and today, Ms. Simmons. And also the library conservator, we had to interview the library conservator, look for the library conservator, etc. It takes a long time. And I say that because as young people you may think you do not have the ability, you do not have the qualifications. Once you have your basic, you need to research. And that is the kind of part of the response that we must have in this business of preserving our documentary heritage. Now, I want to call on Rita, another type of response to emergency, what she has been doing in Suriname, not only for Suriname, but for the entire Caribbean. Yes, Rita.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm trying to access my PowerPoint presentation here. Let's see.
Can you see it? Can you try next? Yes, okay. Was it lined up already?
Yes.
Let's see it. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Is it sleeping?
It was on the desktop. No. Wait, can you open this? Yeah. And then this one, yeah.
slideshow. Let's go slideshow. No, that should be it.
No, the out. The out need to go and extend it.
They said it's all right, I know.
Yeah.
Let me see.
Okay. Thank you for your patience, colleagues and friends. So my presentation is about introducing the Caribbean SARE Hub. What is SARE? SARE stands for Culture Emergency Response. They are based in the Netherlands, but they have several hubs all over the world. One is in Guatemala, in Lebanon, in Ukraine, and also in the Balkan. So CARBICA, and in this case, the Caribbean Heritage Emergency Network, started to work with them after COVID. But let's start again, going back to CHEN, Caribbean Emergency Network. When was that launched? That was launched in 2018, right after Hurricane Irma. And to CARBICA, that was a turning point. We realized that we have to do something to collaborate regional between heritage institutions. Although CARBICA is an archival organization, we reach out to museums, libraries, and other institutions in the region. And in 2018, we held a conference in St. Martin about regional responses and also establishing alliances. So this is important. And besides establishing the CHEN network, we also, and that was around 2015, we created the MEGAN project, and MEGAN stands for Memory of the Island Gateway for Archival Networking. And why is this important? We already discussed during the previous presentation about the cost of storage, digital storage, and so on. And what MEGAN project aims to do is to collaborate with heritage institution, archival institution, pooling resources, and adding all the indexes, and it is based on what you want as heritage institution. Do you want to have inventory on the MEGAN platform, or do you want to have all your data on the MEGAN platform? But for this project, there are several challenges, and this is with regards to the language barrier, the several jurisdictions, because you have Spanish, English, Dutch, French, Caribbean speaking. So for years, we didn't prioritize this MEGAN project, but at this moment, we are trying to revive this MEGAN project, because this is equally important, as well as having the disaster plan management available. So I can skip that, but just to show you that CARBICA has been working after the Hurricane Irma, Jose, and so on, to reach out to heritage institutions by organizing webinar, and this was the first aid to cultural heritage in the Caribbean. We organized this in collaboration with ICROM and other international organizations. And this one, we already mentioned volcano eruption here on the island, and CARBICA also, together with the UNESCO Cluster Office in the Caribbean in Kingston, we collaborated with the Heritage Institution here, and I saw I think it was Mr. Reed, informing us about this project. Let's see. We also had organized a survey to find out about the level of disaster management preparedness here in the region between 2023 and March 2024. and we distributed Google Forms. But this was very disappointing to us because 15 organizations responded to our survey. Natural institutions, subsidized institutions, private, and community. So within CHEN and the SARE Hub, we are going to revive this survey and again share it with all the heritage institutions here. And if you are willing, you can share the email addresses with us so we can share the forms again. Okay, these are the countries and types of heritage managed by the institution. 11 were archives, other were artifacts, books, intangible, audiovisual. And again, Karbika is about archives, but in this case, we saw and also we emphasize also the importance of reaching out, collaborating with all heritage institution or organization here in the region. It's intangible, also about site and so on. So the primary hazards you see besides the types of heritage institution. Because of the time, I will not delve into all the types of hazard, but what I can do is share my PowerPoint presentation after this session. And the conclusion of the survey was that 73.3% of the respondents stated that their collection are not included in a national disaster management plan. And one of the panelists just now mentioned the comprehensive disaster management plan. It's important, equally important, that heritage institution, culture heritage must be included in this national disaster management plan. So they needed also expertise and with regards to disaster management. There is no policy on heritage protection, and because we asked the respondents also if they are willing to support CHEN and join the network, SARE network. So I will skip this slide. What we did after 2020, after COVID, because then we had time to reach out to colleagues all over the world, we started this partnership with SARE. SARE, I already mentioned, Culture Emergency Response. They are based in the Netherlands, but they have several hubs all over the world. At this moment, my colleague Max Griwanek is in Ukraine, because in Ukraine, they also have one SARE hub. The closest SARE hub we have is in Guatemala, and last year in St. Martin, we discussed the possibility to also have a hub in the Latin American region, in South America. And what is the purpose of this regional hub? It will become the regional center for coordinating culture emergency response during crisis and also for facilitating preparedness and heritage protection capacity. So it's about the preparedness, the response, and the recovery. And let's look at the other slide. We launched this Caribbean SARE hub last year in Curaçao. And there was a representative also from UNESCO, the office, from St. Lucia, and all the islands. We invited the chairs of the professional organizations, just like, for example, Akuril, the MEC, representative from the intangible heritage sector, and so on. So it was not possible to invite all colleagues here in the region, but their professional organization. So what is this Caribbean SARE hub? So this is a 4-year program with regards to facilitating and safeguarding heritage sites, museums, libraries, and so on. And what we want to do is create sub-hubs. Why creating these sub-hubs? We already mentioned that the Caribbean islands are scattered all over the place. So creating sub-hubs in the north, the south, the east, that is very important. So looking at the overview of the Caribbean SARE Hub, we already established the secretariat. Mapping is also equally important because we have to know where the heritage or the documentary heritage, intangible or sites are located, and the state of those heritage. At the moment, we are doing a pilot in Curaçao, but equally, we are going to start in June in St. Martin. And this is equally important if you compare it to the observatory of the MOLAC. I think the mapping of the SARE and also observatory lab can join forces. And launching the 3 and 4 sub-hubs. Let's see. Okay, I already mentioned this. The mapping workshop also. And establishing sub-hubs in the region. So initially, we already started discussion with Barbados to establish the first sub-hub in Barbados. And that means the sub-hub in Barbados should be, or must be, responsible for the surrounding island in Barbados. But based on the fact that they were challenged last year with the fire and so on, we moved from Barbados and we're going to start the sub-hub, the first sub-hub in St. Martin. And we already started conversation with St. Martin, and the surrounding islands already received their invitation to take part in the workshop and also the conference. For instance, Anguilla, Antigua and Barbuda, Saba, St. Eustatius, St. Kitts and Nevis, and St. Bart's. So we'll come together in St. Martin and discuss this creation of sub-hub. Okay, basically, this is the idea. And okay, and in case support is needed, you all can reach out to Karbi Kachen of the SARE Hub. And based on the analysis, we or the SARE can support financial, but I have to emphasize that the first is not about repairing or restoration, but it's about stabilization of the situation. We reached out to Grenada, the Carriacou, but then there were several challenges there, and Angus knows about the challenges, but we're not giving up, Angus. So basically, this is the end of my presentation. We need to get our house in order. I already mentioned it. We're facing constant risks in the region. And by creating the sub-hub and the hub, we're also joining forces, joining expertise and so on. And I'm glad about the PEC lab you mentioned and other activities. So we're going to reach out to you and also look how we can join forces and work together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rita. A lot of stuff is coming out. Yeah, a lot is taking place. And I'm very happy. Thank you very much, Mr. Hector, for this meeting, because everyone is learning many things, right? What all the responses that are taking place, excellent responses that are taking place, but you realize they are very tied to our former European partners, depending on where you are, where you fall, and the others, as Jamaica know about it. You know, there's Trinidad and Tobago, some of the other islands. There's a difference between archives and museums and libraries and public libraries. So we need to bring it together. So we need to think about that for the next day, tomorrow, when we can sit down and do some serious planning. And to bring everything together, the digital parcel, we cannot forget DLOC. You cannot forget DLOC. You cannot forget DLOC. Who will bring this session to a close. I think you started to a sort of discussion on it. I'm very happy that DLOC is really coming from strength to strength, because I was at one of the first meetings when DLOC was introduced. Sorry, I tell you I need to retire. Was introduced to libraries at Accuril, and to encourage libraries to join and to become a part of it and so on. So I'm very, very happy that it has really stood the test of time, and excellent work continues to happen with them. So Ms. Stephanie Jancy, please.
Well, I'm going to give you all a choice. I have a formal presentation prepared that repeats a lot of what my co-panelists said, or I could just sit here and talk to you and tell you about DLOC and the work that we do, no presentation, and then we can cut out and go to lunch. So no presentation. So the Digital Library of the Caribbean, as Ms. Joan pointed out, oh, I'm a little taller. We were established in 2004 at Accuril. So we were born at Accuril. Last year was our 20th anniversary. This year in the US, we would be considered legal to drink at 21. So DLOC is a cooperative of libraries, archives, museums, and other institutions of memory and preservation. And what we do is we come together and we provide digital access to Caribbean research resources. So we have a lot of stuff, historical documents. One of our largest collections is Caribbean newspapers. In fact, we are the largest digital repository of Caribbean newspapers. We have examples from all over the Caribbean in a variety of languages. Some that you would expect, English, French, Spanish, but we also have Papiamentu. I think I saw one in Chinese, Russian, and Hebrew. So we have a variety. The newspapers are our largest collection, but one of the aspects of our mission is to work with institutions in the Caribbean, small, medium, and large, and to help them achieve their preservation goals. And usually, because we are a digital library, we focus on digitizing. And Ms. Simmons pointed out, you can digitize to your heart's content, but if you don't create the metadata to help your stuff be findable, what's the point? This is a battle that I am fighting right now. So we help with that. We offer advice, but we don't tell you what to do. And when you become a DLOC partner, and even if you don't, if you call me, you send me an email and you say, hey, Stephanie, I need help with something, I will try to help you, because I feel that we are all in the information business. And particularly in certain political climates, and that's as far as I will go, in certain political climates, we are stronger when we work together and we present a united front. And we all want the same thing. We want to make information available to users, to researchers, to students. We want to reach particularly the students to let them know that there is something beyond their phones. And I know y'all have children, you know what I'm talking about. When you partner with the Digital Library of the Caribbean and you put your materials online, we do not tell you what to put online. We do not tell you how much of your collections to put online, and we do not claim ownership to anything that is on our website. And I want to repeat that again. We do not claim ownership to anything that is on our website. Essentially, we are a centralized repository. So as the partner, you decide what goes on. You decide to grant permission for use or not. We are 100% open access. So that means we do not charge users a fee to use any of the resources that are on our site, nor do we charge partners to put up their material and host their material on site. So I know what the question is, well, how do you pay for all of this? We are based at 2 universities in Florida. The University of Florida, where I am based, which handles the technical infrastructure. Thankfully for partners and users, it is not me. There is a very good team that does that, and all I do is push a button and look brilliant. And we also take care of a large part of the administrative responsibilities for DLOC. We have a second operational hub at Florida International University, which is in Miami, and they take care of mostly outreach. And the universities, the heads of our 2 libraries at the universities, recognize the importance and the need for the Digital Library of the Caribbean. So they underwrite a lot of the expenses. We also apply for funding. We apply for grants. Right now, my university has a large grant. We are entering the last year of the grant from the Andrew W. Mellon Foundation. And part of that grant is intended to build relationships, to strengthen the relationships that we already have existing in the Caribbean. So you will have me come up to you and say, so what do you do? Do you do that for free? Can I give your name to my partners? Because I feel that that's what I am supposed to do. As the Director of Operations for DLOC, I feel that I need to forge those connections and put partners in connection with each other. I was saying it to Stacy, and I just said it to Ms. Simmons. I am from the Caribbean. My family is from Haiti. I lived in Haiti for a time, and I visited for about 5 years when I was a teenager. But I am no longer of the Caribbean. I don't live in the Caribbean anymore. I sit in a very well-funded institution, even though they will cry poor, but I sit in a very well-funded institution. My internet usually works, and I usually have power. So while I sympathize and I understand with what my partners in the Caribbean go through, that is not my lived experience. If I can put them in touch with Ms. Simmons when they have a pest infestation, that helps them. I am willing to help as much as I can, but it is not our lived experience. It is yours. So the folks in the Caribbean are a fundamental aspect of what DLOC does. We rely on your expertise because you live and operate in the Caribbean. So I think that's all for winging it, because I had a beautiful presentation prepared. But I will touch a little bit on disaster preparation, just a tiny bit. No presentation though. I have 2 big pieces of advice when you go home, when you leave St. Vincent and you go home and start contemplating preparing your disaster preparation, making your disaster preparations. Small bites. Break it down and approach it 1 piece at a time, then bring the different pieces together to create the whole. If you think about it in its totality, it's going to become overwhelming, and you know what's going to happen? You're not going to do it. And the one thing you cannot afford to do is to not do it. You have to do it. The other thing that I want to stress, if it's not at the top of the list, is right. That was 1A, this is 1AA. Do an inventory. Know what you have in your collections. When people call me and say, hey, I want to, can I donate my stuff to you? Is it inventoried? Question 1. Question 2, do you have metadata for it? Question 3, is it digitized? So keep all of that in mind, small bites. And I would not be doing my job because knowledge sharing is also something that has come up. This is something that we are very invested in DLOC. And we have actually, we are in the process of creating a series of handbooks which are available for free to everyone. In fact, I have a postcard in my folder there that I will give to anybody who's interested. And by the end of the summer, probably early summer, we will have one on preservation in tropical environments. So that will be the one that y'all are, if you come to Accuril, I may actually have copies. Fingers crossed. But you don't need me to give you a copy. You can just go on our website and get it, download it, print it, or not print it, but you can download it and it's there for you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Paul, for the invitation. And thank you very much for your time and your attention. And I got you out in time for lunch.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. This has been a very, very powerful planning panel, full of critical, important information. I think is very, very important. We know what our risks are, we know the disasters, etc., but the response is the critical thing, and what we do with that response after, like what we do after this panel, I think is even more critical because there are so many threads to come together. But I think we need to go to the distance and also take the advice, small bites. And what I would say, you know, it sometimes take a long, long time, but you need to go the distance if we really want to achieve it. Do we close up now? Is lunch? Do we have no time for questions? Or about 12? Yes. Do you have any questions, anything, any comments, anything you would like to ask the panelists? They are here, going once. Sure. Use the mic. Is it?
I'm assuming they are very expensive. And so I wanted to know over what period of time we're able to like acquire the various equipment. And then, you know, have an approximate idea about training. Are these things available locally? You know, what if we would want to have some similar things in our library and archives?
Well, first we started with getting someone to go on the training. We had these 2 scholarships that were offered through the government of Trinidad and Tobago. What was missing on part of my slide was that we're still waiting for the second scholarship, 18 years later. But we got someone who had a science background to be able to take up one of these scholarships. And so that's Miss Fraser. She's on the picture on the front cover. This is what she looks like. So she would have studied preservation and conservation and done attachments as part of her program. She tells a story about working on the Bible that President Obama, I think he had done his inauguration on at that particular time. So, and on the other hand, the preservation survey that Mr. Ranif Silverman had done was extremely comprehensive. It spelled out each and every equipment that was needed. So we didn't have to think. So by the time I came on board, and with the help of some other librarians who were there just before me, it was about us ordering the items. What we also did is that we had, as part of the development program offered by the government, we were able to get a particular, that program on, do what we call a PSIP, a public sector development program initiative, where you do a proposal that will fall in line with the government's plans and programs, and they will say yes or no. So we would have got some funding through the government to get that, and we would have done successively try to acquire the equipment piece by piece. We continue to liaise directly with Ms. Fraser when we got each of the equipment to make sure that all the standards were met. target. Yes, it is expensive. Yes, you have to get specific funding for that item. We can always share with you our report in terms of the equipment to see what is necessary. But some of these things as well, there have been upgrades of some of the equipment done over time. So I remember last year, my executive director, she went to the IFLA conference in Amsterdam, and there was at Rotterdam, and there was an upgrade to the book dryer system, and also to another piece of equipment. You remember? The spraying machine, so that there are more even updated methods of the same type of equipment. So we can always lace and talk after, and she can show you some of the equipment, right?
May I interject something? And this is something that one of our partners told me, because they do funding, and they fund small organizations. They, stay tuned tomorrow. What she said is, yes, they have the brand new equipment, but the old equipment still works. So you may not be able to afford the brand spanking new equipment, but you can perhaps buy the slightly older model for less money and achieve the same thing. Yeah, that was one of those, well, I should have thought of that, but I didn't.
I also wanted to share that there are these programs, the Endangered Archives programs, sponsored by this British Library, and there's another one as well. They also offer funding for different proposals from individuals, either preparing equipment or digitizing materials. So there's those programs out there as well. Yes, you cannot get these materials in this part of the world, unfortunately.
Thank you, thank you. Any more questions? Anything you wish to share? Yes? Or you are overwhelmed? It has to soak in. So I hope over lunch that, yes?
I have a question for Chauncey. In terms of the metadata, is there a particular standard or format that you have to follow?
We were having that conversation at breakfast. We have not imposed any kind of standard, particularly in the beginning, on our partners. We have essentially let them create the metadata as they see fit, because they know their collections best. We have, in 2021, introduced a metadata template where we give the different fields that we recommend, and some of them are required. And this is to help make things more findable. One of the things that I would like to institute, I have to add that I started in this position in January of 2023. So there are things that I would like to do, but the technology also limits me. The technology on the back end. I would like to standardize the fields for geographic location, language, and the type of item. Unfortunately, with our system, if you spell it newspaper without an S, that's one type of item. If you add an S, that's a second type of item. If you make it a lowercase n, that's a third type of item. It has become kind of my obsession, but I have to deal with the technical back end that I have at my disposal. So small bites, one step at a time. And yeah, that's the other thing that I would like to add. Even if you do one thing, it's going to make a difference. When you go home, one thing will make a difference. Just one.
One thing. This is so beautiful because that is good advice. 21 years ago, when Stephanie was not around at all, the same questions that some of you may have asked or you are thinking, they want to take our things, patrimony, or saying what they're going to do with it, who are the funders. Those questions, and they were very fierce at that first meeting, Right? They existed, but I am so happy that with the commitment, the energy that this is something that we need, it must be done, that it has continued and it has lived to vote to 21 years. So I really wish to congratulate the panel because you're looking at you're looking at histories. But it can be done. It is our region. We have contributed to the world, the development of civilization, and we need to continue with the same enthusiasm and love and passion as Dr. Ferdinand, Jasmine, Stephanie, and Rita. It is the same energy that the librarians that I've noticed in Jamaica, those in Trinidad, after your buildings are damaged by hurricanes and so on, and you lived 30-something years and you achieve it, so that you can benefit today. Thank you very much and to the panelists and to you for your attention.
Well, thank you very much, Joan, for your expert guidance through that process and other members of the panel. In fact, you didn't find it interesting that we had two Trinbagonians here and they somehow navigated the seas of our Caribbean without mentioning the 24-14 outcome. Is it 25-14 outcome? Yeah, Those, you notice I didn't use any other description. Yes. I was talking about the Trinidad and Tobago elections. Yeah. All right. It kept me up late last night. Yes. Interesting. But that was just a way of lightening the mood a bit. I hope it did, as we prepare for small bites at lunch. And we are going to have approximately 1 hour. So if we leave now and we get to the restaurant area, we can resume at 2:30 p.m. So you have 45 minutes for lunch, roughly speaking, and 15 minutes for the dessert. So we should be fine. All right, see you after lunch. Thank you. the Creative Production and Training Center, that's out of Jamaica. NBC Radio initially, of course, is a homegrown gentleman I mentioned earlier, Colvin. And we have, once again, Kathy Bursch McDermott. She's Vice President, Memory of the World Regional Committee for Latin America and the Caribbean, and Liberation of the Liberian at the Hunter J. Francois facility in St. Lucia. So we have a packed panel of talent, expertise, and I'm pretty sure you're going to have a lot of questions for them. So I'll save time by welcoming Mr. Hector to lead you. Welcome, moderator, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rose. Now, I'm sure when we think of memory institutions, archives, libraries, museums come to mind. Yet, media organizations, radio stations, television broadcasters, even newspapers, they have long been critical creators and custodians of our shared history, chronicling daily life, recording the moments that define our nations and preserving our collective voices. However, unfortunately, this role is often under-recognized. That is something that we want to change. Their role is also increasingly under threat. As we have seen, disasters do not discriminate. Broadcast archives are vulnerable to fires, to hurricanes, to floods, and also technological obsolescence. So we all recognize these facts. But today's discussion is really about moving beyond recognition to action, and looking at how can we forge stronger partnerships between media and the traditional memory institutions. How can we support broadcasters to preserve their invaluable archives and ensure that the Caribbean stories that forge and shape our identity, Caribbean stories that are so important to us as individuals, Caribbean stories that the whole world needs to know about. How can we strengthen their role? So, of course, we have a distinguished panel here with us who have already been introduced by Mr. Rose. And I want to invite you, of course, to really engage really quite deeply into the questions around this topic. And just to let you know the order in which the different panelists will speak. First, we'll hear from Kathy, and then Kathy will be followed by Colvin, and then we'll have Lorna. And with us, of course, at the head table, we have Ms. Dion John as a discussant, who is quite ready to jump in at any point to raise and share insights, and also happy to respond to your questions. So without any further ado, Kathy, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, all, once again. Wow. I think we needed some more variety with the dessert. That's what's causing this. Okay, Dr. Hector, no more banana bread. So for this particular session, we conducted a survey about a month ago aimed at generating data from across the region from various media organizations, many of whom couldn't be here with us today. So the reports, the presentation presents findings from this survey, and we are hoping that it will inform some of the recommendations and action items for tomorrow. The various media organizations that were represented in the survey
You could see from the presentation that the majority of respondents stemmed from television, followed by digital-only platforms. And I'm pleased to note that a total of 28 media organizations from across the Caribbean participated in the survey. And you could see from the data the types of organizations that are represented here. The regional distribution of the respondents, we had Jamaica, Anguilla, Antigua and Barbuda, Dominica, Grenada, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Bonaire, Trinidad and Tobago, and also Colombia. So there's good representation here. Many of the participating media organizations have a lifespan of more than 20 years, and that tells us something that's rather significant, meaning that the information contained in the collections would be of tremendous value. 70.4% exists for more than 20 years. Okay? And then we looked at storage and organization of the media archives. The percentages represent the reported use of various storage methods by the media houses. And again, it's important to note because it would inform the strategies that can be suggested tomorrow to assist them. So we have the majority using local digital storage, such as hard drives, servers, and external storage as methods of storing their information. This is followed closely by physical storage, and that number is still really high in terms of them still holding quite a significant number of paper archives, tapes, film, and reels, and other material of that format. 14.3% and 7.1% indicated that they use some sort of technology to store their information. In terms of the presence of a dedicated librarian or trained archivist or information manager within their organizations, 67.9% indicated that they did not have one of those trained personnel on their team, while 32.1% indicated that there was a trained professional. Then we looked at the filing methods, because that's very important when we think of accessibility and discoverability of the information. 64.3% filed the material according to date, while 42.9% by topic and category. 17.9% filed the material according to the journalist or the broadcaster or the producer, I guess using their names or their titles. 32.1% utilized a keyword search system, and we heard the term metadata being used a lot. And librarians will tell you that having a structured keyword or tagging system is very important in order for you to be able to find what you're looking for when it is that you need that information. 25% indicated that the information is not systematically organized. We then asked, in terms of your media file retrieval, how easy or difficult it is for you to find information as journalists, as broadcasters, as the managers of those media organizations. For me, an alarming 7.1% indicated that it's very easy. That's a low figure. Somewhat easy, 42.9%. Somewhat difficult to find the information, 35.7%. Very difficult, 14.3%. So we see the variations. I know back home in St. Lucia with our national television network, there was a particular documentary that my library was looking for. And we had trouble trying to get that documentary from our national television network. Not because the librarian didn't want to help, it was just difficult for him to locate that very important piece of information for us. So we had to go down to the organization ourselves to lend support to try to find that piece of information. Unsuccessful. Now our marketing and communications officer also went down to use her network to try to find it. And it took us, I'd say, close to a year of trying. I guess they had to search for it, however it was organized. And then we got it. Too long, so there is work to be done. Then we considered the uses of databases and metadata. 57.1% indicated that there was no database, and 42.9%, not too bad, indicated that they did have a database to store and organize their media files and information. Some of the databases cited by media houses includes Koha, and we know it as an open source software, no, as a library management system, sorry, that is used by libraries. I see my colleague over here nodding, right? ENPS and DERI, hope I'm saying it right. But what we realized is that there was some confusion between the storage solutions and the structured databases. It's almost as if they didn't quite understand the fundamental differences between those two. It's one thing to store your files and your information, and it's another thing to organize it in a structured database that will enable you to access the information. Are your staff trained in indexing and metadata management? 46.4 indicated that there's no formal training. Staff learn as they go. 25% no training at all. 3.6%, yes, formal training was provided. And again, 25% indicated that there was some sort of informal training. A significant number indicated that they were familiar with metadata and indexing standards, 46.4%, while 32.1% indicated that they were not very familiar, and 10.7% not familiar at all. And then we looked at the metadata elements that they used. And we can see here the title and the date of the broadcast or the publication are the heaviest metadata elements used to file, store, and organize the material by title and by date of publication. And as we're going through this, I want you to imagine a historical piece of information and see if having it by title or date of publication would assist the end user. Because we must always think of the end user, the person who's trying to find that information, and whether the metadata elements that we use will enable that access. Okay? The challenges and needs that were reported, the top challenges, as always, lack of funding and lack of resources. And again, that's going to be repeated because it's a challenge. 61% indicated that's the issue. Lack of proper storage systems. Storage is important. You have to pay for cloud and so on, 54%. Risk of data loss due to poor preservation practices. 39% indicated that as a challenge, followed closely by limited technical expertise, and the fact that there's no dedicated personnel for archives, 36%. All of the stated challenges, 4% indicated that they had all of the challenges listed above. No challenges whatsoever, 4%. Bravo to this media organization. And then, of course, we want to identify or to, see if they're interested. What's the level of interest in getting training, on best archival practices? And 75% indicated that they were interested, while 25% indicated maybe. And again, it's education. It's how we educate media organizations to get them to understand, just like Dr. Hector said, that they are critical partners as part of the building up and promoting of our cultural and documentary heritage. Would your organization benefit from partnerships with libraries or national memory institutions for archiving and preservation standards and best practices? 71.4% definitely agreed that they would benefit from that partnership. So that's a positive thing for us. The resources and support that they indicated were required: funding and financial support, storage and digital infrastructure, and against the possibility of us sharing and collaborating. And we have some ideas we can assist with that. Software and archival systems, personnel and expertise, training and technical support, institutional and policy support. Thank you very much. That ends my presentation, and I just want to close off by saying this. The data suggests that media organizations are aware of the resources and expertise that libraries and memory institutions can offer in terms of best practices and preservation techniques. These partnerships provide mutual benefits, including access to training, improved archival systems, and support for long-term preservation of documentary heritage. However, the key challenges include insufficient funding, inadequate storage systems, and a lack of trained personnel. The good thing is that there is a strong desire for training and partnerships with institutions that specialize in archival practices. So just off the bat, some of the recommendations can include that we assist in investing in education and training, improve their storage infrastructure through collaboration, seek external partnerships, and increase funding for archives however we can. Thank you all very much. This is the end, and I hope that you'll find the data useful as it represents the collective voice of media organizations throughout the region.
Thank you very much, Kathy. I think this might be a first in our region in terms of doing this type of mapping of what's going on. And I personally am very, very encouraged by this. You mentioned that you had 28 responses. I know many times I've tried to get responses from other groups, and I haven't gotten anywhere near this amount. And I'm talking about questions dealing with people in the archival and memory institutions. So I'm very, very pleased that the media is so engaged. And some of the low numbers actually show that there is a lot of potential. You indicated that just 3.1% have formal training, but we also saw that 75% have an interest in being trained. So I think that 3.1% who are working in the industry, grappling with these many of these challenges, and the 4% who say that it's very easy. We need to get those who are making archiving work, demonstrate to the others what they're doing. And of course, linking up with the other memory institutions to, again, help to build and strengthen in these areas. So now I have great pleasure in calling on Colvin from NBC, National Broadcasting Corporation of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Paul. Unfortunately, I do not have the fancy graphics or the PowerPoint for you, but I do have some very valuable information. Good afternoon again, everyone. And to those who are visiting, welcome, and hope that you're able to come again soon and enjoy our beautiful islands. Now, you've heard my name and my responsibilities, but most of you may not know about the entity which I represent, which is the National Broadcasting Corporation. Some of you know by virtue of the fact that you live here, but most of you will be hearing about it for the first time. So I think it is necessary that I give you just a quick background of the organization. Now, the National Broadcasting Corporation, NBC Radio, is the oldest radio station in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the second oldest media organization after one of the printed papers here. And the corporation traces its roots back to the 70s when we had the Windward Islands Broadcasting Service. Some of you may remember that. Those from St. Lucia and the other nearby islands may remember hearing about WIBS. That's what it was called. But transition happened, things changed over time, and WIBS became Radio St. Vincent, Radio 705, and that is the name that has stuck with many Vincentians and many across the region. And finally, the transition to the National Broadcasting Corporation, which is what we have today in 1986. What comes with that is a wealth of information gathered over the years. Important events captured that needed to be preserved for generations to come to be able to have access to, audio material in particular. We think about the first sitting of Parliament, which we've already digitized, readily accessible. We can do extracts, etc. from it. Think about the reportage from the 1979 eruptions. Those two we can readily access. But you'll hear the reason why I speak specifically about those two, because there's a problem beyond that. There are many tapes, reel-to-reels, cassettes, records, you name it. The old legacy media, we have them. But you'll hear the reason why I mention them. You now see where we position ourselves as the National Broadcasting Corporation in protecting the audio aspect of our history. By the way, we don't do any visual in terms of television, so it's strictly radio. Digitizing this huge database, this huge collection, is something that takes considerable time. That is an ongoing process. Cataloging and again, tagging, the meta tagging, that process also takes some time. And there's some elements there that you may not be able to fill at this point. If you don't understand, trying to tag something 30 years, 40 years later, there's some missing information there. Who produced it? Where it was recorded? You know, what was it about? Yes, you might know it's a meeting of Parliament, but you may not know the details of what is captured there. So there are some limitations in that process. If we look back at our very recent times, we had the COVID-19 pandemic. We had the eruptions of La Soufrière, and all of you would know about that. And that is where we gathered a lot of content. And there were lessons learned over the years as to how we preserve this information and protect it for those in the future to access. And I'm happy to say we've been able to change in recent years a lot of what was done by our predecessors in preserving the audio recorded material of important events. You would see we'll have news updates, we'll have stories, we'll have reportage, we'll have all of these things from all of these recent occurrences. We think of Hurricane Beryl, which was last year. We have all of these reports that were done, updates that were done. These are all being kept. The process now, again, is to do the tagging and to create a functional database of all of this, which, again, is a process that we will definitely work on to ensure that we set a better trend going forward in preserving our data. And I'll go back a bit to what I mentioned earlier with tape reels, for example, and records. Now, the preservation of a lot of this content, which was on reel-to-reel tapes and records, it goes back well before my time for sure. I'm not that old. So a lot of that documentation was done well before I was born, and some of us in this room. We're talking 40 plus years in some cases, or 50 plus years. so very old reels. And I wouldn't want to say it is a lack of care, but there was an issue with storage in many cases. A lot of these, and it can boil down to the know-how, because you didn't know, or the time you didn't know what was best in terms of how to preserve these for the long term. You recorded a tape, it was placed in a box, it was packed in a room, it got very warm, tapes were destroyed. And unfortunately, that is also part of our story, that many of those who came before us never paid attention to that. And I wouldn't want to put the blame squarely on them, but it now puts us in a spot where a lot of that information has been lost. We think about the issues of condensation, moving things from a very warm space to a cool space. That also created problems in our efforts to preserve this content. Because when we realized that, we need to do something about it, these were already stored for probably a decade or two in very warm conditions. Moving these now into a cooler temperature-controlled environment created condensation. It caused things like mold and all of that to develop. You have another problem. You put these into your players, you destroy them. And that has been one of the issues over the years in being able to get this information off digitally and have it at least a listenable quality so that those in the future can listen and extract from it. And that's not just for reel-to-reel tapes, so that's also for cassettes and records. Because in some cases, some of these records were warped. And I'm speaking specifically of music because we have, and I'll mention it as I'm here, we have quite a large database of music on records. And those records most of them are signed by the artists themselves. They were brought to us. We were the only radio station at the time. So we have many of the master copies of a lot of these recordings, which we cherish, and you'll understand the reason why. And we do regular checks to make sure that in the process of digitizing, we also protect these as well, because we're entrusted with protecting that part of our culture. Most of you may not be familiar with the medium called a card player. Some of you may. In the old dispensation of a play-out system which we operated under the Radio 705 banner, there was a card reel that almost like a cassette. If you think of a cassette, it has a magnetic tape, and you push it in, you can play with the advertisements, right, a card machine, right, and that would allow you to listen what is on the tape and play it out on the air. Over the years, those things are no longer available. They've since ceased production, and to make matters worse, the parts are no longer produced. So trying to retrieve that information from the card reels and the card tapes is now almost impossible because you do not have a functional player to retrieve that. And the same for the reel-to-reel, because reel-to-reel players, you're very fortunate if you ever find a working reel-to-reel player these days. When parts go bad, you really can't find a replacement. What you can do is attempt to clean it and try again, which we have done and been able to moderate quality in terms of extraction. But then when it fails, and that is where we have a problem. Now, we've been able to work on some collaborations over the years, and one of those has been with the National Public Library, and they're sitting here with us today. In terms of our stories in the region, there's a particular slot on a Saturday morning called Once Upon a Time, which is produced by the National Public Library, where we preserve the audio aspect of many of our Caribbean stories. So the stories from Trinidad, from Jamaica, from across the region. And we have them, expressed in a manner where the children would be gravitated to listen to that story. And we think that collaboration works well for us in terms of also not just depending on the printed copies, but the audio version, which, there's always an attraction to the audio visuals compared to reading from a text. And that is one way in which that collaboration is also helping us to, build on that, and we continue that partnership with the National Public Library. And there are other areas in which we will get to eventually in that partnership as well. We also collaborate with the ECCB in doing productions once per month in terms of financial prudence and financial tips for children. And sometimes we have 2 in any given month. And all of that bringing together the aspects of preserving that information and safeguarding it for those to come. It's gotten considerably easier over the past decade or so with the advent of the technology. You now have hard drives. You know, the price for a hard drive 15 years ago is you get considerably more memory now than you got for that price a decade and a half ago. And that is to our benefit. However, we are not talking megabytes or gigabytes of data here. We're talking terabytes, which means that it is going to take a long time in terms of moving all of this information, and something like cloud storage, which you would have as an option for more compressed formats, maybe the text, would be a very, very expensive process for an organization like us. Imagine moving 2 terabytes of data to a cloud storage and your connection is 100 megabit per second. For those who are IT inclined, you know that will take a few days, maybe a few weeks, depending on the quality of a connection. And it takes a lot of time in doing all of this. Now, one of the areas, and I heard it mentioned in the presentation earlier, is not just having this information and having this content, but making it publicly accessible. Yes, having it protected is one thing, but making it publicly accessible completes the cycle. Because as I was told by someone who's into archiving, there's no point in just putting it there and it stays there and nobody has access to it. It doesn't serve the purpose of why you're doing it. We understand that, but now, digitizing all of this content, what happens to it after that? How do we meet those who want to access this content halfway? There are some hurdles. Infrastructure is one of them, because the digitizing process, again, takes up a lot of space, and then you'd have to get a particular management software to handle all of this content that audio content that you're now putting into storage. You heard earlier, storage is one part of the equation, but then the structured database is the next part of it, which sometimes we tend to mix the two, whether you have a database or not. So then that begs the question, creating a structured database of that audio material and where you go from there. Expensive, time-consuming. We have thousands of tapes, records, reels, cassettes, I said records already, some CDs in the mix as well, which is much faster, by the way. And all of these have to be digitized. This process started well over 15 plus years ago, and I think we're just beyond a quarter of that process. And it is going to go on indefinitely, I foresee. Again, because of the challenges with playback, having the right equipment and having the legacy equipment to be able to, as they say, dub these audio pieces digitally. And then you compress them to a smaller format, such as MP3, for example. A lot of this as well has to do with the issue of rights holders to some of the content that you have. In the case of NBC Radio, we have a lot of calypsos. We have the 10s from the 60s, 70s, 80s, you name it. We have it. Performances of people who've left us 20 years ago, we still have all of those. Their families might be around today and want to hear something, but the process is a bit more complex than what you see at the surface. The question of making this available and doing so legally, because the possibility exists that you're infringing on other people's copyright, intellectual property, I should say. How do you treat with this? Yes, the technology is there that you can create an online database, you upload your files, you click, you listen. However, with the technology available, you can also do piracy. You can set up a recorder, you can record the audio as it's being played. Yes, there might be a license required to download the file, but with freely available tools, it's relatively easy for you to capture the audio while it's playing. There's no way to get around that part. And that is where we have a particular challenge in controlling, how things are distributed and what we can, have various access rights given to those who request it. And another area of great concern is when it comes to the online storage of such. I mentioned it earlier. If you're to make these things publicly available and you want to put it online, for example, on Amazon Cloud, I'll just give an example. You can imagine if you have 10 terabytes of audio to upload. That's 10,000 gigabytes for those who are wondering the conversion. That's a whole lot of storage. Not just the uploading part, but managing that and paying for that on a monthly basis. We're probably looking at several thousand US dollars per month to keep a cloud platform running with that sort of. How do you finance this? And that again is another part of the equation which we have to look at. What about our partnership potentials? We heard this morning the presentation from Kabika, and now I know a bit more about the organization to say that they would be one of those that would be a great entity to work along with in the process that we have established and to further develop on what we have in building out the capacity, human resource-wise and in terms of infrastructure. And we look forward as well to a continued partnership with local entities like the library, National Public Library, and the National Archives and Documentation Center, which we maintain good relations with and which, of course, we can even further enhance going forward with greater partnership in protecting the audio aspect of our recorded history. In conclusion, the advancement of technology over the years opened up a myriad of avenues to expedite the process of digitizing content from legacy media. The difficulty, however, remains the financing of this part of the process. Infrastructure and the long-term feasibility of maintaining this would always be a question. Who is going to pay for it? Yes, for the next year, but what about the next 5 years? What about the next 10 years? How are you going to keep it going? And especially the case where we are a statutory organization, it would need a special intervention at a very high level for specific financing to keep something of this nature going on a long-term basis. Potential for our partners to be part of that process as well, but that is something that we'll have to initiate that discussion before we get to any conclusion. But I'm confident that here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, we can take archiving and taking our audio documentation and our visuals as well, because I know visual is a big part of it, to the next level with some greater partnerships, particularly among the stakeholders locally and regionally, in getting the buy-in, getting the support of all those who are involved in this particular field. We may not have specially trained, we have those who are trained by way of their on-the-job experience, but in terms of the expertise and what we saw this morning in terms of cleaning some of these records, how do you properly clean a record? How do you clean a tape without damaging what is on it, etc.? The specifics of that may be very basic in our case, but there's an opportunity there for us to work with those in the know to make the process smoother and better, and the ultimate mission to protect and preserve all of these content that we've generated over the years, and eventually make it accessible to as many as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Colvin. I very much appreciated the very, I would say, sort of clear-eyed perspective that you brought to this subject. Again, recognizing challenges, but also the opportunities. And I think during the Q&A, we will probably have an opportunity to hear from people who can talk about things like maybe use of AI in tagging. Maybe that might solve some of the challenges that you're facing in terms of dealing with metadata. And you also alluded to the issue of business models. I know at least one person here who has been able to, quote unquote, sell content, and then that they have as a way of, again, getting some revenue and so on. Great. So now, with any further ado, now we hear from the CPTC, Lorna Napier, who will speak about her experiences. Lorna, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, colleagues.
Good afternoon.
If you could, yes. How are we? Yeah? No after effects of our wonderful lunch? You want to get up and stretch? All right, let's try. Let's stand. Yes, arms upward stretch. Stretch it out. To the side. Yes, up again. Yes, to the side. And down. Wasn't that good? You may be seated. We needed that. At least I did. All right. So I am Lorna Napier. I'm the CEO from the Creative Production and Training Center Limited in Kingston. CPTC. We're a little bit different from most media organizations that you would know because we are primarily a television production company and a training institute. We were set up by government. As a matter of fact, our predecessor was the Educational Broadcasting Service, which used to operate out of the Ministry of Education at Canewood Center. And those were black and white days. Anybody in here remember black and white TV? Yeah. I do. I dated myself. But in Jamaica, what used to happen, they had educational television programs and they used to employ television producers and radio producers. And they would create programs that were aligned to the curriculum. And these programs were transmitted at a particular time during the course of the day to the various schools. So primary schools had radio speakers in the classrooms and television sets. And they did that for a period of time until the inevitable happened. There was a change from black and white to color, and so the equipment became obsolete. So the government at the time, in 1983, decided to abandon the whole idea of educational broadcasting and to create an entity with a mandate to preserve the heritage, the culture of the Jamaican people. And that is how the Creative Production and Training Center was born. The difference, though, is that unlike other governmental institutions, the organization was registered as a company because they felt at the time that it was very important for it to become self-sufficient. In other words, it was a beautiful way to kick it off the government's budget. But that never happened because we're still on the budget. All right, so part of the mandate is to produce a content. In producing the media content, that is how you're preserving the heritage. So we record specific things, right? And there's another aspect of the mandate, which is the training aspect. So if you see Jamaican TV, 90% of the persons who appear on TV, whether they're presenters or the technicians, that is our mandate. We have a hand in training the technical persons behind the camera. But today I'm going to talk to you about the production content mandate, the documenting. So I just wanted you to have an idea of what it is that we do because we're different from a television broadcaster. We're not a broadcaster. However, we have a cable channel, and that is the medium that we use to showcase what it is that we do, what is it that we record, and people can go to the channel. Where flow goes, we go. You use flow here too, right? So we're on the flow backbone. Where flow goes, we go. We're also on the DigiPlay background. Where DigiPlay goes, we go. Part of the problem, however, is that one would think that an organization like us would be on a national transmission background. Currently in Jamaica, public broadcasting is on cable. You have to pay for cable services. And that is a grave oversight. The People's Broadcasting Entity should be accessible to all people. So people in rural Jamaica who do not have access to cable can't see PBC or PBCJ as it is called, right? So that is one of the major drawbacks. And so what you find is that the media agencies, such as the PBC, the Jamaica Information Service, which also has a television arm, they put a lot of their material on social media platforms such as YouTube and Instagram and TikTok now, which is a favorite place to go, right? So they would cut up that content and you would see it there because the younger folks tend to consume the content in smaller bits. I don't know if it has anything to do with attention span, you know, but they tend to consume the content just like that. All right, so I was telling you that my mandate is content production, media training, and of course, cable casting. So some of the things that we have to do are like the National Floral Tributes. Now, the National Floral Tributes, the team generally call it the National Wreath Laying. And when you hear wreath laying, you know exactly what that means. You lay wreath for live people? No. So the national heroes throughout the year and the prime ministers who are deceased. The Ministry of Culture has a schedule, and every month when it is the birth of one of them, we have to go and record that. So those are called the National Floral Tribute. So what you're seeing here is Prime Minister Holness to the extreme left, laying a floral arrangement, right? And in the center, I think that was for the late Prime Minister, Mr. Siaga. And to the right is the Chief Justice and the Minister of Culture and the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Culture, the Honorable Olivia Babsy-Grange. You must have known, I think it's the most popular person around. And the other kind of content that we do, every July 31 into August 1, we call it the Emancipendence. We join up emancipation and independence. Because Jamaica celebrates its independence August 6, and Emancipation Day is August 1. But there is a vigil that happens on one of the old abandoned slave plantations down in St. Anne at a place called Seville. And that vigil takes place July 31 from about 6 in the evenings, and that continues until next day, 6 next day. So my job is to make sure that all night broadcast is on the air. So we do an all-night broadcast on our cable casting arm, and we also provide a live stream via the Jamaica Cultural Development Commission's website or on PBCJ, and you will see it on also the YouTube channels. So these are national content that must be seen, and people come. And it is a big festival down there. You get an opportunity to go back in time and see how our ancestors and our older folks used to live. So they would have different bands, festival bands, cultural and folk performers coming in from different parts of the islands to perform, and primarily the Maroons. And you know about the Maroons, do you? And they would come there, so you'd have different types of folk forms, and all of that is documented. It's performed for the people. I mean, people come, they bring their towels, they sit in the grass, and this goes on until daylight, and everybody having a very happy time. And in between, they have stage shows. So you bring in popular reggae artists and gospel artists. And gospel now is a thing. Yes, especially dancehall gospel is now a thing. Yes. Mhm. Of course, that content also extends to what we do called Jamaica Gospel Star, and we have to produce 4 weekly shows that goes on one of the free-to-air television finals. It is pretty much like Digicel Rising Star, but it is gospel, and it comes out of the Jamaica Development Commission's. Every year they walk around and they audition people who have written their gospel songs and can perform them, and then it comes down to 10 performers. And it is a beautiful sight to behold, you know? And we are the persons who have to do that, and we have to produce a montage, vignettes, and the collaterals. And all of those things that we do, which include the Musgrave Medal Awards, the National Leadership Prayer Breakfast. Have you ever heard about that? We in Jamaica, we always praying, you know. And something happen, we having a prayer breakfast. All right. So we document that prayer breakfast that happens every January in the new year with all the leadership. They come together and they pray, and you know what happened after. All right. So we also have what we call Reggae Month, which is a month of February. And for the entire month, we are recording and showcasing different aspects of the Jamaica culture in music. So we have like a conversational series where we feature the older people who started the music, the pioneers in the music, whether they are producers or were producers or singers or players of instruments. And that is important because it is tied back into Culture Week and Culture Day in the schools. It's a part of the school curriculum. So they make sure that everything aligns, right? So we do all of that. And of course, you know, February 6th is when we celebrate the birth of Bob Marley, and there's always that tribute concert that we have to do, and everybody has to see it. So this is Earl Chinna Smith. He's one of the original keyboard player and guitarist from the Bob Marley and the Wailers band. Still alive and kicking and miserable, you see? Right. But he has a wealth of knowledge that he shares with any and everyone who is willing to listen, if you have the time. Right? And I must take this opportunity to celebrate with UNESCO the Wat Town pilgrimage. It's Jamaica made an application for the inscription of Wat Town pilgrimage designation. Now, those persons, I don't know if you have them down here, but they are who we call revivalists. It's an indigenous religious group of people. They will tell you that they are spiritualists, they believe in the ancestors, and that this came with our ancestors when we were brought across the waters, and they maintain it. They used to be looked down on. People used to call them obia workers, because you see people walking around in these long gowns with their heads wrapped, and they have pencils and rulers, and they can put an X on you, so they say. But they have transitioned in such a way now that they have a whole lot of elements of not only their own revivalism, but Christianity, observing the Christian holidays, and of course, God as their Savior and Jesus Christ. So it was very important for this set of religious leaders to be inscribed. They are now a prized possession. Every year, the 11th of March, there is a pilgrimage of all the revival bands from around the island, and they converge on a little church that can't even hold all of us in here properly. And it is called the Jerusalem Schoolroom, where they come and they worship and they leave with quote-unquote messages If you're not a part of them, you don't understand what the message is. I've been there several times and I don't understand it. All right? But they are beautiful to look at. They have beautiful movements. There are old ladies and men in their 90s who are more agile and can move more than I am able to do right now. It's a beautiful thing to watch. And we're happy to celebrate that, that UNESCO has assisted us with. And of course, I have to tell you about Hill and Gully Ride. So whenever you come to Jamaica and you hear about a program named Hill and Gully Ride, people keep on telling you that, oh, yes. People always say, oh, it is a program for old people. Senior citizens need programming too. But it's not only old people. We use it as a medium to talk about our oral history. And we feature people who have made it to 100. And they will be able to tell you what it was like living in the 1920s, 1925. Well, we had a lady on last week who was 105, and she could tell us about what life was like for her growing up, you know? So it is part of the oral documentation of how we used to live and do business 80, 90 years ago, and sometimes even 100 years ago. So Hill and Gully Ride does that, but it also features, it's called Hill and Gully. We go all over the country to record people's lives and so on. And I must tell you, it is the second longest running program on free-to-air TV on Television Jamaica, which is, by the way, privately owned. So I was also telling you that we do a cable casting arm. So our cable casting arm is Jam Vision. It is fully digital in transmission, and it is on cable, and that is where we showcase what we do. All right, so let us get down to the business of heritage preservation. So you know the media's role in preserving our national heritage is embedded in its mandate. You inform, entertain, and educate. So these materials must be cataloged and archived properly so that they can be retrieved when you need them, right? So we have to find organizations that have similar equipment or tools of the trade with whom we can have exchanges and that are of mutual benefit to both parties. Oftentimes we try to reach out to other institutions, but they're not particularly interested in what it is that we are doing. And part of the problem is that some institutions, especially private institutions, are guided by a board of directors who is only interested in seeing the bottom line. They want to see what your profitability is going to be. And if it is that you have to now go and invest in a content management platform that is going to dip into that profitability, they are not interested in it. But when you find yourself in an institution that is of national importance, that is supported by your respective governments, then the argument becomes a little bit easier. As senior managers, we have to now advocate. We have to let the people at the top understand the importance of supporting the archives that we are trying to build and the importance of keeping on the cutting edge of the trends that are developing. We find that in lots of our organizations, we have the equipment. And when we realize that the equipment is obsolete, is when somebody else comes and asks us about or hand us a tape or hand us some kind of media that requires the use of something that is new, and we never hear about it before, and we turn fool. So we have to keep on the cutting edge of this business that we find ourselves in. And I'm talking myself too, because collaborations are very important. In March, the CPTC collaborated with the National Library of Jamaica with also the British Library, they came to do a workshop on audio preservation. And I've been here talking about video, and you might be asking how audio come into it. But audio and video are married. And when we are doing a program and we're cutting a montage to start the program, we want a music bed. And oftentimes we have to go to the records, because we have a whole lot of records down at CPTC. You send the producer to go and find a record to find something that is appropriate for the production that you're about to do. And you go and you pull the record, you play the record. Luckily, we still have record players that are playing vinyl records, so we can play a record, right? But you go, you play, you pull the record, but how do you keep it clean? Do you have your personnel who understand how to keep it clean, how to preserve it, how to store it properly, how to prevent it from scratch? If it gets scratched, how you clean that scratch? For us, one of the very important things that came out of this digitalization workshop that we had, we looked at dub plates. Do you know what dub plates are? Dub plates are like, they look like a disc of 45. Am I preaching to myself? You know what a disc of 45 looks like? Yes? You know what an LP looks like? All right, think about a dub plate the size of an LP. But it has a little hole in the center for the spindle to go through. You don't have the big hole, you know. All right. And it is not made from vinyl like the regular records. It's made from acetate. So acetate was the kind of material that they used before. And in the recording studios, what they used to do was when they recorded a song, like a Toots and the Maytals doing Bam Bam. It's not Nancy, it's not Sister Nancy, here is Toots and the Maytals. And they would record that. Before it goes to master, they would put that material on what we call a dub plate, on acetate, right? And they would play it back and test it for clarity and all that kind of thing, that they weren't hearing any interference in the sound before it goes to be mastered. And you know what audio master tapes look like back in the day. Some big fat 2-inch, 3-inch, 8-track machines that they used to master them on. We still have dub plates, right? And when the students come, especially the ones who we are trying to train up to become audio technicians and audio engineers who are going to work in the radio studios, they must know what a dub plate look like, because they're going in there to find them. And they must know how to take care of them and how to make sure that they preserve them. That 40, 50 years down the road, somebody comes and asks to be shown a dub plate and or is researching some information on that piece of music, they can go and pull the dub plate and it is in good condition. So your collaborations have to be targeted. You have to look at what are your areas of priorities, and you have to target those areas, right? And it means, therefore, that when we have things to do, we have to convince our superiors of the importance of the things. And those of us who are in charge need to understand the material that we are working with. We can be in charge of a library, but we don't know anything about U-matic machines. We don't know anything about DV cams. We don't know anything about the material. It is better because we can make a better argument for it. So that brings me now to the challenges. So challenges is usually in the equipment. I have VHS, I have U-matic, I have Betacam, I have Mini DV, and we're moving all of them to a server, to a data management system, because the machinery that used to play them back are becoming, or some of them have become obsolete. So yes, we want to move them, but What are we going to move them to? You have to research that too, because there was about a little bit before COVID, there was a move to transfer the old archives at the Jamaica Broadcasting Corporation, what was left of it, which is now being held by PBCJ. They wanted to put them onto optical discs. They got some grant from, I think it was a Japanese, who came with these beautiful optical discs. And everybody was in this great haste to transfer them to the optical disc until one person asked the question, how will we retrieve them? Nobody had thought about that. Will optical discs be in use within the next 5 years or the next 10 years or even next week? Well, I'm here to tell you that nobody is using optical discs. Yeah? Nobody is using optical discs. So they had to abandon that whole idea of moving them to optical discs. So people are moving stuff, the smaller organizations that do not have funds and cannot approach their permanent secretaries for fund because that is not important in the budget, it gets strike off, are moving their stuff to put onto external hard drive and to find content management servers that they can put it on, because going to cloud for us is very expensive. It requires a whole lot of bandwidth, and it's just not doable. And we know that we're not going to get the money unless we can convince or we can wrangle UNESCO to assist us in getting some funds to do that. But we might not be so, you know. So equipment is an issue, because right now I'm here to tell you, I have exhausted all my U-matic machines. As one breaks down, I turn it into parts for the next one that is working, and I continue that until the one that may have leave there now just look at me and say, I'm done, not into it, right? And that is how we have been doing. And when you go onto eBay or you try to find universities, because I have some colleagues who work at universities in America, and you check with them, do you have that? Are you emptying out your storage? You can send that to me. And then I have to go convince the PS why me need money for clear or use item. Because there is some fatwa that was passed in cabinet that you're not supposed to be using second-hand equipment. So you have all those kinds of barriers to jump over, but you have to think outside the box. You can get it as a gift. No, I'm not going to tell you how to do that. All right? So storage is also a challenge. So we spoke about cloud storage. My colleagues spoke about that as well. At one point in time, they were looking at GOJ, Government of Jamaica, was looking at we have an organization called eGov, who is supposed to be the overarching organization that deals with all the ICT things in government. And they came up with this brilliant idea. Because we were not so far from Kingston Harbor, that's our location. I mean, Miss Lashley is a little bit closer to the harbor. They felt that we need to move our servers further up, take them up to Hope Garden. So if we take them up to Hope Garden, the likelihood of a tsunami, they would be protected. The wave couldn't come so far, right? And then people started to talk about, how would my server be protected? When I move my servers off-site and take it up to Hope Garden, what guarantee can I have that tomorrow when I come and I look at my server, I'll be able to retrieve my material, I don't hear that it belongs to somebody else, it has not been hacked into, what are the protocols and those things? And therefore, things like policy now becomes important. We have to think about the policy. If we're going to do anything, we have to think about the policy, how we're going to guide it. We have to come up with policy statements, policy directives, and we have to advocate. You can't just get up and move your things all over the place, because if you're in Jamaica and you're working in the public sector, what is going to happen? Your name might end up in the newspaper. Although I'm media, I'm I'm liable to find myself on the front page of a newspaper and being questioned by the Integrity Commission. You don't want that. So you have to use policies to advance your positions, right? Am I making myself clear? All right. And the other challenge is retrieval. Will you be able, all right, so you say you're going to put them on these servers and you're going to take them up to Hope Garden and put them up there. Will you be able to retrieve the material in the next 5 to 10 years? So you have to look at how you're going to store, what mechanism you're going to use to store, and what mechanism you are going to use to retrieve it. Because it doesn't make sense you struggle so hard to implement something within a 3-year span, and after that it is of no use, right? And so you have to look to policy, to my mind, to guide those things, and then you have to advocate within your respective ministries to get that done. And so monetization for some of us is doable, it's possible. In my organization's situation, we do some amount of licensing. Because Jamaica has a large diaspora in the United States, we find partners, we find broadcast partners in the tri-state or the tri-borough areas of New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, and we give them a licensing agreement for them to rebroadcast some of our content. But you have to be cognizant of people's intellectual property, because I have a substantial amount of information in my custody that I do not have access to pass on to others just like that, because of lack of the requisite agreements and permissions. So very important for those of us who are into content production, whether it's radio or TV, to have your talent release forms and your commercial releases that can allow you to exploit. And when I say exploit, I don't mean that you're going out there to sell people's images and likeness for a fortune. You can't do that. But consider administrative costs, how much it is. All of these things can be assessed and accounted for. How much does it cost you to get somebody to move it from one medium to the other medium, and for you to put it on a particular medium to pass it on to the end user, and the cost of that medium too. And that is how we have to break it down. For those of us who are into finance, think of your pricing strategies, you know, and how you can get that done. And explore the market, talk to your people. I know that there is a large Caribbean diaspora out there that they want Caribbean programs. Some of them have left here from in the 90s and then think it stays same way like how them left it. We have not developed. And it is our programming that we are going to send to them to let them know that, oh, we are having a wonderful time, you know? So that is how we treat with that. One of the difficulties I am having now, though, is that of the valuation of the intangible assets that I am custodian for. In other words, what is in my AV library? We haven't been able to put a price on it because there are no experts, valuators for intangible assets. So although the Ministry of Finance has a list of valuators, because every year, you know, valuators have to come in and value all the assets, their fixed assets and everything, so that they can be insured and brokers don't rob you, you know, and so on. You can't get a valuation of that intangible asset because the expertise does not exist. So what we do as an agency is basically look to see what our investment cost is or was in the particular program that we did, and we just apply some formulas and come out with some per seconds figures, yes. And so that is how we tend to treat that. And if you can find a way to get it done, then I would encourage you to get that done and use that to plunge it back into that little pocket that you would save for rainy day, and try and get equipment or tools or even training for yourselves. So, again, going forward, look for partnerships for preservation and archival management, and try to raise awareness about the risk of neglect in your own organization. Some of us are our own enemies, you know, or what we say in Jamaica, the weapon that is formed against us is us, you know? And implement a production, oh Lord, all right, yeah. Implement a production workflow that enables content reservation and long-term storage. It doesn't make sense you have one that you can't pull back the information and you don't know what is there. So you look to do that, and also training and capacity building. Develop your policy for digitization and retrieval. Develop your policy regarding your ICT security of the materials, because the pirates are real. And those are my few words. Thank you so much for listening to me. I trust I shared something valuable with you.
So much richness, so much wealth of knowledge and insights. We're over our time, but happy to take a few questions. Who'd like to go first? Vincent, yes. Yeah? Yes, thank you so much, Lorna. I mean, you've touched on so many things: identity, policy, valuation, copyright, policy. Yes, I wish we had more time.
So, Madam Birch, please, do you have like a best time for finding stuff that you have digitized? In the health and safety world, if you cannot find something in your office storeroom in 30 seconds, it means that you have a storage issue, a filing issue. Do you have like a best time for finding things when you search in your database that can be used like as a benchmark for the industry? That's one. That's for you. And Mr. Harry, how are you doing, sir? Do you plan to get rid of those records after you've digitized? Because they still have the value of a signature, and you will not be fixing your storage issue. You're only fixing your documentation issue. So that's a thought for you also to expound on. Thank you.
Maybe we can take any other questions? Go ahead, Rita, and then afterwards, then we'll have some responses.
So thank you all for your excellent presentation. And this question is for all the three panelists. This morning, we briefly touched on the 2015 recommendation to preserve, access documentary heritage, and also in a digital age. So I heard you present about keeping and also your challenges about storage and so on, but what about access? Access to the public, because that's also a task of broadcasting, of institution. It's not about keeping your documentary heritage, but it has to do with how you share it also with the public. So those are questions for you too.
Okay.
So I'll respond to the question that was addressed to me in terms of a timeline that is considered best in terms of getting access to the piece of information being sought? That was the question? Okay. So I can respond as an academic librarian when we get requests for information to assist researchers and our students. As a guideline, my team responds within 24 hours, either with the information or referring them to a source that we have researched for them that might have that information. We good? I know I can only respond as an academic librarian what our standards are within our institution. So in terms of industry best practice, I think I'd have to enter into discussions with my fellow information experts and librarians to see if we can come up with, if there is a standard for industry best practice. I'm not aware.
Perhaps it may
Unless we
vary
set
from
one.
perhaps maybe vary from industry to industry, and across use cases.
Thank you very much for your question, Mr. Reed. I saw a question coming from you from a mile off, and I was prepared for your question. Now, you asked about the physical copy because I believe you heard a mention of storage. And I think storage was mentioned more so of the digital aspect in terms of all of this over a period of time. But there's absolutely no intention of disposing of the records or the original copies, if that is what you're referring to. As a matter of fact, as it is now, we have a system in place where each of these original records have a corresponding number. It might be a bit of a dated system, but there's a logger that keeps a track of JC15, JCV157, JCV158, so we can find them based on how they are arranged in the physical storage. So the answer to your question, no, the intention is not to dispose or otherwise destroy these copies. We simply can't do that.
Yep.
Good.
Yes, and then we have the question about open access. To what extent are you supporting access to the resources, the information that you have in your collections? And Ms. John, you're quite welcome to weigh in as well, if you wish.
Well, I can say in terms of our physical storage where we store our material, having the public come into that space, particularly now would not be feasible for us. If it is a case where a dedicated space, specifically where we can grant access, where you can sit with a player and listen to whatever piece of material, again, we go back to the issue of having players to actually play the media that you're looking at. So yes, we may have persons being able to access, let's say, the reels, but do we have a reel-to-reel player that we can allow them to sit and listen to what is on that tape? That again presents a challenge of being able to, while you have access, to be able to listen to what is captured and what is there. Yes.
So what is the objective of keeping or storage of the audiovisual heritage without access? Is it just for keeps? So what's the objective then?
I want to just chime in here. I'm not a media expert, but maybe the traditional, correct me if I'm wrong, traditional objectives and goals of media organizations in the past, just like libraries, was to be gatekeepers and storekeepers. So that's an important question, and I think we can all agree that they have moved beyond that, but certainly not there yet. Now, in terms of access, I think a quick route to that, in keeping with the 2015 UNESCO recommendation, could be if we could get our media organizations to partner with schools, colleges, universities, educational institutions, if there is information, but of educational content through the schools and colleges, through the departments of those institutions, access can be provided. I know most libraries, most colleges have audiovisual departments that could support that level of viewing. You know, we could share resources and find a way to provide access. At least it would be a starting point. It's just about having those conversations and taking a step forward. Keeping in mind, bearing in mind, it's also about access.
If I may, I would love to expound on that point, and I may actually stimulate something. I'm not sure if Dion would resist. Media convergence is actually one of the gateways to ensuring we move towards access. For instance, and I know Director King has alluded to this before in different circles, the Agency for Public Information here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, basically your GIS, GIS across the region. It's not far away from your CPTC either, records and stores information. But there's an alliance, collaboration with NBC Radio, state, and you heard that earlier, a lot of history embedded there. And there are other agencies within government charged with recording and storing information, agriculture unit, education unit. But if we move even closer and tighten that bond and include the National Archives and Documentation Center and national libraries, then you now have an area that can become a repository for all of that information, because they can easily manage the storage. We don't have to worry about in-house librarian expertise and space and so forth, and basically going in that direction. So if you want access, you can go to the experts who manage data on a daily basis rather than coming to the daily production units and recording, television and radio recording media outlets.
Right now in Jamaica, there is a network of AV and other librarians. And I'll ask Ms. Lashley to expand on that, because it is through that network that you can have access to integral media information that you might want. So you could call the National Library and you ask for something, they don't have it. They call up to CPTC's AV library, librarian, she finds it, and you get access to it. We produce perhaps a day, we give you a day for you to come in and you can view, see if what it is that you ask for is really what it is that is there, and you may have access to it. You have, if you want a copy, then you have to pay for it, but that is subject to people's IPs and so on. But you can get access to the information, if you will. Because we are also inside of the Ministry of Education, it is important that the teachers come to us, researchers come to us. If you want anything on culture that you think might be in our archives, you can make an appointment, come in, view, and have access to it.
Yep.
Okay. So the Jamaica, we have JAMLIN, which is Jamaica Library and Information Network. And a sector of that, a subsector, is AVIN, Audiovisual Information Network. And what this network, all government libraries, we come together and we share resources. So we'd have workshops, and the British Library was just down, 2 months ago? And they gave us equipment. So they gave us the equipment that could digitize the reel-to-reel players. So things like that, and we're writing our proposals. I'll not look UNESCO's way, but we're in some negotiation with them. And it's to all the entire Jamaica will benefit, because we'll monitor the equipment and monitor who goes first, who goes second, that sort of thing. What they prioritize as well, just like we'll do tomorrow, prioritize which collection should be digitized first. That's my little input.
Yes. Well, we've had a very rich and engaging discussions. I think some of the points which are quite relevant to discussion have to do with things like Freedom of Information Acts. That is a policy instrument which not all countries have implemented. Also, there's a recognition that information. This is the sort of new oil in this information data economy. And how can we make sure that this resource is put to use to create new types of works? So again, lots to be unpacked there. But I'm sure during the cocktail this evening, we will continue these conversations. And of course, we're all looking at building communities of practice. So perhaps there may be persons who might wish to form maybe a special group to explore some of these issues going forward. So thank you very much. And I turn it back over to Mr. Rose.
All right, thank you very much. A round of applause for that, for the presenters and moderator of that segment. And thank you so much. Would you agree with me that maybe there should be a media-specific workshop in this regard, or maybe all media that is, or information specific to digital recording and both audio, visual, and audio separately? Because, yeah, I'm asking and I'm putting the question out because as I listened, I recognize, and we are all aware, that in this very room this afternoon aren't many media practitioners, right? Both locally and, of course, from the regional entities. But we do have media representation. But just imagine what the daily media practitioners are missing out on, having not, by the fact that they're not here and they're not benefiting from this kind of exchange, whether they are online-based or they are, as Colvin put it, legacy media, traditional media. And that's an issue that we are experiencing also from a disaster preparedness and response angle, where we are not getting buy-in from media. I don't want to take up too much time, but we're not getting enough buy-in from our traditional media sources, and even new media, with respect to responding to disasters and preparing for disasters. Hurricane season is coming up. I can bet my salary that someone is going to joke about preparedness or getting advisories out. Somebody is going to undermine your messaging somewhere along the line. And there's a large audience who would believe what this jockey says, or this, you name it. So it would be great if we can have a media-specific, to use that broad term, workshop of this kind, given the fact that we are also we are experiencing the fifth revolution, the fifth industrial revolution with respect to artificial intelligence and so forth, in the use of modern technologies to communicate.
May I interrupt you?
Yes.
It is Lorna.
Oh, yes.
Yes, UNESCO had a workshop in Jamaica sometime late last year concerning media practitioners. And I should also tell you that the Caribbean Broadcasting Union has been running a number of seminars for media practitioners concerning how they report on natural disasters. And the language, the terminology has been, they have been encouraging us to change it from disasters and to talk about hazards and prevention, especially now that the hurricane season is around the corner, and that kind of messaging is being encouraged and will be going out quite soon, because I've been getting the messages myself. Although I am not, CPTC is not a direct full member, we are associate members, but they are doing a whole lot of work. So one of the things to do is to check with your broadcaster, because the information should be with them.
Right. We may well have to tap into that well of information, Colvin,
CBU, yes.
Yes, and stimulate the local discussion. Yes. And Dion is reminding me, it's standard procedure, but we are cognizant of some of the challenges that we are speaking to with respect to our domestic environment, though not unique to our environment. Well, let's move straight ahead. In the interest of time, I can see we're going to move right into this cocktail this afternoon, into the evening, and get ready now to look at how we can, after having looked at strengthening the media's role in all of this, let us look at how we focus on digitization, access, and sustainable preservation strategies. How do we turn this into some action, basically? And to do this, I'm going to invite Paula Green, and she's standing already. She's the Executive Director at NALIS, the National Library and Information System Authority, out of Trinidad and Tobago. Please welcome her. And also joining us once again will be Mr. John Martin, the independent scholar and consultant out of Grenada. And we also have Peter Scholing, he's right next to Hector there, who will also join. And he's chair of the Aruba National Memory of the World Committee and immediate past president of MOLAC. Please welcome him as well. So those are our two presenters along with the moderator, Ms. Green. Green, the floor is yours.
Trying to push this around a bit. Good? All right, great. Good afternoon, everyone. I know we are running a bit beyond time, and I only have 2 panelists today to keep our session short, but involved. It was interesting listening to the presentations before because it's very much in alignment with our session. Because a lot of what was said had to deal with, to a large extent, 2 things. One would be born digital information, and the others would be original artifacts and things like that. There's a tendency sometimes to look at strategies for digitization and preservation across the board and think that for born digital and for traditional artifacts, the strategies are the same. They are 2 fairly different areas that we have to look at, so that when we are planning within our organization, how are we going to preserve our born digital, our audio files, the original media. I've been hearing basically the same conversation I'm hearing in the room is what I've been hearing in my country as well, right? The challenges that you would have faced in terms of having, I think my colleague from St. Vincent in the green shirt, right, would have mentioned audiovisual files. That is a challenge for our National Archives right now in Trinidad and Tobago and for the Government Information Service, right? At the National Library, 2 challenges we have: physical artifacts, documents, all documents that you have to digitize, that you have to create an electronic format for. You have to worry about where are you storing these things, where are you storing the electronic file, where you're storing the physical document. And yes, to my colleague up in the corner, you must keep the original documents. You must keep your original artifact. That is part of the mandate of national libraries. So to get into it, what we are looking at is for digital preservation. That refers mainly to born digital artifacts. And the challenge that we face there, and I heard it again because I'm more or less repeating what I've heard, is that in the face of changing technology, what you would have digitized, what you would have preserved may no longer be relevant. The technical format may no longer be relevant. The media may no longer be relevant. So that what you're looking at is that changing tide of technology. You always have to try to be one step ahead all the time of technology. And that is a challenge for us here. It's a challenge for the IT people as well, right? How do you know that what you have preserved now will be accessible 50 years later? So if you get rid of your physical artifact as well, you have lost your digital and you have lost your physical. So for us, it is important that we do both, but the strategies for the 2 are slightly different, right? Born digital, You require the different file format, things like that. So in your strategy, in your planning, that is what you're looking at. What type of policies do you have in place? One of my colleagues would have spoken to that. CPC, I believe, would have spoken to the strategies, the policies that you have in place. Same thing for traditional media. You're talking about your physical artifacts, your manuscripts, your documents. What strategies do you have in place for that? So this afternoon, I have my two colleagues here, Angus, who you would have met before, consultant from Grenada, and Peter Scholing from Aruba, the ABC Islands, and also a member of the National Commission for UNESCO for Aruba as well. So they're here today to speak to some of those strategies. We will definitely not be able to get to all of them, and many of my colleagues before would have spoken to their strategies as well. So I'm going to invite Angus first to the podium.
Actually, we're just going to...
Oh, you're going to do it together?
Yeah,
you're going to take questions?
Take questions as opposed to a presentation.
All right. So I'm inviting them to take questions, further questions in terms of their strategies from members of the floor. I hope you don't want me to call you. I will be pointing out people if I don't get people asking questions. So the floor is open.
I guess we could just continue the questions from this morning when we were talking about...
Right.
So yeah, let me start with telling you a story first. I'm a librarian. A shout out to all the librarians in the room. You're doing really important work on Aruba. We have a national library, which is also a public library. Our country is not that big. We have 120,000 inhabitants, quite a small island, which is mostly flats, quite different from the islands on this side of the Caribbean. And we are a part of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. We have what we call a status aparte, a separate status within the Kingdom of the Netherlands as a country. There are 4 countries in the Kingdom of the Netherlands: Aruba, Curacao, St. Martin, and the country of the Netherlands in Europe, which also has 3 separate islands, which were formerly part of the Netherlands Antilles until 2010, but now are a part of the country of the Netherlands, just like the French dependencies here in the Caribbean. So it's a bit of a complicated situation. Aruba was the first country to leave the Netherlands Antilles in 1986, and that was the moment that our public library, which had a special collections department already, became a national library, and the special collection became the national collection. So we don't have any laws governing illegal deposits. Heritage preservation is not codified into laws in Aruba. That's a big problem. But while working on that problem with our legislators and with our policymakers, we've decided to not let that make it a problem for us to just stand still and do nothing. So what we've done as librarians is what we've always have done, and make sure our collection is as complete as possible regarding Aruba, the former Netherlands Antilles. Well, going into the wider Caribbean, we have a Caribbean collection which is hard to have 100% complete, but we try our best. And during the years that has started with the advent of computers, digital cataloging, etc., at some point, all the books and all the newspapers and all the other types of materials that we have and that we got were produced on computers, and that's the digital-born part coming in. We just continued to make sure that we had all the copies of all the newspapers and all the magazines and the journals and all the books coming in. And
being a part of our special and national collections, being part of our public library, our lending system. But at some point, you realize that these are actually digital-born materials, and the imprint, the printed version, is not the original. The highest quality version of any modern produced document is the digital one. And we can dedicate a lot of money in the near future to start digitizing everything that has been published in the last couple of decades, but it would be much and much easier if you had access to those digital originals. And that's quite hard because we also work with broadcasters, but also with newspaper publishers, and they're quite reluctant in some cases to just hand over those copies. And we managed to convince them at first talking about preservation copies, just to make sure that for the next generation in 40 years and afterwards, that digital original is still being preserved. And during COVID, during the pandemic, something really interesting happened because we had a lot of people coming to our library on a daily basis just to read the newspapers. And we were closed. And the newspapers weren't, well, even if you had a subscription, nobody was getting their newspapers at home anymore, and you couldn't just go to the store either to buy them. So we managed to convince the newspaper publishers during the pandemic to give us permission to have those digitally born copies, and we started collecting them around 2005. So over the last 15 years at that point, to add them to our digital collection. And the digital collection of the National Library of Aruba, we just started with an online collection in 2019. We had been a part of the DLOC initiative since 2010, and we have been adding things to DLOC. I have full disclosure, since last year I'm a member of the executive board of DLOC as well, so I'm sitting here with multiple hats on. But for our digital collection on a daily basis, we want to have access to upload things every day. And especially during the pandemic, that became really, really important because people were online all the time, sitting at home, and they wanted to get to their information. You have Facebook, you have the online news sources, but in our island, maybe in yours, on your island as well, people are quite traditional. They depend on radio, they depend on newspapers, printed newspapers. Well, we managed to convince them to use the online versions of the newspapers, which we added to our digital collection. It grew from 300 digital and digitized items when we started in 2019 to 20,000 digital items in March, one of the first month of the pandemic. We did that from home, just by having access to the digital documents and uploading them. And our digital collection started to grow from there. And in the years afterwards, we managed to convince our colleagues at the National Archives, whom we had been working with for quite a long time already, and also working on national standards based on the international standards, also important for preservation for the future as well, to join us in this initiative. And in the meantime, that in 2022, we launched something we call Colección Aruba, the Aruba collection. And in the meantime, now in 2025, we have over 2, maybe already 3 million pages of digital and digitized materials. And in total, 158,000 digital items, including books, including digitized humatic videos, digital videos, audio recordings, archival records dating back to, well, the 17th century. We're using AI to automatically transcribe it so that you have, just like you have a digital born document, a newspaper that you can use for full text searching, and you have if you scan a page of a printed book, there's a process called OCR, optical character recognition, that also transforms it to letters and to words. Well, nowadays there's a technology that makes handwritten text, colonial documents, land records, everything handwritten, your own handwriting even, personal collections of writers, etc., archival materials also available in full text. So that's also part of our digital collection, and it's still growing. We have museums on board which are not only contributing their metadata with pictures, but they have a lot of objects. Well, we've started to 3D scan those objects, and then if you have a digital screen or maybe even a digital blackboard in the schools, it's just like a big tablet. You can zoom in, zoom out, turn it around, manipulate it, and then it becomes not just something that's in your collection. And Angus mentioned this morning. It becomes something that is not just information, but it's interesting information. It becomes more tangible. Well, it's even better if you go to a museum, but you cannot always touch it, or it's not always on display. Or in our case in the Caribbean, not all of our materials are on our own islands. In the case of the Dutch Kingdom, many artifacts are in The Hague and Leiden and Amsterdam, and we're probably not getting them back quite soon either. So the next best thing they say is, well, if we take a picture, then you can use a picture. Well, that's a good start. They might say, well, we can do a 3D scan and then give you the 3D scan. Well, without going into repatriation and reparations and things like that, that might take a while, but at some point you might argue that, well, those collections, the museums in the Netherlands might stay with the picture or the 3D object, and we get the actual object back. But in the meantime, the next best thing is having it available in our digital collections. And our goal as the Aruba collection is getting as much information, as many of the puzzle pieces of our scattered history and cultural and documentary heritage back on the island in a virtual way, and have the context in which we search the information, in which our patrons search for the information, our researchers search for the information, have that context be as complete as possible. And that's a best practice I want to share. Like I mentioned in an earlier intervention, we are not paying, the only thing we're paying is a domain name. For the hosting, or the data traffic, which we've already heard, that the storage, the online storage, that costs a lot of money. Well, we've partnered with the Internet Archive in our case, and we're partnering as well with DLOC, we're partnering with the Wikimedia Foundation. We're actually, this year we had the first Wikimedian in residence in the Caribbean started working on Aruba just a couple of months ago, so that's a project we're doing as well. And if you have your information digitally available in as many places as possible, and also in as many servers across the world as possible, then you mitigate one of our other problems, which is what happens if your island collections, your data servers, your digital infrastructure gets washed away. Well, then you have copies in other places, and your information, your information work in providing those access to those kinds of collections, it stays intact. So that's a way we're trying to use to mitigate all the dangers we're talking about today. So that's an introduction about the Yoruba collection. Not every island is the same, and I think that's a good segue into what Angus is going to talk about.
What Peter doesn't want to say, not that it's just the best practice, I actually think it's a good model. I really think it's, Peter and I have been, we both were on the committee for MOLAC. He is the president and I as the vice president, so we've been touring for a while, I guess. So where Aruba is, I think, is where a lot of us would like to be. And there are issues about, we could deal with how much of the information that we give, we control, and things like that. But I really think that if we're talking about making our history and culture accessible, that is something we need to really look at, that model. Because then you get to the case of Grenada, and we know everybody's on the spectrum somewhere. There is a range that might be, we see as the ultimate, then we have a place like Grenada, who does not even have a national archives. We do not have a functioning public library. We do not even have a Records Management Act. Yeah, I know, it sounds like we're in the archaic world, but that's where Grenada is functioning from at present. Huh? Uh-huh. She was, the last I know, she was a PS in education. What was she doing? Yeah. Well, Sylvester was the last librarian, the last person we had. But the library closed in 2011. The Grenada Public Library closed in 2011. I remember in elections in 2014, I think 2013 we had elections, and I said, whichever party mentioned the word library, I'll vote for them. None did. Because the one that closed it down did not want to remind people that they closed it down, and the one that was the opposition, they didn't want to mention it because they would have to open it. So we do not have a public library at present in Grenada. Yes. We had archives in the back of the library kind of thing. So we've never really had an established system. So we basically starting from zero. I have recently been part of a project. I don't know if other places in the Caribbean have been part of it. There's a World Bank project to digitize government. Yes. Right. So we actually got part of that, and we were digitizing things from the library. So we actually went about that and attempted to do that. What happened is that a lot of the documents we could not even digitize. They were so far gone in terms of deterioration. You would open a volume and it would just crumble. Newspapers and things like that. So it's of no value almost. And hopefully they are in some British archives or something, that we could still have access to the data. But so that has been that's one of the issues. During the revolution, the invasion, when the Americans invaded, they took a lot of documents with them. And a lot of people on the left made noise for it, and the Americans said, okay, take it back, after they microfiched all of it. We took it back and we locked it up in our Fort George, and the termites basically went to work on it. We were able to salvage quite a bit. Actually, in the process of digitizing some of that, there was a letter from Maurice Bishop to Burnham, President Burnham in Guyana. So there are things like that, and luckily it was small enough that it was inside of the termites were around it, kind of thing. So that's some of the things, the issues we've been having. The majority of our historical records are in the Registrar's Office. The Registrar's Office has been closed to the public for quite a few years because the building is falling apart. So we've not done a good job at all when it comes to our documentary heritage. And you're talking about all the stuff that you have from your national radio. Grenada was the original WIBS. But compliments of the US military, we do not have any of that because that was bombed back in 1983 when the US invaded. I'm not quite sure for the reason why they had to bomb it, because we actually have pictures of the US military in the building before it was bombed. So we're not quite sure why it ended up being destroyed. So in terms of our documentary heritage, we're really at the bottom and struggling to try to figure out where next. You know, I've been shopping around a plan for the establishment of a national archives in Grenada since the 1990s. Since I was in grad school doing my history degree and was doing a lot of archival stuff. And we've not had anything to date. So luckily for us, there's still I think in a sense that now we're in the digitization process, that we can move, I think, quickly in trying as much as we can to move to that stage. But a lot of our documents, I had some slides I was going to show and to show you the bad state of it. We have things stored. We had some documents stored in the old Prime Minister's residence, and a pipe broke upstairs. And we took it, and this was stuff that was rescued from the Governor General's residence after Hurricane Ivan, destroyed that residence. So I think when you look at Grenada, we have had a case of everything bad, happening. And I think the major bad for me is actually neglect on the part of people who should have taken care of these documents. Yeah. So these are the two extremes, and hopefully you're somewhere closer to Peter than to mine.
All right. Angus and Peter would have spoken, and you said it quite lovely. The two extremes in a situation, because I know sometimes when we are in a forum such as this, sometimes we assume that a country has the infrastructure, has the ability, has the resources, the human resources, or in this case, even the resources of those at the top, to be able to have the type of the type of service or the type of protocols and rules and plans to be able to protect their documentary heritage. It is always an assumption by those of us who have that type of resource that all of the islands in the Caribbean or all of the countries in the world have that benchmark. They would have, like Peter would have in Aruba, to have all of the resources and the support to be able to do so. So it will be interesting to me to find out. I know our colleague from Nevis, you would have mentioned that you did not have, if you can refresh our memories, you did not have a National Library. Was that it? I was not sure. No, just lacking on resources. Right. So basically, you were starting almost maybe in a better place than than our colleague. Right. But at least the passion is there. The passion is there. I always say if you have that passion, at least you have something. You have a grain that you can take to the other level. I know for us it would have been a struggle over the years to get us where we are today. Joan would have spoken to the whole issue of the Preservation and Conservation Lab, and starting that, I for myself would have been one of the first persons when I came back from a scholarship as well, who was literally placed into the digitization lab and said, the question was raised, with me, do you know what they're doing here? I said, yes, I can figure it out. And I started working in digitization at that point in time and learning over the years. But we were also at that stage where we did not have the knowledge and maybe even, I can't say the resources, we had the resources, but we may not have had the knowledge. But this is a case where you had the resources, but your resources have been destroyed, either by neglect, by active war, by natural disasters and things like that. So what will be your strategy going forward to start? As I said, sometimes all you need is a nugget, which is the passion to start the process, right? And then you can take it from there. Of course, you have a lot more work to do. Passion doesn't help with everything. You need to get the resources, you need to get the support, you need to get the partnership, you need to get the lobbying, right, which is important for us even in forums such as these to be able to lobby for one another as well. So my question again would be to other persons. What is, I know Jamaica, you're far ahead. Aruba is far ahead. Trinidad is far ahead. We're not where we want to be, but we're getting there because we have a dynamic team that's actually working in that area to get us to the point that we need to be. But my other colleagues down to the back, where are you at this point in time in terms of your strategy for digitizing and preserving your national patrimony? The lady in the center, because I'm seeing you straight and you're matching the gentleman here with the same color top, right? What might be your strategy to start for the country that you represent?
Okay. Okay, so my colleague from the St. Vincent National Trust, she's put me on the spotlight. But we've been discussing some of these issues over lunch. The St. Vincent and the Grenadines National Trust, we operate from the Carnegie Building. We have a home of sorts. It is not ours. It is actually vested in the Kingston Tongue Board. We have it on the basis of a lease. It's a very old building. I think it was in commission sometime in the early 20th century through the 1909. So that's one of our National Trust colleagues there. The building, it is have several structural challenges, not the least of which is a very leaky roof, other faulty infrastructure, plumbing. We hear a lot about water and flooding there. Limited storage space, and we have quite a number of, well, hundreds of pieces of artifacts from the Amerindian era, solidoid. We have several literary pieces. We had some recent upgrade in terms of the showcasing. But one of the things that is plaguing us, and it came out in, I think it was a panel discussion just before lunch, dealing with the issue of sustainable financing. How do we make ourselves into a viable entity? The issue of staffing, again, this was a resource constraint that we'd have discussed quite a bit this morning. But there is room for growth. Yeah. As we speak, there is a plan in place to have my colleague here, who's just been appointed as the acting manager on the fact that her predecessor had to retire due to medical purposes. We intend to operate an issue of a networking with our colleagues in Barbados in terms of bringing us up to speed in terms of they have a pretty good track record of management, archiving, curating. So hopefully in the month of June, sometime in June, there's supposed to be a 2-week exchange with our colleagues there. And so the whole issue of networking, the human resource capacity development, these are key elements in terms of where we want to go in, and the sustainable financing. It is something that I've been pushing our colleagues to think about very, very seriously.
Yeah. Great, thank you.
Can I share something as well?
Yes.
We're also located in a leased building with a leaky roof, with air conditioning that's also leaking, with storage space, physical storage space that isn't enough. We basically started this partnership with the Internet Archive, and before that also with DLOC, because we didn't have a budget for those kinds of things. But we were starting to gather digitally born information. We did have one scanner. We just started scanning things, photographs, etc. But we figured out, well, we can try and lobby with our governments. We can try and secure funding, and it should be sustainable. But in the meantime, we should just start to preserve our things. And it went well until we ran into a wall, and the wall was quite difficult. At some point, you don't have the extra manpower or the extra expertise to go to the next step. But what we did was we found in partnerships, that Joan mentioned this morning, partnership. That's really important. There is an expert in the online world on your island. There is an expert in physical preservation in another institution. There is a person that's really well versed in marketing or working with digital videos or making lesson plans, etc. We don't have an educational an outreach person working at the library, but our museum does. Our museum is a partner. Our national TV broadcaster is also part of our initiative of the Aruba collection. They provide us not only with digitized videos and news reels, etc., to put online, but we're also working, and they provide a space whenever we need 30 minutes to get our message across, or we have an interesting event, they come and cover us. It works in multiple ways. At the library, we don't have a person that can restore, preserve all documents. Well, our archives, there's only one person on the island, on Aruba, who is an expert in that. He's retired, but he works with the archives. Well, they have a bigger scanner, we have a small scanner. Sometimes we have oversized maps. Well, if you're just working within your institution trying to solve everything, you won't go that far. This morning, Paul mentioned an ancient proverb. Well, I'm not going to repeat it, but if you choose to do things together, you get farther. And we started really small with a lot of constraints, with a lot of things we couldn't solve on our own. But in the meantime, we've been visible and online. We have more people talking about the library's collections, about the archives collections. People in the diaspora who cannot really come back to the island every time they want to research something, have access to the information they're looking for. We're getting noticed by international media. Last year I did an interview with the US TV broadcaster, PBS, in their primetime news show on what happens when an island is digitizing their history while facing climate change, for instance. We received an award last year from the Internet Archive. Well, it was, before that, it was the Smithsonian Institution that got it. First entity that received that award was the musical band, the Grateful Dead. Aruba is now in an illustrious line of recipients. And with that, just 2 weeks ago, we finally realized something that I had been a bit ashamed as the MOLEC president of. Aruba had 0 registrations on the regional or international register of Memory of the World. Last year, in February, we started our own National Memory of the World Committee. And in the latest cycle of the International Memory of the World Register, we had our first addition to the register just 2 weeks ago. We just had a new government coming in. First thing we could tell them was something positive, the reach of the value of our documentary heritage, which might help us along the way in lobbying for more resources, a depot building up to standards, which is not leaking, etc., etc. So that outreach and lobbying can be boosted just by having your information out there, with your information being used. And Kathy mentioned our traditional role as gatekeepers, storekeepers of information. And I have a lot of colleagues, the current generation is adapting to being, removing yourself from the equation as a librarian just by providing access, not only being a center point for information, a point of contact, but it actually helps out your outreach and your information that you can provide because, instead of maybe 24 hours in having to retrieve information, maybe you can do it in 2 minutes. Or maybe you're not even needed anymore because every user can access that information by themselves. So it makes our work easier in some ways as well. There's a lot of different things that are in place or not in place, which you can try and solve, and they all help in getting to a better point.
I think the Caribbean has functioned on dedicated individuals for a long time. I think all of us in here could probably, even if it wasn't you, you know the person before you, that have spent their entire life trying to build something. And that has been great, but we're not going to continue like that. We have to create institutions. And I think to start, Peter's like said, they had an archive. The roof leaks, but they had an archive. They had one scanner. Where a country does not have an archives, where do you start? And that's why it's very important that we have the institutional framework. And I think we need to look at that as a group of heritage folks. We need to pay attention to the idea that probably what is more important is really building institutions that outlive us. Because I am an archivist and I have collected everything I could find on Grenada. What happens when I go? You know, it would be really sad that information just gets thrown away somewhere. My kid throws it away. Yeah. It's not going to happen, but I'm just saying, you know, that I think that happened. I know the case I heard of St. Lucia, I think it was, where one of the archaeologists used to run around in his vehicle with all the stuff in his trunk of his car. You know, because you have these dedicated individuals that really want to build something for their country, but they don't have the opportunity because the institutional framework is not there to work within. And I really think that's something we have to work in and convince our politicians, you know, that they are responsible. You cannot keep saying that a heritage matters when you do not build the institution to protect that heritage. You know, and I think we need to, and that's why sometimes I think we're preaching to the choir here. We need to figure out better ways of engaging the policymakers, the people who could put the money in, even if it's only $50 to fix the roof. But they are the ones that we have to convince that this is important. Like I don't know if you all ever knew George Brezan. He served as Prime Minister of Grenada. He's a politician, has written extensively on the history of Grenada. And when anybody say anything about not having an archives in Grenada, I point to him, because I said he knew better. He utilized those documents, but he never thought to save the documents. And to me, that is a bad legacy. And it would have been a better legacy for him to leave behind, that he protected the documents that he used to write his books about the history of Grenada. So I do think that we need to take some time to think about how do we help places build institutions, and not just, we could all come up with a disaster plan, but if we don't have an institution built in, it's going to sit there for 20 years without getting updated, You know, so we have to build this into the whole structure of these institutions.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, so I'm seeing a question up in the back.
Yeah, I don't really have much of a question, but just to kind of elaborate more on what you were saying, Mr. John. First and foremost, this is my colleague, Alnelsky Richardson from the Cadastre of St. Martin. My name is David Richardson. I work for government, so I'm a civil servant for the Records Information Management Department, Section Archives. So we don't have a national archive, but I work in the section archive. We do have records and information in our Records and Information Management department. The challenge is, like you, Mr. John, we don't have a national archives. There was, as Mr. Peter said, as of 2010, of the 10th of October, we went to country status. So Curaçao and St. Martin went to country status with separate status within the Kingdom of the Netherlands. So therefore, there was a budget, everything was aligned for the National Archives. Again, politics, the government at the time didn't see the need. Given the circumstances, with that also, we did have 10 different governments between 2010 and 2020. The government fell 18 months. Every 18 months, we had a different government. So that in itself was a setback for anything to happen within the country. Of course, there was a budget. The budget was depleted because nobody knew what to do with it. They didn't see the importance of a national archives. Budget got depleted. It got put into other things to balance the budget. So you know how that political thing goes. So where we at right now? Right now, my previous manager who retired, she had the liberty to meet with National Archives Aruba, Mr. Melvin Koch and Mr. Raymond Hernandez. And Melvin came over, Raymond sent Melvin over, and Collection de Aruba, we are very aware of it. He showed us how we set it up, how we work with different stakeholders like yourself. And so her thing was, okay, we don't have a structural building, but we can do a virtual archives. And that's just a start. We can start somewhere. Got a whole term of reference put out, got different bids for, to come and set up with scanners and everything else. The intention was, okay, the company comes, whatever company got the bid comes in, set up the scanners, and then train the department, the staff in the department, so that we could also train other people in government on, so it's a train-the-trainer program, right? Mm-hmm. Got the tour out. There was a company came in from Eastern Europe that won the bid. Novian came in, set up everything. Again, politics came into play. They so World Bank through the National Recovery Bureau, which is NRPB, was supposed to facilitate the funding, the money, because after 2017, after Hurricane Irma, there was a rebuilding program. There was this money was allotted to us to help rebuild. So the NRPB was supposed to facilitate the money to this company. The company come in, do what they have to do, and train the trainers. It went where instead of training us, the staff in the Records and Information Management department, they outsource employees. So now, while outsourcing, we didn't get the opportunity to learn about the scanners. The scanners are in our department. An issue happened with the employees, so the company, the employees was not getting paid. The project went dormant. Right now, we have top class scanners in our department, and none of us know how to use them. Mm-hmm. None of us know how to use them, and that's the problem. Like, there are initiatives being made, or there are steps being made, but then again, if you don't have the right persons, the respective persons, the policymakers, and those people to actually, stand behind us and make sure that it actually gets done, or at least stay out of the way while we're trying to get things done, then this is the issue. So we don't have a national archive, so don't feel too bad. We are working on it, and again, just like the country status is a complicated situation. Right now we finally have, as of 2020, we do have a stable government, and so 2020 to 2024, 2024 was the last elections. We're in 2025. It looks like this government is going to be stable, and it also has a lot of young persons who understands the importance of preserving heritage and preserving cultural heritage. So there's a few talks, and hopefully that we can get the scanning project up and running again, and then we can start digitizing. Yeah.
We did see you visit your archives actually last
November.
November?
Yes,
yes,
correct.
so yeah, it's far beyond ours, but
yes. we, like the archives is there. So we do have the vault. We have the vault. We call it the vault. So we do have the archive where we have it's state of the art in our building. The issue is with the building. The building is built on the backfill, landfill. So that in itself is sinking a bit. So we do actually need an institution. We do need our structural institution that we can, that we can house the thing. Also, the records. Also, we do have issues with flooding in St. Martin. Of course, we're in a hurricane-prone region as well. We get hurricanes. So we do need to build a really sound structure and build for the future. At least few years, 20 years down the line. So that's where we're at right now. So
well, thanks for sharing. I have two interesting things to mention about St. Martin. The first one is if you need training, talk to Stacy, talk to DLOC. Stephanie, sorry.
Stacy is...
Sorry, Stephanie.
Oh, yes, DLOC. Yes, DLOC.
Yeah, they do training.
It was a gem that you dropped today. I really have to get your contact, and yes. Yes.
So, and the second one is that last year in April, we organized the first Dutch Caribbean Digital Heritage Week. We invited people from all 6 islands and also the rest of the kingdom.
Yes. That was in November, right?
No, that was in April.
Okay.
And in November, MOLAC visited St. Martin.
Okay, I was there for November.
But in the meantime, we've been working on forming a network, a Dutch Caribbean Digital Heritage Network. Maybe just a bit in the same vein as the Jam Link you mentioned with the specific topic groups. Well, we're talking about digital heritage, but not just with libraries or just with archives, but also with record management, with museums, etc., with multiple stakeholders. And hopefully this year we'll definitely form that network. And that's also the basis is knowledge exchange, resources exchange, etc. So if you have a question at some point and you're part of that network, and we're working with the St. Martin Museum, we're working with people on Seba and Anastasia, etc. It'll help. If you have a question, maybe the St. Martin Museum has already figured it out. Started working on digital collections.
No, because so again, it's a complicated. We don't have a we do have a museum. We don't have a national museum. We don't have a national library.
Okay. Yeah.
They again complicated. They function as NGOs, but they're partially subsidized by government. So it's kind of like.
Yeah, it's a foundation which has the St. Martin Museum.
Exactly. I again, like as Caribbean people, we wear many hats. I was part of the museum for 5 years. Yeah. So from 2019 to 2022, so about 23. I'm sorry. So about 4 years, and they're in the same situation. At the time when I was with the museum, the idea of the concept was a heritage center, which would involve the library, the museum, and national archives. That didn't fall through. Again, with the recovery, basically it was funding with the Dutch recovery program, with the money that they was sending to St. Martin to rebuild. They were not interested. I wouldn't say not interested, but the concept was to build the structure that was there already. So the structure that was there was actually the library, and the Heritage Center was supposed to go where the library was as these 3 entities coming together. We did the whole groundwork. We put together proposals. We did everything. It was even supposed to kind of alleviate government from giving us subsidies. So we had like a rooftop restaurant that would generate money. It was a whole plan. And went through the whole 9 yards, and then it just got cut short. It was like, no, we're doing a library, nothing more, no heritage center. So the museum is still in the same situation as having the National Archive. Another institution that is also in a similar conundrum, I would say, is the CIMARC, the Cimarton Archaeology Foundation. So they're also in the same boat. So the intention is that CIMARC, the museum, the library, CIMARC, the museum, and the National Archives would be held in one house. So yeah, just funding and location is the challenge right now.
If I may interrupt, I have a call for time. Since we need to move into the other session so that we can get to the reception at the end of we have 2 other sessions. So wonderful discussion. Thank you all for being a part of it. I apologize to my colleague up in the corner, and thank you to the panelists, to Peter and to Angus, for this discussion. Thank you all so much.
Thank you very much. While you, in fact, in the meantime, you're invited to have tea while we move right into the next session. I would like to acknowledge, in fact, I was going to say, having listened to Richardson from St. Martin's and the interactions with the panel, which by the way was a very engaging session. A round of applause, please. I would like to acknowledge the minister's return to our session. So a round of applause for the minister for returning, because I'm not sure if he, and he's leaving again. But he came in time to hear you say that you want to have these conversations while policymakers are in the House. And he was actually in the House listening to you, and I believe tomorrow is Cabinet Minister. So he will be going right into Cabinet with this information fresh on his mind. So, so thank you very much for gracing us with your presence again, Minister Curtis King, responsible for education. Thank you so much. So the invitation is for you to grab a cup of tea if you need to. If not, you can stay at your respective seats as we move right into the next session. But, you know, there'll be minimal interruptions, so you can still hear me say a few things as I invite the folks up and we get ready for that session, so feel free. But I'm sure you would agree that we have traversed the very topic that's coming up in the discussions hitherto. So let's take a 5, okay? And in exactly 5 minutes, we're gonna hit the restart button again. I'm not expecting any presentations in here. I'm just not expecting them to make extemporaneous interaction. Then we'll move right into the next session. I'm not even encouraging a lot of slides. So they will just... Yeah. How long is it for?
Actually, we wanted to switch around. I was here in November as well. So we switch around to talk about digitization. Just doing with Joe, Catherine, with
Peter, don't go.
You need it on the screen as well.
Yeah.
So let me.
Okay, so I just need this on the screen. I'm going to show them the register.
Okay, so just duplicate the screen.
Yes. Yes, please. Yes, please. Yes, now. I just want to open the tabs. Sometimes their site is so slow. Okay. So that's our regional register. Yeah, that's Latin America and the Caribbean. Right, so that's one. That's the same thing. I hate it when it does that. Like I really... the main page. So we open on this. So I'll just move to those tabs. Would that be a problem?
No. And then this one really second.
The second one. Well, no, because it's showing the same thing. The observatory. Yeah, let's click that.
Map of risk. Click on it.
Oh, I get the same thing. Let's go regional register. Why am I getting the same? The register. It's the same thing as that. Okay, strange. Okay. No. Okay, so the register for sure. And let's go home. That's not home. So we can close that tab. Yeah, this is home. Let me see. Go down. Okay. 5 minutes, yeah. Can we get to the top of this? Just to let people know that there's a website.
Okay, no problem.
Use that to just scroll.
So with 2 fingers.
Yeah,
and you go to
okay. Okay. And then this one, let's see this one. And then same. Oh, it's not doing it. I could just use this. Okay,
just
so let's
make
try
sure
it.
the cursor is there and then you can fingers.
I don't like
That's
this.
the fingers. You're cut up to Apple.
No, I use my portable mouse. You know. Just Argentina has so many. Bahamas. Okay, so I think I'll start here. Yeah. That's the last of it for me.
Yeah, true.
That's, yeah.
Let me show it. Yeah, smells good. Yeah.
All right.
This is the website.
All right, good. It's a good.
Is that good?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting ready for that restart. We are moving the timer to the, well, we have moved the timer to the ready position to allow you to grab a cup of tea and wrap up your conversations. This is a good time if you didn't make arrangements to pick up your kids or to pick up your significant other, to reach out to them. And if you're from Trinidad and Tobago, you're all the way here. Oh my goodness. A WhatsApp call, you know. I would like to encourage the members of the local audience, put it that way. Please don't go home, because I'm pretty sure Beachcombers are very generous with their cocktails. Very generous. And if you leave us here all alone, oh boy, that would be a challenge. So Dion, please stay for the cocktail. We need numbers for the cocktail. Beachcombers, they're very generous. All right, so I think we are at the set position for the restart, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so we are approaching the 5:30 hour, and we do want to wrap this session on or about or a little after sunset. You see, I really want you to experience the sun setting at the pool side, bar side area here at Beachcombers. So there's a method to my firmness. And I know you're going to have some selfies and all of that as well. You got to share the moments with family and friends back home. And if I don't do that, the Ministry of Tourism would be very disappointed that I didn't explore all possible ways to lure you back to St. Vincent and the Grenadines, especially Miss Napier. First time to St. Vincent and the Grenadines? I can tell. Yeah, I can tell. I want you to realize that Jamaica and St. Vincent, we have a lot in common. Yeah, oh, you see it already? Oh, dear me. You saw it from last night? On your way in. All right, good. Thank you for sharing. Beautiful. That's right. That went to UWI with you, I presume. Wonderful. All right, that's excellent. So we are all settled down, but I'm seeing empty chairs, so we did lose some friends along the way.
No, we're just all here.
Oh, we're still here? All right. All right, excellent. Well, without any further ado, I think I did earlier, I did say that there are 2 sessions coming up. I probably erred in my efforts to get the session moving again. This is actually our final session this afternoon. And no, it wasn't deliberate. And this is, in fact, session 5. The regional collaboration and the role of policy in heritage protection. In fact, I think we have traversed this subject matter at different points during the two previous sessions. So this should be pretty easy for us to reconnect and connect and to move the proceedings forward. Mr. Peter Scholing will be the moderator. I'll invite him to the lectern to take it from here. Please welcome him.
Okay. Well, originally this was scheduled to take about 2 hours. I won't take 2 hours, so we've try and do it a little bit faster than we had planned, but we also are ready to go to the cocktail hour. So we'll try to make it brief but informative. This also is a panel without a real presentation, so it's a discussion. So my name is Peter Scholing. I'm wearing not just my jacket right now, but also different hats. I'm the current president of the Aruba National Memory of the World Committee. I am the immediate past president of MOLAC, only one of 3 presidents from the Caribbean of MOLAC. Hopefully we will get more in the future. The one just before me was Rita Chenfu, also present here, and now she's a MOLAC advisor. And the first president from the Caribbean was actually from St. Lucia, Margot Thomas, National Archivist. Our panelists today are Ms. Stephanie Chansey, DLOC, and 3 members, not only members, but a president and 2 former vice presidents of MOLAC, all from the Caribbean present here. Katie Birch McDermott from St. Lucia, Joan Osborne, well known from Trinidad and Tobago, also a former MOLAC advisor, and Mr. John Angus Martin from Grenada, historian, independent advisor, and a specialist in facilitator, not just in documentary heritage, but also in intangible heritage. So I hope to have the opportunity to ask him a question about that as well. The discussion topics for today are about the Memory of the World program, about documentary heritage in the Caribbean, about MOLAC and its role or its potential role in furthering the efforts we're all trying to work on for the Caribbean. If we have time, hopefully we have time, we'll talk about policy and funding as well. I'll ask specific questions to Stephanie and also one to Paul. He already knows about it. But I wanted to start off with a brief introduction about MOLAC and the Memory of the World program. And I'll ask Kathy to introduce this. Thank you.
I'm not doing a presentation. I just want to show you something on the screen. I'm just waiting for them. I didn't notice it was there. So hello everyone once again. Going to be very short, very brief. The main tool that MOLAC uses to promote its work and its resources is this website that you see here in front of you. I'm not too sure how many of you are aware of the websites, but it is a valuable tool that gives and provides you with all the relevant information about the work of MOLAC, how it was established, what its objectives are, and so on and so forth. As you know, MOLAC supports all our Caribbean territories in recognizing and preserving the unique stories found in our archives. It encourages us to safeguard what makes our heritage special. It guides us through the UNESCO of the Memory of the World process, and it promotes regional collaboration. The regional register, which you see here, presents all the inscriptions from the past, all the successful inscriptions from the past to present, Okay, and we have, to date, 260 inscriptions on the Memory of the World Register. So this is the register for Latin America and the Caribbean. And you will see here every single Caribbean territory, as well as the inscription that made it through to the register, okay? So this is just to give you knowledge about the source for which you, and I'm hoping the media is paying close attention, because we need you as partners to communicate this vital information to the rest of our people. Okay? So it goes all the way down, and then you can scroll. And what's important to note as well is that you can search by Caribbean territory. Say you're interested in seeing what the inscriptions were for Trinidad over the years. You can search by Caribbean territory, by risk level, by collection type, by institution type, and of course country groupings in terms of smaller island developing states, right? The developed countries, and so on and so forth. So this is a really powerful tool that MOLAC uses to promote our region's documentary heritage, and it's on the UNESCO website. I also wish to remind you that the call for nominations for the 2025 inscriptions to the regional register is now open. And this information should be published to the website soon. Of course, the information is there. It will be shared with everyone, I assume. And you could go out there and do your advocacy, and however you can assist in getting our island territories inscribed on the regional register. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. I think that the Secretariat of MOLAC is based in Montevideo, UNESCO office in Montevideo, and the information is being sent to the Kingston office and also to the Secretary Generals of every national commission for UNESCO. And if you have a National Memory of the World Committee, it will also receive that information. But yeah, it was just launched. The call was just announced yesterday evening. So I think they are working on getting the emails out at the moment. I talked about the setup of the session as being not a sequence of presentations, but more of a conversation about documentary heritage, about value, about the role of institutions like MOLAC, but also other institutions. And to start things off with, I wanted to ask Joan, what are the most pressing challenges and opportunities for documentary heritage preservation in the Caribbean? Maybe you can tell a bit about the Caribbean Roadmap Initiative as well. Joan? There's a mic over there.
Thank you very much, Peter. Everyone is hearing me clearly? Beautiful. Now, the MAU program is a good program. Why do I say it is a good program? It recognizes the value that each country, every country in the world has made to the memory of the world. The memory of the world is many activities, many heinous acts have taken place in the globe over time. Why is the Caribbean region central to this? The Caribbean region played a most pivotal role in the development of world civilization. I was very happy to hear the minister say this morning that when we are talking about documentary heritage, we are talking about, in the Caribbean region, we are talking about the development of civilization. The activities of Europeans in this region over hundreds of years was central to the development of the world. Every activity, economic, political, social, etc., all our family structures, everything, our education system, our social systems, our political systems that exist in the region is an account of that. The way the world developed, the wealth, all the amenities and the beautiful things that we see in the rest of the world, we can point to this region. It means that whether the acts that took place were uncomfortable, unhappy, and not very, very palatable, it is important that the record of it is placed, is given its rightful place in the region, in the world. And that is where you come in as professionals. Now, UNESCO is an international body. Every government in the region has signed to the Memory of the World program. They all know, all your governments know that. Wherever the National Commission of UNESCO exists, in the region, in each country, the minister involved is a part of the board, the executive board. They go to meetings, they sign 2 treaties. So that means that they know. But when they return to the country, because of all the pressing needs that are clamoring for attention, it gets slipped away to nothing. That is why we need multiple conversations taking place simultaneously at all levels, so that at the technical level, and that is this group, we are the most important group, so that while we are not well represented as a region on the registers, it is because of, and Angus put it so well, Grenada has been really, really on my mind for years. I have sleepless nights about Grenada because of the history of Maulac, whereby each country in the region, they are invited really to submit any nominations to the committee. Only 3 are selected, yes, from the English-speaking Caribbean, but each country has the opportunity. But there are many, 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 many things that may happen which you will never know about it. Whether or not your National Commission is buoyant, is vibrant, and so on. That happens at one level. But even though you may not even have a library, as in the case of Grenada, that library was damaged by hurricane. And just like Trinidad in 1973, and the librarian was placed in the Ministry of Education to sit. But that person was invited to become a member of Maulac to sit on the board. But although that opportunity existed from the level of Maulac, she was never able to function and to even come to a meeting, much as to do the work that is required, what Cathy Ann just spoke about, about the various countries and the registers and how you can apply and so on. So that this multiple conversation that must take place, there must be a response at the level of Maulac, of the technical, the people who, the vice president, etc., the people who are involved for each and responsible for each cluster country, a cluster of countries, to respond. But something may happen, and today many people have said that, well, I never knew that was happening in Trinidad, that happened in Grenada. So really? What? So it means that we are all in the same business, but we are still not connected. We need that newspaper. We need something. So as volunteers, the only thing that we can do, we cannot pay people, but we need to get together in a group of volunteers, robust volunteers. To start that conversation, it must begin somewhere. Because it's so important. And I believe that everyone here has the passion and will want us to really succeed and to fulfill our mission as information professionals. So that in the case of Grenada, if there's only one professional, that one professional is lost. If you know about it, there needs to be a response to the government talking about, we are so sorry about what has happened to your information, what has happened to your library, etc. What help, what advice, even someone going there so that they know they are not alone. And that happens in every other country where there is such a disaster. In some islands where there are more people, Trinidad and Tobago, Jamaica, the bigger countries, they are able to get together. Is that activism? Trinidad and Tobago, they put up there was activism for 30 years, going step by step, editorial in the newspapers, the group of professionals. But when there's one person, it means that there must be a Caribbean response. Who is going to call that? A lot. Rita is doing a lot in Suriname. So perhaps together, the archives, and I realize that archives, a lot is taking place there in the areas where there are archives, but then at the level of the public library system, that also act as archives, act as public libraries, act as national libraries, all of that is also taking place. So we have a different structure. It is up to us to normalize that for what is the best for us and how to make that connection. So I think we need to use this opportunity tomorrow to come up with some solid ideas on how we can deepen this. We are right here. And you may know other people, we can start a blog, we can start something to get it going. I wish to congratulate Peter. Peter became the president of MOLAC. The first year, he became a member of the board. It was the English-speaking time, and it had to be done, and Peter became a member. And suddenly, everything began to happen. There was no national committee before that time. And that is the kind of energy and enthusiasm. And because we had a group, we decided to get together as a group, all past MOLAC members. And therefore, we can, I think, invite and perhaps get more people together. That we can think about for our action sessions tomorrow. But I just wanted to lay that ground so that you know why it is so critical for us to make our little contribution in our hands, no matter regardless of how small it is, so that our documentary heritage can stand up and be counted in the world and take its rightful place, even if you are tiny, tiny, tiny rock in the region.
Thank you, Joan. Well, you talked about starting a discussion, a conversation. It's not just MOLAC that has to do the work. As I said, I'm wearing different hats. I'm not the president anymore, so now I'm speaking as the representative from Aruba. We just started our National Memory of the World Committee last year. Officially, there are 11 National Memory of the World Committees in our region, in the Caribbean. Only 7 of them are from the English-speaking countries. Not all of them are active. My follow-up question is to Kathy. She's also new in the committee since last year. She took up the job to be the vice president, and she's a librarian. What do you think individual librarians, individual professionals can do on a national level to start this conversation, not just with MOLAC or with within Accuril or within your own professional organization like MAC or Carbica, for instance, but what can you do on a national level to start talking about the value of documentary heritage? Is there a conversation going in St. Lucia with the National Commission for UNESCO, for instance? What can you tell about that?
Okay, thanks, Peter, for that. So it's when I came in last year, it was a concern of mine as well, a shared concern, the fact that there are 11 national committees, 7 of which are from the English-speaking Caribbean, but many are not functioning. We need to re-establish those national committees. We need to reignite them. We need persons on those committees that are not placeholders, that are passionate about the work and ready to do the work. And also, these persons would need institutional support. Because the thing about it is when you serve on committees like that, if, to be honest and to be practical, many persons are tied to their jobs. And so if you volunteer to serve on such a committee, you need to be ready and available to do the work, and you need institutional support. So perhaps some of the issues have been that persons did not have the institutional support. The work of the commission on each island is very important as well. I think it was at a meeting I attended with Dr. Hector and the Secretariat, it was said that the commissions have a lot of work doing. MOLAC is just one aspect of their work, right? So with the national commissions on the various islands, you now have an entity that can drive the work, right? Supported by the commissions. Where do we begin? How do we start to reactivate those commissions? I can use a case of St. Lucia, for example. So I reached out to our Secretary General, and we have a meeting planned. We plan to meet to begin that conversation. I also, as librarian, did the research. You have to do your research. So I looked at historians on our island, persons with that background and with a vested interest in contributing to the work of a new committee. And it was very important for us as well to include the youth. You want to have young people serving on these committees as well, okay? So that the institutional memory and knowledge of the work can be passed on to others. Because we eventually retire out, and a committee cannot be one person. No national committee should be a one person, even a 2-person thing, right? So do the research in your various territories, find out who is willing and able to serve on a committee like that, and then make a presentation to your Secretary General, have that conversation, and start there. That's my contribution.
Yeah, sure. Angus.
Thinking of national committees, maybe our islands are too small. Maybe we need to think of regional, sub-regional committees. For example, Trinidad could take on Grenada, or Grenada and St. Vincent, so that we're able to get a bigger group of people together. Maybe sometimes we're dealing with too small a group on some of these islands. By bringing in another island, first of all, you help train other people. So in the case of Trinidad, which has an established group of people, they could help Grenada, or help Grenada and St. Vincent to form a group or something like that. So maybe we need to think of that whole idea of national maybe a little differently, so that we can actually create, and maybe at a certain later date, they could evolve into their own groups, but they really get a lot of the resources and the advice and everything from, at an early stage to help develop them. Because the islands that have never had any committees, and they probably never will. But if we do something like that, is a way of mentoring maybe, of how we can help some of the other islands.
Just want to say, I served on one of the national committee after Ms. Osborne left. And you need to have the right people on the committee. It's not just any person, you just choose to be on a national committee like this. You need people who are passionate. You see that passion? If you don't have the passion for this work, you will fizzle out and die. If Ms. Osborne did not have the energy that she said, come, she brought me along. She kind of hooked me under the arm and brought me along with her and taught me the job and said, Jasmine, come, you work on this. I remember we stayed up until, 12 o'clock the night to send in that nomination for Larry Constantine. At that time, I didn't know how I was reaching home. 12 o'clock in the night at the National Library building. That have to take passion and dedication. You need dedication. You need young people who are willing to run with that stamina. At that time, I was young. Yeah, I can admit that now. You need people who are dedicated to accuracy, not people who would go up and say www.google.com and try to find the answer. They're passionate about research, so they're willing to spend the time, hours upon hours, poring over the same documents until you're able to get it right. You need people who are convincing enough to speak to these heritage keepers, these people who are the owners of their work, and to convince them to say, let me hand over my documents, or come, I will work with you to get your stuff into memory of the world. I remember there was a gentleman who came to the research at the library, and he said, there's this lady, she is packing up her stuff of her father's, and I think you will be interested in getting these documents. So we said, all right, let's go, put on my white coat, and I go. When we went to the place, the girls saw us all in our little white coats and our gloves and so forth. And this was Ulrich Cross's daughter. You all know Ulrich Cross? Well, you all could go and look him up on Google. Well, Ulrich Cross was a statesman, and he used to fly for the Royal Air Force Navy, and he was an ambassador in Trinidad and Tobago. He went all over the world and collected stuff. And we were getting things, books that people would have written to him, and they would have, signed his name and so forth, and was representative of his work. But we were looking for the good stuff. And we said, what about, he was also a judge. So what about his judge's robe and his stuff from the Royal Air Force Navy days? And she said, you all want that? I said, yes. And she went in, I'm going into my storytelling mode. She went into a garbage bag and pulled out the insignia and the clips from a hat. The hat that he used to wear, because she did not know what was important and how that would be important to us and to our history. A couple of years later, a documentary came out on the life of Ulrich Cross. So we need people who are willing to go the extra mile and ask the hard questions and to be able to convince these individuals to listen, your documents are worth it. They are worth the history. They are worth saving. They are part of our legacy. Yes, that's all I have to say right now.
Thank you. Well, you need passionate individuals, and you also need, if there is a committee, to stay active and to stay in conversation. I saw on the schedule for tomorrow there's a discussion about a regional network for professionals, for instance. Well, in our last MOLEC meeting, we had a mini conference as well, and I advocated for a network of connecting the national committees with each other and helping them stay active, exchanging information. Now, I know next to nothing about, for instance, the Trinidad Committee or the status of the St. Lucia Committee. I do know about the ones in St. Martin and in Curacao, but for instance, within the UNESCO, there is a network already. The national commissions and the secretary generals communicating with each other, meeting up with each other. They have WhatsApp groups even. We can do the same thing, connecting our national Memory of the World committees. That would be a start. In a previous session, in multiple previous sessions, we talked about the power of networking. I think if there's not a conversation going at the moment between, the international committee, the regional committee, and the national committees, it's not just the burden of a MOLEC or a regional committee to work on that. It goes both ways. So in that case, that's what I'm advocating for. Maybe we can discuss, while we're discussing tomorrow about the professional network, talk about UNESCO's role in maybe establishing a network for national committees as well. And that is also a segue for me to talk about another way. We need the support of not only the national commissions for UNESCO, but also of our regional offices. Kingston, Paul this morning talked about the Japanese funds and trusts. The Korean National Committee is really active in that. And I was wondering, how can an individual institution, we heard about St. Vincent and how the support came from Japan. How does the support, how do we get to the funding from Japan, Paul? How does it work?
Thank you, Peter. Well, let me just talk about a couple of opportunities for funding which are available through UNESCO. And first of all, let me just say I'm very happy to see online Ms. Roma Wong Sang from the National Archives of Trinidad and Tobago. We have also here Stacy Tyrrell with us. And they are both representing organizations which have been recipients of funding through the Japanese Funds and Trust. Now, periodically, the Japanese Funds and Trust, they would make resources available to UNESCO, and they issue sort of calls. So they entrust UNESCO with a certain amount of resources, and they say, in the area of, for example, documentary heritage preservation, we would like you on our behalf to solicit, to identify persons to whom grants can be given. And in that last call, they said they would like to provide funding for institutions giving grants in the region of $10,000 to $70,000. So UNESCO then advertised, and again, one of the things which we are looking at right now, we have reinforced our operational strategy for SIDS, Small Island Developing States. So that means that countries like ours become priorities. The call was announced, a number of applications were made from entities via UNESCO. These were assessed, and then in consultation with the donor, these were awarded. So it's really important to respond to those various calls. Very often we disseminate the information on them through our national committees. A second example, the Korean. Each year the Korean government makes resources available, for example, to support the preparation of nominations to the International Register. So for example, on July 8th, this year there's going to be a training session in Panama where you can come with, for example, a proposal, and you will then be supported in terms of being guided in terms of how to craft your proposal so that you have the best chance to have a successful nomination to the World Heritage List. So again, a call has been issued for this via UNESCO, via the national commissions. So again, it's very important for us, first of all, the national commissions to again share this information, and then of course, within the countries, the various entities, whether you're librarians, etc., to respond. I'll just mention two other types of UNESCO funding. Every biennium, UNESCO has something called the participation program. In the participation program, countries can submit requests for funding. So it's very important if you have, for example, a documentary heritage project that you'd like to have funded, to prepare the proposal, present this to the National Commission. This, of course, goes through and then you can get funding. We also have another mechanism. In the case of emergencies, let's suppose there's some type of disaster. Then in that case, UNESCO can also make funding available, and then you just make a request. So I think that's, in a nutshell, some of the resources which are available and how these can be accessed. Maybe I just say a couple just very general things. Very often when these grants come up, you may not have much advance warning. So it's really good to be prepared. We talked today about the importance of preparedness. If you have an idea, don't just have a vague idea. Really try to, put it down. Secondly, it's really good to let others know what you want to do. Because by letting others know what you want to do, they can help you perhaps in terms of refining your idea, and of course in terms of maybe alerting you to funding opportunities that may come up, etc. Again, good luck is sometimes just being prepared, being in the right place at the right time, sharing your ideas with others. Once you have these ideas, again, of course, then it becomes a bit easier to identify which specific donors might be interested in what you want to do. And then, of course, it's always important to follow the guidelines. And one last point, and this is very, very crucial. Most donors are interested in sustainable activities, supporting sustainable activities. So it's really important. Sometimes we don't do a good job of talking about what we've done in the past. We don't talk about the past successes. So we need to show and demonstrate our track record. Also, if you come to a donor and you're asking for $100,000 to do a project, very often it's going to cost more. And very often there are contributions that you bring to that project. Perhaps you have digitization equipment already. Perhaps you have technical staff who will be working on that project. So value those things which you bring to it, so it shows that you have an investment, you have skin in the game, so to speak. That's really important. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Staying on the topic of funding, and funding initiatives of collaboration, we already talked about that, for instance, DLOC can offer digitization, can come in and help you when you have such a project or such a question. I know that the funds are limited as well. You mentioned that this morning. Your current grant is ending, but in the meantime, you've become like an expert on grants. And we talked about it yesterday. Can you elaborate on what other kinds of programs are available?
Sure. Depending on the types of documents that you have, I heard a couple of people during one of the breaks talking about the Endangered Archives program through the British Library. So if you have stuff that is older than, I think, mid to late 19th century, British Library Endangered Archives program. You do an application for them and they will give you funding, and they will also, I believe, pay for you to purchase equipment. If you have stuff that is younger than mid to late 19th century, you have things in the 20th century, modern Endangered Archives program out of the University of California, Los Angeles. That one will fund projects for things that are more 21st century, the modern. When you are doing your grant application, like Paul said, I want to reiterate because it's important, have a specific project in mind. So our colleague from the St. Vincent Library, Public Library, who was talking about the many different needs that they have, pick one. And you're going to leave here and going to say, that girl from DLOC, she is the, pick one thing. That is the theme. Pick one thing and focus on that. Write it well. Write it as if you're writing for somebody who has no idea what you're talking about because they have no idea what you're talking about. This is not the time for you to get all fancy schmancy with your writing. Don't show off all the big words you know. Just say it. Be specific. Don't lose sight of the guidelines. The guidelines are super important because if you do one thing wrong, they're just looking for an excuse to weed an application from the pile. So read the guidelines super carefully, then read them again and highlight all of the instructions. And with your budgets, be honest. The people who are reviewing your grant applications are people exactly like you. So they know how much things cost. I can tell you without revealing too much, I was on a grant review panel and they asked for, I think it was like $124,000. And I'm like, okay. It wasn't for staff, it was for one piece of equipment. And I'm like, what the heck? Actually, it was probably a little bit ruder than that, but they got a quote from somebody, and I guess they must have told them, yeah, we're applying for a grant, and they inflated the price. I knew how much that equipment cost because I had just given a partner advice on that exact piece of equipment. So I flagged the grant, and I was like, that's not what that costs. Be careful, but also don't under-ask. Ask for what you need. And like Paul said, what is your skin in the game? And remember, I have a friend who does library exhibitions, and she always says that you need to have your so what. So what? Why should they fund you? Why is this more important than Angus's grant? Why is this more important than Ms. Jones' grant? Why is yours? You're selling your organization and you're selling your project. Pick one. And write it well. Please write it well. I was a teacher for many, many years. Please don't write like my students did.
Thank you, Stephanie. Before I open it, questions up to the floor, I want to ask one specific question to Angus. In the previous panel, you talked about the resources or lack of resources, the policies or lack of policies and institutions that you have in Grenada. What kind of support can regional bodies like MOLAC, but also like Carbica, like CHEN, like MAC, ECRIL, et cetera, UNESCO specifically, what can they offer to a country like Grenada to get things started?
I think we need to set up a change.org to send to the politicians. It's something that I am in close contact with quite a few politicians in Grenada. And I think sometimes we're the ones that fail in educating them. Because sometimes politicians have a lot of stuff to do and they want to do. They want to get reelected. So they will do the things that they think will get them reelected. And I think sometimes we fail to sell what we have. Similar to the writing the proposals, we need to be able to sell this. Like, we do a library because we've always had a library. Like, do we really need a library now? But we have to say that because people say we don't need a library now because you got it on your phone. So we need to be able to sell these things, and maybe it's our failure in not selling what it is that we really think that is important. Because when our library was closed down in Grenada, we actually had somebody go and interview people on the street, and they're like, oh, yeah, we don't need a library anymore. We could just Google stuff. You know, but nobody is like, yeah, you could Google things, but you need databases. You need books. Not everything is on the internet. And the internet is questionable, a lot of things on the internet. You know, so I think, and that shows a lack of education, which is a failure of our libraries and stuff, that people don't know this stuff. So I think sometimes we don't sell ourselves, and we need to sell ourselves better. This is not a fight with the meager resources that we have, but they need to know that they have to put money into this stuff because it is part of education. It is part of our national identity. We cannot just keep saying these things and expect that somehow we're going to preserve these documents because we know that doesn't happen. Because we can show them, you know, you walk into our registrar's office and on the floor is basically the pages that fall out of books and just decay. We know that. We live in the tropics. We have termite issues, you know, but I think we need to do a better job of selling ourselves, and I think the only way we can do that is if we get together as a group and create that pressure. So maybe the next time we're going to have a meeting, it should be in Grenada.
Mm-hmm.
You know? And we pick another place the next time somebody else needs it, and we invite all the politicians. Show up in the office. Maybe a little shame them a little bit. You know? There's nobody from Dominica here. What's going on in Dominica? You know? So those are the kind of things when I think as a group, what we can do as professionals that work in heritage and memory institutions, how can we help each other? And I think I know that we want to help each other because we're very passionate about this stuff. And we know that, you know, Joan's family come from Grenada. When she's looking for her ancestors or her kids or somebody, we got to make sure Grenada records are there so that Joan can find it. So it's not just about the Trinidad archives, it's about the Grenada archives as well. And the politicians sometimes, I remember one time I had somebody in government come to me, they had a meeting, it's like, let's do a roots tourism. And I'm like, you know, you have to be able to tell them where the roots are if you want them to come back here and do it, because I could tell them where to go in the US and the UK to find it, but not in Grenada. You know, so sometimes I think we need to educate them. And the way we can do that is by putting pressure on them sometimes, because they have a lot of things on their mind. They actually do. Sometimes it's not the right things. But we need to figure out ways to put the pressure. And I think by having these kind of meetings and inviting politicians and people who are in the policy arena, that's the best way we can influence.
Thank you, Angus. Important insights. Thank you to the panel as well. We have time for one or two questions. We'd love to hear from you. We can also continue this during our cocktails and tomorrow as well. It has been a long day, so thank you for your patience and for your contribution. Are there any questions? If not, we're continuing it with the drink in our hand. So thank you so much for your time. Thank you. Are there any logistical things to mention?
Yeah, we have some housekeeping.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Peter Scholing and the panel. Let me move quickly to invite Mr. Hector to give us a wrap-up and to identify some guidelines for tomorrow. It says plans for tomorrow, so you'll have the specifics. And right after, we'll have Janelle Henry Rose to come and give us some logistics as well.
And we'll have Kathy say just a few words. All right. So good evening, everyone. I think it's been a really fantastic day. We have a rapporteur who's been taking notes, etc. I'm just going to ask Kathy to come forward so you can see who she is, and perhaps in maybe just a very compressed 2 minutes, just mention some of the highlights from today's. Yes.
Good evening, everyone. I am Kathy Badnock with the Ministry of Education, School Safety and Research. I would be brief. Today we would have discussed many things, but I would summarize challenges in preserving our documentary heritage in our small island development states. For many of us, we are focused on digital preservation, while others are focused on preservation and documents from disasters. Knowledge sharing is limited in its reach, and many places lack heritage management experts who can lead the response efforts and teach others. We also lack funding, including strong financial and moral buy-in from our governments. Protecting documentary heritage is not included in our national disaster management procedures or mechanisms. At present, there is a limited access to materials and resources for emergency response, and logistics can be expensive and difficult for many multi-island states. Our documents, we tend to hoard them. Equipment, storage, retrieval, monetization, those can be issues. Currently, there are no expert valuators for intangible assets in the region, it would appear, and some of our MOW, national committees, are not functioning. Recommendations we would have mentioned include investing in training and capacity building in every institution, the development and sharing of disaster preparedness protocols tailored to Caribbean realities, such as the creation of an emergency preparedness plan, identifying material recovery procedures for libraries, practicing the plan, updating it annually, creating baseline documentation of the collection's current condition, backing up all library electronic records regularly and storing off-site. Establishing mutual support systems between territories for preservation and archival management, such as preservation and a conservation laboratory, cultural emergency hub, digital library of the Caribbean, and the establishment of or revival of MOW committees, subcommittees with the UN Secretariat in those countries driving them. Embracing digital preservation to ensure that at least one copy can survive any storm. This includes establishing partnership with the media and using quick digitization strategies, including open source software, documenting what we have. That includes 3D renderings of historical artifacts, raising awareness about the risk of neglect and the importance of preserving our cultural heritage, implementing production workflow that enables content preservation for long-term storage, developing policy for digitization and retrieval of ICT security and the materials. And lastly, it's recommended that we be proactive and not reactive. Specifically, in the Caribbean, we need to start creating our own institutions. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Kathy. Tomorrow we continue. We're going to have a little earlier start tomorrow. I'm asking everyone to please be at 10 to 8, 7:50, to be at the reception. We'll be going into Kingstown. As you know, we will be hosted by the National Library and Documentation Services. And during the morning session, we'll be there all day tomorrow. And in terms of meeting at 10 to 8, I'm only referring to those persons who are staying here right now. Other persons, you can make your way directly to the National Library, where the start will be at 9. But for those of you who are here, in order for us to get into town in time, we need to be at the lobby at 10 to 8. So that we can there's traffic, etc. Now, tomorrow morning, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing a bit more hands-on. We'll be seeing a number of demonstrations. We heard earlier about the soufriere, the various activities that were done as far as digitization. You'll get insights into those. So I can assure you we have a very interesting lineup tomorrow. And then in the afternoon, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be trying to address a lot of the challenges and opportunities that have emerged today during our discussions. So we'll be having 2 panel sessions. We'll be looking at things like how can we go about strengthening partnerships, and what are some of the sort of next steps that we can take. We heard today, Stephanie said wonderfully, she said, don't overwhelm yourself. Pick a problem, and how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. So we're going to be doing things like that. Again, we heard today, there's so much going on here. And if we think about it, probably something or several things that we're struggling with, there's someone here in the room who already has a solution that is working and which perhaps we can adopt, we can take on board. So we'll be looking at how can we go about these types of processes. You'll be hearing from people like Stacy, who have cracked the nut of getting grants, etc. So really, please come tomorrow with your cups empty, ready to be filled. And also, for those of you who presented today, and those of you who are here, I want you to also come overnight, think about what is it that I've done that can be of value to someone else? What is that brick which I can bring, which will help build that house of, a more resilient Caribbean heritage, documentary heritage, digitization, preservation, etc. What is that contribution that you can bring? And we all have something to bring. So with this, I stop here and I turn over to Janelle. Thank you.
All right, good evening. I'm not going to keep you long. I think Paul said all that I had to say already with respect to logistics. So I just want to say, yes?
Is the breakfast place going to be open on time for us? They weren't open early this morning.
What is early?
Like 7?
7? All right.
Close to 8?
Okay. We'll have to talk with them. All right? Please note that traffic will be very messy, so you have to be there on time for an 8 o'clock departure tomorrow morning. With respect to the way you dress, maybe you could put on some little flats. We'll be walking from the library to the archives. It's in the same compound. It's like walking from here down to the restaurant. All right? But it should be a little bit more relaxed. Over by the archives, there you have some hands-on, all right? And it's hot, right? It's hot. So please dress comfortably for tomorrow during the day. So, yeah.
One thing. So tomorrow, one more thing. So hopefully we can manage the time a little better tomorrow. Tomorrow we are scheduled to end at 4. And so what we can do is, if we end at 4, perhaps we can probably have a bit of time to see a little bit of Kingstown, and then we can then be picked up at probably around 5 o'clock. On the other hand, if there are people who might want to see the botanical gardens, there's a possibility that we can have the driver take you there if you'd like. And they will give you information about pricing and so on. That's available if you'd like. So, all right. That's it for me.
All right. Are there any more questions? We have our colleagues online. Any other questions? If not, I'm going to wrap it up here. We want to say thank you for a great day 1. You are awesome today. All right? So tomorrow at 9 in Kingstown. Yes? All right. See, yes?
Where are the cocktails?
Well, the cocktail is the same area where we had our lunch, right? So we just move across there. We're scheduled to start 6:30. It's 6:25. Yes,